4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, muito bom dia.
Hello, good morning to you all. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Auditorium number 1 at Big Festival. I am Pirulita. I am a caster and sports presenter, and it's going to be my pleasure to be with you this morning in our last day of this event, our Big Festival, which is turning out to be wonderful. We have had many guests, amazing guests, a lot of relevant info, and lots of content in those 3 auditoriums here. But it is not over yet. Today, we have a surprise packed day ahead of us for all of you that are passionate about games. I am in this group as well, and you can check our website, www.bigfestival.com.br, and see the entire schedule of the festival with all the programming all the way to the end of our auditorium's activities. And stay tuned, because today we're going to find out the top game chosen by the audience. Did you vote? Now, it is time for us to start our presentations. And in this panel that we are going to see now, we're going to discuss how the competitive scenario between streaming platforms such as HBO Max, Paramount Plus, Prime Video, and all the other ones, how that can develop new opportunities for content for the gaming universe in Brazil. Are you ready? Okay, so let's get to it. It is my pleasure to call to the stage Felipe Boclin, co-founder and CEO at The Creators Bridge, and Alessandro Ferreira, CEO at Red Button. Take it away, gentlemen.
Bom dia, Felipe.
Good morning, Felipe. Good morning, Alessandro. Well, good morning to everyone that is here. Thank you so much for being here. For all of us, for all of you that are watching online, welcome as well. And curiously enough, we're going to discuss exactly what is happening right now, right? That is right. We are going through a very important period, a very important moment that is happening right now in Brazil. Those 2 industries are converging, and there's nothing that is going to stop it. We're going to give you some market data that shows. And as soon that we show you this data, we're going to see how important it is for those industries to crisscross immediately. That's right. Gaming has a lot to do with audiovisual, right? So it's a media in itself. It's an interactive media where you can participate on the creation of it. I'll talk a little bit about my company. I am from Red Button. Red Button is a business today that has a strong focus on career management. We work with influencers, especially on the commercial side. We try to create opportunities, and also we do content curatorship. We want to make sure that creators can grow and develop their content in video platforms and streaming platforms. Red Button was founded as a production company. It's a company that we started back in college. The core group is actually friends from college, people that got to know each other, myself, Felipe, and Bruna. Bruna's actually here. And as we went along, we had Fe, our partner, that comes from the YouTube market. So he has had channels before. He has had technologies channels before. He's spoken about it. So he comes in with that experience. And let me show you the presentation here. These are the 3 folks I'm talking about. So he came in with that experience from YouTube, and we realized there was a need. You know, content creators had a need. Sometimes they have to translate what they know into an audiovisual format, which is exactly what we went to college for. It was fresh in our heads. So at the first moment, we started focusing on text, on blogs and written content, turning that into YouTube content, and it really worked out. in that trajectory, we sort of stumbled upon the gaming creators. And I come from a managerial background. I work with people and businesses. I'm 40 years old, and I've been around the block. I've gone through a number of markets, but I've always been very much close to internet and marketing. And when we first started having contact with the gaming audience, we realized just how difficult it was for these folks to understand things that for us, you know, as business people, for us as people who deal with contracts all the time, it's, you know, just average business. And that arose our interest. And Newbie is a creator that, you know, is working with us to this day, and she introduced us to different creators that had that same necessity. So what we did was we created this sort of a new objective in the company, which was to make the gaming market more professional, to try and help these folks become more professional. And we had a stroke of luck. You know, luck is about being prepared and in the right time when opportunity comes up. And we were lucky enough that that content creator recommended us to a game that was just starting at the time called Free Fighting. This game started in Brazil almost with us, almost at the same time, I mean. And we were ready, and we were in a partnership with the folks from Garena, and we grew a lot from that. You know, we were able to expand in that free fighting market. Today we work with streamers, YouTubers, Instagrammers, TikTokers. We're starting to dive into that market.
Bom, falar pouco de streaming.
So I'll get into the streaming aspect a little bit. The first one, I think it's quite famous. You can search that later, but the first live stream happened in 1993 by the band called Severe Tire Damage. These were Palo Alto professionals that were in tech, and they worked at Xerox. If you don't know Xerox, you know, they used to manufacture those Xerox machines. It's, you know, it still exists to this day. And what they did was they did like a pre-concert, a little band called Rolling Stones, and that was the major success. I mean, that was the first live stream that we have on record. And in 1995, a company called Real Networks broadcasted a baseball game for the first time, and out of those broadcastings, you started having podcasts, which is audio streaming, and that became more and more popular. And live streaming, sort of around the 2000s, it became more prominent with YouTube. So YouTube stepped into the market, even though it wasn't their main focus at first. You know, it's more of a video content platform, but YouTube started disseminating a lot of live streaming. You have Twitch. Twitch is a giant in live streaming. There's a bit of there was a bit of confusion at first, and you see that image here, Justin TV, and it's amazing. You know, I actually worked on radio before. And you had a moment where people started wondering, hey, what if I start broadcasting this conversation with my guest, which was a precursor of the podcast. A lot of folks started doing this here in Brazil, folks at Jovem Pan and Pânico. I remember I was like a kid. And I used to hear or listen to, and they started doing that. So Justin came out of this necessity because people needed a place, a forum that was dedicated to gaming, and they used this platform, which was used for, you know, talks, lectures, and interviews, and started using that. Twitch, this is some data. In the first month that they operated, the platform already had 8 million spectators, monthly spectators, and this number jumped to a whopping 17 million after 1 year. And Twitch is a giant in the industry today, is the largest gaming streaming platform. Not only games, but but pretty much all games. You know, folks like to chat in there and have interactions back and forth. You see here a graph that shows Twitch's growth since the very beginning all the way to here. And also, you see the active users, and that curve has been spiking. And if you look at it, You see from the year 2020 to the present moment, obviously there's been a very sharp growth due to the pandemic. With all the bad that the pandemic caused, with all the negative effects, it really fast-tracked the process here. For those that were not acquainted with live streaming yet, as far as music, games, or anything else like that, it really accelerated the adoption, and now the larger public is better acquainted with that phenomenon, which gamers already knew about.
Bom, aqui pequeno gráfico, né, de horas assistidas.
This is yet another graph. These are the hours watched in Q1 2022. You see Twitch has a complete domination with 76%, Facebook at 10%, and YouTube at 14%. But we know that YouTube gaming is coming in really heavy, and as a matter of fact, they did some hires now. They hired Bruno recently, and they are going to really step up to the plate.
Bom,
well, the main factor around live streaming, which is a positive one among many others, is the cost. If you think about it, television is really expensive. And one major positive aspect is the engagement with the public. So people can do a webinar or a live streaming and they have instant feedback almost automatically from the public. They know if it's good, if it's not. They know if the content is what people are looking for. And that's one of the main factors. You know, that's a real positive for live streaming. And, well, that's about it. Live streaming started, and there's been a huge upward trend now with the pandemic, and it's been growing more and more. We have gone through a number of stages, especially now in the recent years in the pandemic. Let me just get a sip of water here, otherwise I'll start coughing. And in live streaming in gaming, we've gone through a number of stages, right? We had Zumbo, and then we had Kibit TV. We still have Garena's platform, which is Booyah, and the focus is completely different now. It's no longer live streaming. And today, basically, what you have is Twitch and Facebook that is coming in really heavy. And this is what we are here to say. There is a huge opportunity now for us to get to know the traditional streaming market, right, Faye? Thank you. I think it's good for us to talk about streaming as a technology and not as a territory, because you can expand whatever your content can be streamed at, and what it does is it creates that convergence we were referring to. My name is Felipe Boclin. I come from entertainment. I am a marketing professional by trade. Work with entertainment. I have been working with a lot of industries like music, live concerts, art shows, and recently, 15 years ago, we started working with television content. I started working for Globo on international content and sales. And I have a great privilege, which is I was able to travel the world selling content. Traveling the world requires one to get to know different cultures and understand the communication codes, the relationship codes between people and content. And I also had the privilege of getting together with companies, executives, and you know, from a consumer's perspective and also from a content perspective. I've worked with Fox and Globosat, NBC. In any case, I created this project, the Creators Bridge, as a way to really bridge the gap between creators and the demand, whether it's players, whether it's markets.
The principle, in any case, was to look at the trends, to see what's trending not only today, but what will come along in the next 2 or 3 years, so that we can deliver those players the overview and the vision of what will be trending in a few years' time when it comes to their content production. And on the other hand, delivering what's being required to content creators. So what do creators need to think about when it comes to what will consumption of their content will look like today, tomorrow, and the day after? So between creators and players, we wanted to develop businesses as well. The Creators Bridge is a company that we titled in English precisely because we wanted to be global. And we're not a production company. We are content creators in partnership with creators and producers. And in this web of things, we model our business. So what we will be seeing here today is essentially a look at this streaming market when we talk about the major players. We want to have a database look and a market-based look, as well as an overview of opportunities in the gaming world. What we want is to stir people into thinking about those opportunities. And the good news is the global streaming market, in any cohort you think about, is now growing. It's growing across the world, it's growing in Latin America, and it is growing in Brazil as well. So when we talk about streaming sees, or we should see streaming as technology. So this includes YouTube and Twitch, but it also includes Paramount Plus and HBO Max and Global Play and others that are bound to come along over time. The tendency is for this market to grow fourfold in Brazil in the next 5 years. And regardless of politics, and we will be touching on that as well, I think the main driver behind this growth we're talking about is actually twofold. That's technology itself when it comes to production. And here I'm referring to uploads and downloads and cloud-based products, accessibility. Technology will only grow in that sense, allowing for increasingly more content being produced and more people consuming it, and that will drive the engine, the industry engine forward. And on the other hand, there's consumption. I think consumer behavior has become essentially the new Maslow pyramid in the industry. It's become critical for people. It's no longer only entertainment, but it's also knowledge and representation. And in AV, there's this incredible ability to raise people's awareness about things, and you can bring them a message via music or acting, essentially every other aspect of content production and generating engagement. And the prospects for that market in Brazil are very, very bright and encouraging. It's being said that in 2022 alone, the perfect storm being made by these major players coming to Brazil is likely to generate over 1 billion reais in transactions this year alone. Of course, this amount of money on the market is volatile, so it expands and contracts as time goes by, but it's inevitable that investment in content, especially on these major players, is part of a business trend that we will be seeing in a few moments. There's bad news as well, and obviously that's part of life wherever we are. On the other hand, they are around these trends in opposition. So on the one hand, you had good news in terms of growth, but on the other hand, you also have a war going on and a pandemic that's raging over the country and the energy crisis. So in one way or another, all of these scenarios have an effect on the world's macroeconomics, which obviously consequently affects the finances of people, whether that's in the United States or Brazil. And perhaps what we're seeing here in Brazil is something people in Europe are seeing for the first time after 10, 15 years. And whenever we talk about inflation, that has an impact on people's finances and an impact on the streaming world, in that that will determine how many streaming services you'll be subscribing to, 1, 2, or 3, and that has an impact on how content is produced. So we're seeing the first repercussions of the fact that Netflix is losing subscribers. And that has to do with the consumer crisis, but also in a new trend among players. These players are expected to fall in order over time. A few will win and others will lose. And according to what we see here on the chart, they tend to come to an inflection point where essentially all of them will level off. And it's being said that 50% of subscribers around the world will be drawn in by these 6 major players around the world: Netflix, Prime Video, HBO Max, Apple TV Plus, and Paramount Plus. So when we're talking about major players in the streaming market, we're talking about these guys. Those are the ones we need to keep our eyes on. Whatever movement we see among them, whether it's up or down, that has a cross-sectional impact on all of those markets. Now, what does the streaming market look like in general? We're already seeing, as I said, players level off. What we have, for example, in streaming is SVOD, which is subscription on demand. Netflix, the Netflix model essentially. You have a monthly fee that subscribers pay, and you also have video on demand, which is already becoming a saturated place in those markets. The SVOD market is a space where all players are essentially reaching their limit in terms of subscribers number. Then we have TVOD, that's a transactional based model. It's the Now service that we have in Brazil, where you will rent a video. It's closer to how Apple TV works. So it's very simple. You pay for what you consume, and there's content for everyone. You have the subscription-based model, where you subscribe for a period of time, and you can pay for every piece of content. Then we have AVOD, which is the YouTube model. So you have on-demand content on an ad-supported platform. So you have a revenue share model based on the audience, and that generates media purchase, and that sum of money is shared among content creators and the platform itself. But that is also declining. You see other platforms moving toward a different type of space. We have, for example, AVEX, which is already operating in Brazil, and they're already working on that base. And the fast ad-supported model, which we're seeing more and more a year from now, which is the TV and YouTube model. So the development of linear television channels based on the ad-supported model within the streaming world. And we'll be talking about them in a few minutes. The business trigger for these players is the good old acquisition and maintenance of a subscription base. So we need content that's relevant all the time so that we can draw subscribers in and keep them in. That's how we begin to see some balance within this ecosystem and see whether it will be only subscription-based or AVOD, or if it's stream, global content, local content, content with a wide-ranging scope, but also local. So you have to look at what the business plan is. So you need great volume of content, so you keep people coming in, and you need good content as well. So that's what the balance looks like. It's about sustainability. And I wouldn't say there's a standard response. This is sort of the drama and the conundrum that these platforms are seeing right now. And here we come to a time that I believe is very important in terms of what opportunities will come along. To keep this type of business standing, you see here on this chart, there are peaks and troughs. So this is the number of content pieces launched over time, which is why you need scale. You need good content all the time, so you become relevant in the eyes of your subscribers, so they stay with you for a long time. Otherwise, they will leave. So the scale Netflix has adopted, and they were the competitive drive for a long time, they have content everywhere in the world and generate for their local content a lot of local content pieces that are also good for the world in general. So you have content from all over the world being uploaded into the platform all the time. However, this is a very expensive product. If you do not have enough subscribers paying for that all the time, you begin to fall into a crisis when you look at the ultimate ROI. So the greater the number of content pieces I need and the greater the reach I need, the more I will need to speak the language of our subscribers. What we're seeing now is the transition of streaming back to the TV model. So everything that used to work in terms of reach for the old platform is now moving to streaming. So you have live sports, you have soap operas, you have reality TV. So the lower the risk in that environment, the better. So we're moving to content and platform types that used to work in the past so that we can have similar results here as well, but with a different perspective, because streaming is not TV. So it exists for everyone, anytime, anywhere. There are specific niches and specific reach. Now, where is it that gaming comes into play? Well, there are a number of ones. The main part, I would say, is engagement plus buzz. So as streaming brings this sister, even though they are sort of sibling industries, it is bringing what it wants in the near term, which is a fan-based engagement. Engaging fans is precisely to have relevant content, just as we have in soccer. You have your subscribers consuming content in a linear way, in the sense that there are no troughs and peaks as we saw in the previous chart. And naturally, the industry, the streaming industry is also looking at the gaming industry as well. The gaming industry accounts for as much as 218 billion, which is the forecast for it by 2024. And as we saw in the previous chart, nearly 200 billion reais in 2017. So all major groups entertainment groups are looking at both universes as a single one. Yeah, and the good thing is, because of engagement, gaming also creates a number of business opportunities. Yes, a number of opportunities. And these business opportunities are the fulcrum of convergence. The Jenkins book that I mentioned, which is from 2004, already touched on that. How can you develop your content on one platform in such a way that you can sort of translate it into a number of other platforms, not only in terms of storytelling, but in the entire structure for your content? That convergence in the gaming world actually enjoys a number of layers. I mean, we could have an event that would talk only about that. Each of these layers, storytelling, platforms, CGI, we'll be touching on some of them here, more looking at content, but this is sort of the path the world is heading toward. The universe needs these creators, these content creators, who are also creators of assets for platforms like Paramount, HBO. They create these assets specifically, but on the other hand, you also have the diffusers, influencers who are creating their own universe and who naturally need those players just as the players need them. So the players need the fans, but fans are made by those content diffusers, and that's where lies the opportunity. And they're not pretending. They're actually laying it really bare how much fans are needed. So for every piece that HBO Max puts out is based on culture in the case of the geek world. And it's within this convergence environment in that I need to create content, but I also need fans that come in so that I have this culture and I can maintain the hype around my brand and also my subscription base. And this is not going to stop anytime soon. The gaming universe is now a trend, which was no news if you think about the comic book universe. So the film bringing the comics universe inside and the other way around as well. Now, why is it that that has become a trend? Because having a relationship with a specific group, such as the geek niche, has become a formula for success. So the more content I create around that community, the more my brand, my platform, my subscribers become relevant. And it also allows for my product to be conversant across different platforms. The latest one was Halo. Latest example. Paramount Plus actually launched on the in the wake of this product, and it's been really successful. So the mere fact that you brought this existing character into your product and how much conversation you create around your product outside your platform, that makes the platform more relevant. Yeah, and it's cool. Not only did I watch the show, but also played it a lot. And the interesting thing is, the way the story was told, as a gamer, you relate to that when it really feels like you're the one dominating the master shift, and you really have a gaming experience within an AV product. Yeah, exactly. And when we look at the round 6 case, you're bringing the gaming universe to an instance of fiction that's creating nearly a symbiotic relationship. It's this symbiotic relationship involving the gaming platforms and the streaming platforms, and that type of thing will only grow bigger when you step into different layers within this universe. Netflix has already noticed that, and aside from the fact that they're developing gaming-based content, there's also convergence within their platform. So they created Netflix Games, where you can consume games within the Netflix platform. So in addition to content, you have the continuity of usability. And this is good not only for content creators, but also for content developers as well.
And Disney has gone a different route. So Disney has gotten their assets and they are now putting them on games platforms. So you have Fortnite. Fortnite is almost like, how can I put it? It's almost like an extension of their content. Exactly, it's kind of like that. So, but they also have Star Wars, and they are using Fortnite, and what they are doing is they are leveraging those contexts, and they are also getting more reach for their content in other platforms. Same thing has happened with the NBC, and that's going to happen more and more. Not only for Fortnite, but for many other platforms and many other types of game content that really potentiates that convergence that we're talking about. It's almost like an educational form in itself, right? I mean, taste is nothing but a repercussion of situations that you sort of experience, and that's a very intelligent way that those platforms organize. You have hybrid games that we are seeing here on screen, and this is the first game where within the game you have sort of a PV experience. So you're playing the game, and within the game you have your own talk show. So that convergence happens due to the streamers, to TV, but also that, you know, the gamers, and this is something that we are seeing happen, and we're about to reach that place, which is the multiverse. Yes, the so-called multiverse, where all of that takes place. I'm not even touching that topic because, you know, you need a whole event just to discuss that. But that's where gaming, audiovisual, interactive experiences and brands are going to get together, and it's going to be a unique experience, which is almost difficult to fathom. I mean, we can't even predict what is about to happen. What we are seeing now is the first few steps in this relationship between, you know, this interaction between the worlds. Yes, we are seeing the convergence of it, and what is to come from, you know, the multiverse, the metaverse, is really going to be incredible. Going back to our world for a second, we mentioned this scenario of the streamers, and we mentioned the importance of gaming today for the streamers. And, you know, the relationship and the importance between streamers today, you know, considering the movement and the necessity to reflect and to adjust. I mean, what I'm saying is that gamers, influencers, and the industry that was created within the industry as far as the influencers business, I mean, it's the influence industry. These are catalysts and content disseminators. And this is so important. Why is it important? Because underneath each and every one of those personalities or those channels, you have fans, millions of fans, and these fans are in the brand's crosshairs, and streamers, they want those fans as well. So it's a win-win situation. How can you harness the power of these fans to sort of displace those environments? I mean, so you can create those content ecosystems. I'm talking about a content ecosystem in the sense that people like you, people like Nobru, or some major influencers that stay original to their content, that stay original to their channel, and that get into the primetime, Now they can go into a new level. So you have an opportunity to take that place and you can sort of teleport yourself to a different environment. And you can create your own parallel universe or your added multiverse, which adds on to what you already do. We are going to touch on the fast channels in particular, but the Netflixes of the world, the HBO Maxes, the Paramounts of the world, they are having to open up and branch out because it's going to be necessary to expand the business model. Right, and Netflix itself has been using games, has been using live streaming and geeks and gamers for some time to generate this new interest from the public. We have promoted actions from different movies, different film that was launched. You know, that movie of the guy that took a pill and became super powerful. Well, we did a number of them, and it's precisely that which the gaming world is contributing with. I mean, this is a quote-unquote television market, which is about creating an interest because you like Gaules, you like Casimiro, you like the Joker, you like Ingrid, or you like some influencer, and you can have that experience because the person that is providing the experience is saying that this is really cool. And we create some different content formats in those platforms. Live webinars can be included in that. You have content licensing if you produce some content before. You have the original format, the development of a series or documentary. You can develop a talk show. You can have events that are broadcasted in those environments. And let me get into the linear channel for a second because, you know, crazy though as it may seem, this is not the death of television as a format. This format is also being requested by streamers. So again, I mean, we start seeing that within the streaming space, there is room for everybody, especially for those that like seeing a linear type of programming. You have Prime Video, for example, with Prime channels. On the previous one, we already have Netflix Direct, which is linear programming, and you have Pluto. Pluto has a very fresh model. They've been in Brazil for maybe a year, and they have channels within this virtual space, within this linear programming space where everyone can create. Everyone, I say that in quote marks because you got to know how to create a channel, but you don't have to be global to create a channel. If you have, you know, just a little strategy and a minimum understanding of that platform, you can develop content in a platform like Twitch, and you can take that to the Pluto environment. And this is a place for a new experience for the audience, you know. So it's the convergence. It's what I said before. You have low cost, which streaming provides, because for you to provide global-like content or Netflix-level content, it's very high cost. And now you have an opportunity to develop content for TV. Right. And Pluto TV, just like Tube and other ones that Tubi is and other ones, it's between television and YouTube. It's like TV meets AVOD. So how does that work, basically? Here's what you have. And by the way, this is a very specific case. It's about people that have YouTube channels and a fan base, and they create a sort of a parallel universe. In a Pluto TV of sorts, they create a similar channel with similar content. So these are very similar models, by the way. They pay by advertisement. But here's the big kicker. If you bring your audience to this to this place, it's like a second screen, right? So this place will be put up for sale. Unlike YouTube, you have your commercial breaks, just like regular television. And these commercial breaks are put up for sale by Pluto TV, so they sell this advertisement space, and you get a revenue share according to your channel. So you have a calculation, you do some math, which is similar to the calculation it's a similar symbiosis between advertisement and television. You pay for a CPM, and then you have a slot to be sold. And what that does is that creates new resources, new audiences, and a new business for this case, audience generation. So that's what I'm trying to get at. These channels, they can provide new forums as long as you are really good on managing your own audience and bringing them to a new universe. And that creates some really interesting opportunities.
Aquilo que a gente falou, né, de conseguir,
Especially, like we said, if you are able to transition and bring that audience over to experiment in these new platforms. When you are not in front of the computer, when you are not with your mobile, you can press on at the TV and see it. That's right. And you have this growing market. You have a market that is ongoing and it's changing all the time. And these changes, they are going to be necessary, and they are going to be used to open up opportunities on AVOD, for example, to where brands are going to get involved on streaming. Streamers themselves are going to start different ways of content producing, and that creates opportunities for these spaces where you have verticals, for example, gaming verticals, and you can attribute those verticals to different environments. So the strategy of this new environment is precisely to interact with your audience and capture a new audience elsewhere. And so that that feeds back into your channel in a way that you can create more business and have more audience, not only on a vertical platform, but also a platform like the streamers that need that audience, right? I think that's the big kicker. They need that audience. So how can you make sure that your audience is in those places without losing sight of the vertical importance of your channels, which is the beauty of this moment?
uma oportunidade.
And with that, you create a monetization opportunity, right? Which is what we see in the market. More and more it becomes funneled. YouTube is paying less and less for the 100,000 view payout. Twitch has been reducing the subscribers number quite a bit, so they make less money. I think it's a great opportunity for the gaming market, particularly. Exactly. I'm going to repeat myself here, but I think the end message here is a positive one. The final message is optimistic. I think the market right now is going to interact by necessity. And I think that's going to create some amazing opportunities on content production, whether it's the type of content that is already being produced, as well as new content that is going to create bridges, is going to sort of bridge the gap between those two worlds, between the streamers all the way to the metaverse. And when we get to the metaverse, we do a different panel, for sure. Thank you, folks. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Big Festival, for the opportunity. And yeah, we'll definitely get into more stuff later. We're here, and we are going to continue with the schedule here, the programming at the Big Festival. See ya.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
A gente sabe acreditar em super-heróis. A gente sabe o que é cuidar do outro. A gente sabe como é ficar às vezes longe da escola, dos amigos. A gente sabe o que significa não estar perto de quem a gente ama. A gente sabe o que é ter medo. Sabe o que é brigar com um inimigo que a gente não vê. A gente sabe brincar dentro de casa. A gente sabe esperar. A gente sabe se proteger. A gente sabe a importância de amar. A gente sabe lutar. A gente sabe ganhar. A gente sabe manter a esperança. A gente sabe acreditar.
Brazil is one of the most important Android markets in the world. With more than 200 million people, it usually represents the single largest source of Android downloads in any gaming company. So when I look at the Brazilian market, I see a massive opportunity to scale any type of business, both organically speaking, but also through paid marketing. The traffic tends to be quite inexpensive, which allows you to test a lot of different features and functionality about your games. So in the global dominance or market, Brazil always has a soft place in my heart because it's a good place to buy traffic and to understand how your game can work.
It's really nice to see a lot of great companies here. I'm going to have a lot of meetings with them this afternoon, so really excited about that. I would say the big conference itself is a really versatile in terms of who might be interested to come in there, because you may see the presence of the big companies such as Epic Games, Google, Tilting Point, Mega Studio, Jam City, and also a lot of opportunities for the indie developers to get to know more software companies and the solutions for the small media business, but also for the more mature ones.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, sejam todos.
Hello, welcome back everyone. This is auditorium number 1 at Big Festival 2022. For those who haven't seen me before, I'm Pirulita, and if you're watching us on the Claro channel, TikTok, and also the Big Festival Twitch channel, we still have a day packed with surprises for all of you. And if you're passionate about this like I am, just log on to bigfestival.com.br and check out our schedule, because there's a lot coming forward today, and we will also learn later today what's everyone's favorite game. Now, in this session, we'll be talking about influence marketing in the Web3 market, and I hope you're ready because I am. So I'm happy to call into the stage Georgia Elvis from WebMonkey, Eric Drummond, CEO of Geek Festival, Victor the Eternal, and moderating this panel, Alessandro, who was here in the previous session. So guys, please feel free to take the stage.
Bom dia, pessoal.
Bom dia, bom dia. Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's great to have all of you here. Welcome everyone on the auditorium, and also everyone online. Where are they? They are on Twitch, TikTok, Big's YouTube channel, and the 500 channel on Claro TV. Great. So I'd like to welcome all of you to our panel, where we'll be talking a little bit about the influencer market, or influencer marketing in the Web3 market. So everyone here I'm very close with. Victor, Eric, and Jay. And it takes an event like this for us to understand or to know that Jay is actually called Jorge and not Gian. Yeah, that's great. Well, I skipped ahead here, but I'd like to give an intro for those who don't know yet. Web3 is nothing but an update of our profile online. For those of you who don't remember that, I was there 40 years ago in the early 90s where we first had Web 1, the famous www. That was the early stages of the internet and possibilities to go online. So for those who were around in those days, we used Murky a lot, and then a few other platforms, a lot of chat tools, ICQ. I remembered my ICQ number until a very short time ago. I still haven't memorized my number. Well, you still have time. And the web has been developing ever since then. It was very challenging to access the internet back then. I used to go online via DSL, and we had to wait for all those noises to connect. Then we had Web 2.0 with new updates for our market, our web market, until today. And we're here to talk about Web 3.0. And I have a few notes here about what blockchain is, or the metaverse, which is everyone's buzzword today, and also digitized spaces. So I have on my left-hand side Victor, the famous Eternal. Talk to us a little bit about who you are and your background. Well, I had a long-lasting career before going into games. Our past is very similar. After I started, I went to PUBG to talk with influencers, and then Garena, talking a little bit about influencers, and now I'm at Zach Club, managing talents and partnerships. So market refers to talent in different ways. So it could be people working in a company, but that's not the case. We're talking about influencers and also partnerships, as the one we have with Web3 platforms and technologies. And how did Web3 come up in your life? Well, it actually came not a very long time ago. It was mid to late last year. I started studying about Web3, interesting about and on the assumptions. Yes, mining as well. And it was essentially to understand what was it that everyone was talking about, and I wanted to understand the market. So in the beginning, I think my prospect or my outlook was the same as everyone else, was I do not really have an opinion. But I'm a lot more comfortable with it right now. I have a strong belief on the future of Web3 and blockchain-based technologies in general, not only the metaverse, but really the bank side of things, access to that for people who currently do not have access to banking services. I think technologically, this is a huge step forward for all of us. Yeah, and here we also have one of those guys at Big, Eric. If you could please tell us a little bit about yourself, where you come from and where you're going. Well, just as Eternal, I come from a long background before coming into the gaming world. I started in music, in the music business, working in on the production side and managing side. And a few years ago, I came into the gaming space, helping to promote Big, which is now in its 10th edition, and also working on a number of different projects within this space. And here, bringing you first-hand news, we just created, in partnership with Red Button, a new arm, a new branch of our business to develop marketing on Web3. And our main focus right now is precisely that, to help influencers interested not only in learning more about Web3, but also talking about Web3. And many of them are still fearful and want to know a little bit more before they start talking because they know questions will come up and they need to really understand in a deep way about the subject. And we know that there are wonderful projects in this business, but just like any other business, there are uninteresting projects as well. And everyone fears to adopt a project that is not really reputable. Yeah, there are challenges and opportunities in the beginning for everyone who wants to go for them. So, last but not least, our friend Jay. I've known Jay for a while, but I'll let him speak. Talk to us, tell us about where you're coming from and where you're going now with Web3. Of course. Good morning. So I started in gaming. I think that's where my professional career started, actually, in 2011, 2012. And I started working with a sports team. I had my own team as well. And I helped to promote a number of sporting events over time. Gaming pairs, those famous festivals. I also helped to produce major events. I helped in production with CCXP 2018 and BGS 2019, the last one before the pandemic. We expect to have another one this year. And today I run MedMonkey with my partner. This is an AV production company. That's when we started around 2019, 2020 to serve the gaming industry and the sports industry. All of these guys who back in 2019 weren't as professionalized as they are right now, visually speaking, in terms of content and broadcasting technologies, which is something we work a lot with. We work with a number of partners, such as Riot and all of these guys in this space. So I came across Web3 around the same time as Eternal did, early last year. And because I've always worked with games, and this has always been an interest of mine, and I've always taken an interest in new technologies and how it could help us to do business, I saw the Actor Games coming along and also researching about crypto and crypto mining. So I bought some in 2012, but later sold it. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not yet, at least. So I mined some crypto at home, spent a load of money on electricity, and last year I started studying more about this, and I was part of the creation and development of Snack Club, which is where Eternal is working today. I ultimately left early this year to work on projects that were more aligned with my interest, such as education projects in relation to technology. I can't really say much about what I'm currently working in, but it's very cool. And I also met the guys at Red Button last year, mostly because of MedMonkey. The marketing and gaming world has deep connections with the influencer world, which is why we became great partners, and that's essentially it. I currently work in AV. I'm an advisor to a few companies in the technology and education space, more focused in Web3, especially in games and sports. So today my role is essentially to connect the sports and gaming world to the Web3 world via live stream and broadcasting strategies, as well as marketing and content marketing in general. Great. And what is this new web? What does it bring that's new? What is Web3? I mean, for those who don't remember it, the first one was Web. It didn't have one because it was the first. Then we had Web 2.0, and now we've come to Web 3. Now, what is it that Web 3 will bring into this new stage? What would you say is the main distinguishing factor for people in Web 3? Yeah, I guess if we were to separate Webs 1, 2, and 3, we use the time as a reference. I mean, there was not anything specific that really worked as a landmark to separate those three. So Web 3.0, or better, Web 1.0, was a more linear internet, so there was not a lot of interaction. And Web 2.0 became well known during the social media, the early days of social media, where we no longer accessed a product, but we became the product. And now Web 3.0 has to do with the development of blockchain technology, where your data is publicly available, so everything is very accessible. And the idea for Web 3 is to give the power back to users. Power is really concentrated on the hands of a few companies that manage all of our data. And in blockchain, a lot of things are available already, and you only allow people to have access to your data on a case-by-case basis. Otherwise, you can access it anonymously, safely, which in a space that's at the same time very public and very accessible. In addition to that, there's also the issue of confidence. So we do not need to trust a middleman anymore. You do not leave your data in the hands of a company. And you don't need someone to say, okay, this is okay. The network polices itself in terms of security, and that opens up possibilities in terms of innovation, as we're seeing with cryptocurrency. And a lot of people still haven't understood the strength that there is in that, but I think we're in the right direction. Yeah, and the buzzword for Web3 is blockchain. So, Jay, you're so well-known, well-versed in all of these issues. You were one of the creators of Snack Club. Today in Brazil, we have Snack and BZ, the two main agencies in the Web3 market. What does Web3 bring to us that's new? Well, speaking in really general terms, blockchain is a huge lever for transactions, not only financial transactions, but any data transaction, video, audio, whatever, which is registered and authenticated by the network itself. I believe that very soon, in the very near term, notary publics and even banks will have their transactions via this system. I mean, maybe not even with notary publics, but I think people will have all of their transactions via blockchain without the need of a third party or of a middleman. Because blockchain really gives you that trustability. So if I send you $10 and you tell me you didn't receive it, I have proof that you did receive. I have it in my house, in my hands. So it really is a big ledger. It's in no one's server. It's accessible to everyone. It's running in everyone's machines at the same time. So you do not need a Google or a Facebook, a main centralized server. Everyone has access to that. Everyone owns the technology. And at the same time, everyone is quote-unquote exposed to having everything that they're doing in public, but all of that via a code that you may choose to share it or not with other people. So everyone knows what the main wallets, the Bitcoin wallets are, but nobody knows who owns them. So as I said, you can give your name or not and continue to access the services anyway. Yeah, and I believe that one of blockchain's main products, you mentioned trustability, which is essentially notary public authentication in the global notary public. So You do not need to recertify that anywhere else. I think this takes us to a different place. We're talking about cryptocurrency and money, but Eric, what do you understand about crypto and what difference can you see between crypto and regular money? What possibilities cryptocurrency is bringing to us that's more challenging in actual money?
Actually, it's not only crypto, but taking a step back, considering blockchain, you have smart contracts themselves. For those that don't know, for those that are not acquainted with it, smart contracts are like intelligent contracts that are self-managed, which is to say you were not reliant on the other side's goodwill for them to do their part, for them to, deliver on their side. The contract is only valid if both sides deliver. So if you have a huge financial transaction within the banking, the traditional system, what you have is a scroll account, right? Which is an account that is sort of tied to the contract, and you make a deposit. You make a deposit to buy that piece of real estate, and the money is locked in that escrow account. And it's only cleared when the other party does their part. But that, requires a huge red tape. It's a whole situation, and it's a lot of tariffs involved, and it takes a long time. And if it's not concluded, it takes a whole process that is going to cost that much more, and there's a lot of implications. When you have a smart contract, everything is automatic, and it doesn't depend on a human side. You cut off all the middlemen, basically. So you have much more freedom. All the same, you have much more transactional freedom. Just to give you an example, right, which is a controversial example of sorts, but I think it's very much in vogue in these days, and I think it's really significant, which is when you have a war that breaks out, right, as we do. Today you have the war in Ukraine, but you also have other wars. You have other conflicts that are happening all over the world currently. You have economic sanctions against the country. So when you have economic sanctions, you have sanctions basically against the entire population, and that population is not even related to that war necessarily, and they are also suffering from it. And they are not able to do any transactions. You have, for example, an artist or a streamer that has, a Twitch account. And that person is no longer able to receive money on Twitch because this is an international dollar transaction and it's blocked. So that person loses their revenue stream. When you have a crypto market, what you do is you decentralize it. You don't have a government entity that is controlling the money. The money really belongs to the people. Those that have their money, they own their money. And anybody can transaction with anybody else without having that type of barrier or that type of political control that is sanctioning or vetting something. Just to add on to that, I think it's easy when you're talking about low amounts, but when you try to transaction high amounts, you notice that your money is not really your money. You gotta ask for the bank's authorization. You have to go through the mill. I mean, you gotta get all kinds of people involved, and you wanna spend 100, but actually you're going to spend 110 because you gotta get a lot of approvals in the middle. And this is something that theoretically is yours, but you realize it's actually not, and that's the major difference in terms of the fiduciary money and crypto. Crypto is yours, you own it, it's your responsibility. If you transaction it wrong, you're done. Basically, you have nobody to cry over it. But you can't call somebody and say, hey, I messed up, give me my money back. The responsibility is 100% yours, but the ownership is yours as well. So it's sort of a paradigm shift, and it's a development on the responsibility of the individual. Right. And it's interesting, just to add on to what you said about having money in your account and having crypto. Well, for those that are new in the crypto market and Web3, but especially crypto, your money is literally in your hands. You do have virtual wallets that you have access to and different types of equipment, but you also have physical equipment that you are able to use, you know, the flash drives, the thumb drives, where you are able to put all your money in there, which also makes it easier to transport it. And just to use an example that you gave, you know, if you have to take a trip abroad, for example, you want to arrive there and you want to buy something, if you have to take some money, you have all that bureaucracy. First, you have to ask for the bank's authorization to use your own money. You have to pay to be able to transaction and exchange it into a new currency. You get, okay, tomorrow I'm going to take a trip. I don't know, I'll be backpacking through Europe, and I'm not going to take 20 grand on me. I don't know how people spend in a backpacking trip, but you know, you can just do that transaction by using crypto, right? If you have a mobile phone, if you have good internet, basically you're good. And today, you know, we're talking about a prevalent access to internet all over the world. And what is also interesting is that you have access to bank accounts, yeah, but a lot of people don't have access to them. But again, the majority of people have a mobile phone. So you are a lot of times denied a banking service where you have to pay tariffs for. But if you have internet, you can just own your money and do whatever transaction you want. So that's a strong argument for crypto. What is also interesting from crypto is that, of course, you pay tariffs. You are using their network, but you don't pay that tariff monthly, right? It's not like a management fee that you pay for a bank account, right? And whatever you pay goes to the people. It's not an entity that you don't even know. Okay, you don't know the people that are getting the crypto money either, but it goes to the crypto miners. These are the people that are providing that power so they can power the network, so it can run properly, and so it can grow larger as it is now. So, you know, it's not like making a PIX payment. It takes a little while. There's some time involved, but when you do it, it's just as easy. And just like you said, it takes a little while, but it's becoming more and more agile. Depending on the network that you are using, you have some networks that, I mean, you do a transaction and it takes less than 5 minutes. So that goes for whatever amount. If you make a PIX payment, you have a limit, of course. If you want to do a bigger transaction, it might take you weeks, depending on how big a transaction you're talking about, because you have all the approval flows and everything. So you're going to, you do a wire transfer, like if you do a transfer from the Tron network, you can work the same amount in 5 minutes. Correct. And it's complicated to understand it, right? It's not easy to wrap your head around. But, you know, just like back in the 90s, it was tough to explain to laymen what the internet was. But I think it's going to be more simple in a minute. Bitcoin today is traded by, you know, given the amount of Bitcoin users and given the amount of miners, it's just like a wire transfer in the bank. And you mentioned the Tron network, but there are many others. And it's just like having MasterCard or Visa. These are different networks that perform the same function. And today, you're seeing more platforms come to the surface that trade between those networks in a very cheap and simple way. So you have something that it's easier and the user experience is more seamless, and with that you get to the mainstream. Well, we were talking a little bit about the importance of the market, of the Web3 market, but what about the influence marketing? What can that contribute to the new generations? I'll ask to Victor here because he's in one of the companies that is working in influence marketing for, you know, for dissemination and also for education, so people can understand a little more about Web3. What do you think is the importance? What do you think creates the influence marketing for the Web3 space? if you look at the marketing word for itself, it's about reaching the people that you need to reach. And if you talk about crypto, if you talk about Web3 and owning your own stuff, your NFTs or your assets in general, I think that influencers are the easiest way to reach that mass, those folks that have to understand it, because it's just like Jay said. I mean, in the 90s, you had to explain the web. Is this place that you go to? It's a screen that accesses a different computer in China. What do you mean? I mean, how does that take place? People, you know, it went over people's heads back in the day. And I think crypto still has a long way to go, a lot of doors to be open so people can have more access to it, as opposed to explain what is a MetaMask wallet or how you can lose your money if you don't know your keys. But, you know, it's just like what we are doing in our community. We're getting people that come from a traditional gaming space, CS, you know, Counter-Strike and different games, and we are creating championships on these games that are not Web3, and we are paying them in cryptocurrency. The younger generations that are coming down the pike, they already have that mentality. Well, if I can make it happen, you know, it's good. So I need to have a wallet. I need to understand my ins and outs in this business. You know, it's that first spark. It's cool, it makes sense, people get paid, they don't have to have a bank account, they don't have to have this or that, they can get their currency and withdraw it. You can really own your stuff, own what is in your bank account, so if the game goes bust, you still have your stuff. So, you know, that's how important marketing is. It's an educational aspect. I feel that the most important thing when it comes to marketing on Web3 is education. And the opposite is not wrong, but it's essential to take your first steps so you can reach that future we are envisioning. The thing you said about games going bust, that's really interesting. I was actually talking to somebody about this yesterday, and there are many games, right? There are many games that are nostalgic to us that went belly up, that don't exist anymore. I thought you were going to say Tibia. Yeah, well, it still exists in some shape or form. Yeah. It's a good one, Tibia. Well, let's say Tibia is no more. Let's say it doesn't exist anymore. But I have my skins, I have my boots, I have my helmets. If that were NFTs, if that was inside a blockchain, the game can go belly up all you want, but your items are still there. I mean, you're not using that for your character, but imagine a game 20 years later, imagine how nostalgic it would be for you to have the clothes or the skins. Imagine how much you could sell that for without going through, you know, a bank. So I think that's the key when it comes to games and even about marketing, influence marketing. Imagine this guy, I mean, the influence that this guy can have in his community if a game goes under. Of course, we don't want to have that happen, but if it does, you can have an influencer that used to play that game a lot, and that guy can have like an extra life, a different survival, and get some money with everything that he did, all the time that he put in to that game. Because he's gonna have all the items, all the stuff that exists in that universe, and he can sell that for money. He can make some money with that. You know, it's his stuff. And I was actually talking to a friend yesterday. I have over 10,000 reals on skins today, or on LOL skins. I mean, I have ones from Christmas 2014. It's asset. Yeah, I invested over 10,000 reals in LOL skins, and you know, that stuff is there. Today I don't even play LOL anymore, but if I wanted to sell a skin, like I have a Star Black account, for those that don't know, I mean, people that LOL fans know how bizarre that is. If I were to sell my Star Black today, I could maybe buy a car. So it's kind of like that. It's not really mine. It's in there in my account. I can access it, but I cannot transfer it. I cannot monetize it. I cannot unload it if I want to. It's not my stuff. And Eric, you work with eCrypt, and you are working in this market, in this brand new market, which is the Web3 influencer market. And it's so funny the way it happens. Just as we saw on games, people that went from League of Legends to a different game, people that came to free fighting and such and so on. But you have folks that will migrate content. We know that. You have Primo Rico, you have some big names that are already producing content. But you also have the influencers that start with it, just like you have influencers that are born with a specific game that come up with it. You have like Nobru that came from Free Fire and blew up. Do you see the same thing in the Web3 market? For sure. I mean, you already have this new batch of influencers that these people, they are born on Web3. They are bred on it. And I'm talking about Web3 as a whole. You have influencers that talk about crypto, that talk about blockchain, that talk about technologies and new possibilities within this ecosystem and within this universe. And you also have influencers that are, that are talking about specific games, crypto games. You gave an example. Some people talk about free fighting alone. Today you have ones that talk about Axie Infinity. Today you have ones that talk strictly about Tether Arena. And you also have influencers that talk about a broader scope of crypto games. You have ones that talk about new games and the future of those games. You have, a second batch, so to speak, of crypto games. You had a first batch with Axie, you have Tether, and now you have, a lot of big publishers, traditional publishers that are stepping into this market. And we had some of them here at the big festival through the days. Folks from Wildlife, they came over and spoke. They were talking about their new Web3 game. You have folks from Gensit. You also have Market Marble. So you have a lot of content and many universes that are coming up, and that enables you to work with different creators that are endemic to this market already. Right, and you just, you said something that is, what is the impact that has in the market, right? What is the Web3 impact? More and more, we see people looking for NFTs. You see a greater demand for access for crypto, just like we saw with different cryptos overnight that, appreciated quite a bit. And the opposite is also true. But you have a lot of demand for it. And what happens is that creates a trend that for developers to have crypto games, right? I mean, this is almost mandatory these days. Correct. I think that as people create a culture of wanting to own their stuff, and when the games just lock your inventory for that and you lose that in a year, I don't know, there's so many possibilities on how to do this properly. So yeah, I think that companies are having more and more of an eye to this market. They are starting to understand the impact of it. And just like it was said before, just like every new technology and every new market trend, the first batch always comes with innovators, people trying to test different things. And Web3, that's the moment, that's the time to fail, that's the time to try and break things. Just like a lot of NFT games that were created with different purposes and didn't work out, and people had a negative image about it. I feel that at the same time, you have companies that are creating projects that are very big, very good, and it's purely Web3, just like Big Time, Game Heroes, which is a PUBG of kitty cats. And right now, you have games that have Web3 elements that are done the right way. There are so many games that you can play the entire game without being concerned about creating a wallet. You can just play it away, and if you're interested in it, if you want to farm some currency and sell it later on, you can do that. I mean, that's a possibility. So just like Eric said, you have big players in the traditional market that are more and more going to that space and working on it.
Yeah, I want to turn over to Jay now because he is an advisor to a number of companies, some of which I know, and I wanted to hear from you. What do you think the prospects for the future are, thinking about blockchain and Web3, not only for games, but for the influence market in general? How can influencer lives change because of this, and how can this come into their lives in terms of creating new Web3 contracts and career prospects? What do you think can come next? Well, I think there are two important parts to your question. Influencer contracts are influencer contracts. The influencer represents brands or services regardless of what they say. I think that's very clear. And influencer agencies such as Red Button and many others here among us today will continue to be influencer agencies. They will be talking about a different market, but will continue to show and helping how people can be influenced to participate in this major space, which is Web3. But I think one huge opportunity that Web2 does not give influencers, but Web3 does, is monetization. So, of course, you can monetize your stuff in Web2, but a huge challenge for influencers in Web2 is to monetize using their audience in a passive way.
A gente consegue tokenizar influencers, por exemplo.
You can, for example, tokenize influencers. What do I mean by that? You have one influencer and a percentage of their career sold in a number of NFTs distributed amongst their audience. So that guy watching him from home may own 0.01% of their career and make a profit together with their favorite influencer. Or they can sell that. I mean, imagine 2 or 3 years ago being able to purchase 0.1% of Alleite's career. I mean, how much would that be worth back then? Or of Nobru or anyone else? I mean, think about real estate funds. So you have huge conglomerates, you take 20% of a company, you analyze their future equity. So you buy a cut, and every 3 months or 6 months, you have a percentage of that company according to your size of the cut, and you can monetize. So if they profit more, you gain more as well. That's something influencers can do via Web3. You can monetize their career in NFTs, and you will provide bits in Twitch, because the more you have of the guy's career will be worth more in the future. I think that's the huge turning point for influencers. I mean, they can monetize their career just as you can monetize companies via the foreign exchange market. Yeah, and I think that it's also interesting thinking the other way around for influencers. I mean, I've been in the influencer market for 5 years, working with traditional influencers, so to speak, and I think that there's a strong impact on the influencers' lives in terms of the possibility to create new careers that you have with that. And I'm going to talk about Free Fire because this is something we worked a lot with and still do. Free Fire was nearly an investor in a lot of people's careers, and that allowed for huge influencers to come up. I mean, some of them are still working with Free Fire and others working in different careers, but the model that you talked about is interesting because it makes it a lot easier to finance new careers. It's almost like a crowdfunding effort to finance a career, but the difference is there's a sense of participation. So I want to help my friend who's an influencer grow his career. I believe in him, so let me request that share to help fund Eternal's career, for example. And so if he succeeds, I will grow with him into the future. So I think that that's another very significant point that Web3 will bring to the influencer market moving forward. Yeah. Well, I'd be remiss not to say, I mean, just as we have to talk about endemic and non-endemic market, we are always talking about the metaverse. Really, I'd never heard that before.
Quase ninguém ouve falar.
Yeah, we barely even hear the word.
Pensando assim que o mercado,
And
a Web3, ela vai trazer
Web3 will bring all of these possibilities.
de acesso às coisas.
You'll be able to access things and will have a different layer of safety that you do not have today.
Do que a gente imagina que ele vai
I mean, how different do you think the multiverse will be from what we see today and talk about today? Well, I think when we talk about multiverse, there are two different people. People will think about Ready Player One, where you're in the gamer universe and everyone goes into that from home. But I was listening to another perspective the other day, which said that it's not about where the metaverse will be, but it's about when. If you go back a few years ago in humanity, we sort of started with TV. TV sort of drew the focus away from the real world. And then we had the computer and the internet. And this is just another step in that direction. And everything in the world would just make us more digital. So my definition of the multiverse is exactly this, when our digital life becomes more important than our real life. So today you sort of make a picture, and that's for your digital world. That's in your camera, but you don't look like that all the time. And the same is true for every digital asset that we have today. So if you ask my personal opinion, I think in 10 years' time, we'll be wearing a device like a pair of glasses that will allow you to be in the metaverse all the time. Yeah, and that would be the Ready Player One world. Yeah, the Ready Player One world would be several steps forward because you will need you know, like a mega blockchain. It's just something people are talking about where everyone sort of is conversant with one another, but I think that's further into the future. Yeah, but that's my question. Do you think blockchain will be the tool that will allow for that to happen? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I believe that too. I think that, well, this is how I think about the metaverse.
Vai ser uma nova fase.
The metaverse will be a new stage. And let me be a bit controversial here. We're stepping into Web3. And I think that once we have the metaverse in full, we'll be in the next stage of the internet. Because what we see Web3 today is the transition of social media and everything that we know right now into the metaverse. And this is still very conceptual. It's something that doesn't exist yet. It's a word to try to envision how we will interact on the internet and what will the Internet of Things look like going into the future. So how are we going to interact with technology in our lives in a united way? So how will our digital and real lives will be completely combined and intertwined. And once we have that, that will be the metaverse. I think that the metaverse will be a space and time continuum that will completely change the financial and physical existence of people. So I think that that's Web3, and maybe metaverse would be Web4 or something. I know this has been a great conversation, and I want to go back to our initial screen because our time is running out, but I wanted to open the floor for questions if you have anything to ask any of our participants. I think Ale had something to ask.
Tá vindo ali. Te peguei de surpresa, né, Ale?
There he is. I caught you off guard, right? There's a question up front.
Bom dia, pessoal, tudo bem?
Good morning, guys. How are you? First of all, I wanted to say good job on your content. This has been a very interesting panel. But I have a question that I ask myself sometimes. I mean, in Web3, we see a model that's failing, and people are complaining a lot about it, whether they're influencers or depend on the platforms, and you see a number of fake accounts, and people really disturbing your work, but there's also some type of moderation in Web 2. And that's sort of a gatekeeper, and it allows for the space to not become no one's land. And I think that in Web 3, things will be decentralized. And do you think that we will be enlightened enough to be able to behave in such a decentralized way, or do you think it will really be a free-for-all? What's your name again? Stefano. Does anyone want to take that? Who wants to take a controversy? Man, I think it will go wrong, and really wrong, before it goes right. All you have to do is look at history. People are always at each other's throats before they can solve any issue. It's as we have today, and Eric mentioned that. I truly believe that humans have created a need for leaders as we evolved as a species, precisely because people still do not know how to behave in a group, in most cases. And you can say that they do, but they really don't. And unless you have a leader, or unless you have some control where you will pump money into an economy to save it or something, there will always be issues. But I think we learn from our mistakes, and I really want those mistakes to occur fast, so that we can overcome them and take care of ourselves, and repeating that, what I said before, have those small pieces of society as individuals. But we want to do better. It will go bust, as you said, but I think it's only after that we can... Yeah, it will take some time, right? Exactly. Any other question? Yeah, we have another one here. Just a second. Ale will bring you the microphone.
Peraí, senão o pessoal que tá em casa...
Just one second, otherwise people at home won't be able to hear you. What's your name again? Good afternoon, or actually good morning. I'm Carla, from Rondonia. I just wanted to understand about tokenizing influencers. What would that look like in the case, for example, that the influencer gets sick or dies and their success or their opportunity for success ends? Will everyone win or lose? What would that look like? Well, just as we talked about blockchain, if the game fails and you have the little skin from the game, you'll still have that. So you won't be able to use that on that game that you liked, but maybe another game will come along where you will be able to use the skin from that game that doesn't exist anymore in that new game. So if the influencer dies, as you said, as you fatally mentioned, right? Yeah, that's the worst case scenario. Yeah, there are sets, and that there are videos that do not exist anymore, but they still exist. Now imagine if Michael Jackson's career were tokenized. Yeah, exactly. The fatality could even add value to that token that you own. Yeah, please do not get any ideas. Yeah, that's what happened to F.E. White. The great creator died, but the products that he created and were already expensive gained even more value. Yeah, look at your shoes, your Jordans. That's exactly that. Yeah, guys, thank you so much, Jay, Eric, Vital. We even exceeded a little bit of our time, but I wanted to thank you and everyone who's watching, both in the room and from home. And let's get a podcast going, right? Yeah, we'll continue with our programming. Thanks.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei!
Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
So I came into this event with zero expectations. It's my first major event since the pandemic, and I think generally speaking, my goal here was just to learn a little bit more about the Brazilian development community. I've worked for years and years and years buying traffic and monetizing, my games in Brazil, but I've never actually been here. And more to that, I'm interested in just learning more about how the economy of gaming works on a personal level. So my expectations were zero, very low, but I've been very impressed by both the actual event itself, how it's laid out, as well as the content that's being presented here. I think that there's a lot of games opportunities looking at the different developers, both indie as well as AAA, and it's a pleasure to be here.
So Brazil is really important, and I'm really impressed actually so far to see all the amazing game that we can see here. I think it's really specific to the market, and it's really differentiate from what we see usually in Europe. So I think gaming market here in Brazil is really nailing it, to be honest, and really appreciated all what I'm discovering so far.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Olá, sejam bem-vindos.
Hello and welcome.
Desculpa, bem-vindos a mais uma palestra.
Welcome to yet another talk from Auditorium number 1. My name is Pirulita. For those that don't know, I'm going to be your host. And if you haven't checked out our schedule yet, you can go to www.bigfestival.com.br and you may see all the schedule and everything that is going on in the other auditoriums as well. And today we're going to find out the top game as voted by the public, and I hope you voted and participated as well. So, this next panel is part of our big VR, or big XR rather, and it's brought to you by BIS. We know that augmented reality and virtual reality are very challenging, and the public not always understands what happens inside the devices. So in this panel, we're going to learn about the lessons learned by 3 professionals and studios on how to show and sell your game or immersive experiences. So I'm going to call to our stage Ricardo Laganero, partner and founder at Arvory Experiências Imersivas, Bruno Pato, CEO at VR Esports Brazil, Pedro Caxa, founder at VR Money, and to moderate the panel, Rodrigo Terra, co-founder and CTA of Arvory.
Venha, Bruno. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, good morning. Well, it's noon now, so Brazilian time, it's already noon, so we can say good afternoon. I think everyone has had breakfast, and we're just warming up for the last day at Big Festival, and it's a huge pleasure to be able to address you. My name is Rodrigo Terra. I am a founder at Advertise, and I'm also a president at Abra Games. So this big XR pathway, this section here, this is the moment that we speak Portuguese, because usually we have to address outside audiences more so than here in Brazil.
trazer esse tipo de conteúdo.
And we know that it's really important for us to have some content in our native language so we can promote more and more studios here to work with extended reality. Our panel here, we're going to get into it, and we're going to learn about 3 professionals and studios that have a focus on virtual reality, augmented and mixed reality. So our major challenge when it comes to showcasing this content, whether it's for the public or whether it's for a client, is that nothing happens on the screen. Everything happens inside this thingy that we put up on our face. And whoever is looking from outside is seeing a nut. I mean, it seems like you are crazy. And the challenges since 2015 around this space is really about how we can show VR, augmented reality, and mixed reality to the greater public. So shall we get into it?
Bem, primeiramente, queria agradecer o convite.
Yes, first of all, I just want to say thanks. Thank you for the invitation. The Big Festival is something that we keep tabs for many years now. We're very happy to be here. This year it looks really cool. Thanks for everyone that is watching online. And it's really a pleasure for me to be able to tell you a little bit about VR Monkey. I am the founder and CEO at VR Monkey. Actually, the story is even funny because we started as Naked Monkey. And we were working with mobile and tablets, but in 2014 we started experimenting with VR, and it was love at first sight. I think just like everyone that is sitting here, until you put on that helmet, until you put on that headset, you have no idea what you are missing out on. But then when you put it on, you are sure about what you are missing out. You're like, man, I want to play with this. I want to work with this. So we founded the company in 2015, and since then we work strictly with virtual reality.
Hoje a gente é pouquinho grande já, né?
So, we are sort of big. We are 45 strong in our company. You see the picture here. I have the pleasure of knowing each of these individuals personally. We have a wonderful team. Everything that we do is a result of their work. So if it weren't for all of our developers, testers, web designers, nothing of what we do would make sense. And this is something that we have been doing. First, it was like, grueling work. We were doing everything from small things for events, and we were doing everything however we could do it. We were just trying to survive in the market. We were just trying to create more and more solutions to be able to have the autonomy to create more games, which I think everyone here loves. But today I'm going to get into a different line that we develop as well, because it's a long time. VR Monkey was in charge of a project called Dinos do Brasil, which is a permanent exhibit where you have 25 computers and 25 goggles, and for a half an hour you can go into the prehistory of Brazil. And education is really in our DNA. We learned that it was really tough to get into schools, which was our initial objective, so we just tried to have some education thing going. So back in 2013, we started with smartphones and tablets. In 2015, we said, forget about it, now we're all about VR and AR. Or XR, and in 2016 we launched the first game made in Brazil for VR, The Rabbit Hole. We have a different one, Apocalypse Rider. In 2017 we had Dinos do Brasil. To give you an idea, Dinos do Brasil has had over 1,000 hits. So if you want to go there, Saturday, Sunday, you have to get there early so you can get a ticket. If you get that later, you're probably not going to be able to get a ticket. And we have Viking days as well. We started working with more traditional education, and we got into corporate education. We went into an acceleration process in 2018 with the Minas Gerais Federation, and we created a platform called Hands-On Virtual, which is for safety training, risks in the industry, that type of training. So we know that virtual reality is a great tool. It's a very powerful tool to bring entertainment and fun, but it's always great for education to make sure people can learn, and also great for training, and that training can save lives. We saw some absurd numbers. Every 4 hours, one person dies in Brazil due to work accidents. This is not something that you hear and you're like, oh, it's okay. No, it's not okay. A lot of people are dying unnecessarily due to work accidents, precisely because they don't have good education, they don't have good training, they're not used to the equipment. One wrong button press and you can, malfunction a critical equipment and someone can die from it. So we started developing some projects, and in 2019, we were selected for a tender called Petrobras Connections for Innovation. We also started developing a lot of stuff with other studios. Today we produce internally, and we make a lot of games for the outside market. So we work with major companies for VR, folks from Arvory, our partners. We also work for PSVR, and now we are pivoting back once again. So yet again, we are trying to bring over our IPs, and this year we are launching a new game called Galaxy Cards, which is League of Legends meets Mario Kart. If you want to know more about it, you can talk to me, or you can let us know on social media. And Hero's Journey, which is still an incipient project. Speaking about Petrobras, basically, here's what we wanted to do with that forum. We wanted to not only develop something for them, but also develop a framework for us to have digital training, not only spaces, but also procedures. It was a huge challenge because how can you operate within a company like Petrobras? And by the way, we were the first startup in the world to work with Petrobras. So they had absolutely no clue. I mean, Sebrae was really helpful. They were key in this process. They were like intermediaries between us. And there were some issues like equipment. How can we take them some equipment? How can they transport equipment? Because the equipment is focused on oil rigs. So how can you take your stuff to an oil rig and make it convenient, So the first step was to digitalize the environment. This is an actual oil rig where they do a lot of training. And basically, we digitalized all the environment. You may notice that it's pretty close to the actual place. In our company, we use a lot of real ranging, so it's a great platform for this specific training. We use that, real ranging. And we did an exact replica in the virtual space. And the result is great. It's not only the platform, but we also had to do some replications of areas, for example, where they put the safety equipment. This is an office that we modeled for them, which also exists in the oil rig. This is where they grab their helmets, their hard hats, their vests, and their gloves. So the whole process to put on the PPEs has to be simulated on virtual reality as well. These are some additional pictures of how we took their world to the virtual space. From the passage, you see that green rug. This is a passage that you have to block with that yellow chain. And we put up a table that they set up, and we recreated some specific equipment that they deal with. Right here, I'm pointing out with the laser. You can see the table here on the left side. We had to model some pieces of equipment here, one by one, exactly how they are in real life. And we did that because it's really important for people that are getting trained to have that feeling. You want to be as practical as possible. When they grab the equipment, it can't be an equipment that has buttons on a different place. That is not like the real thing, because that creates discomfort and confusion. So the thing is, we have to be as close to reality as possible as far as the distance that things are. And that's what's cool about virtual reality. We were like, folks, you cannot understand virtual reality if this is just a flat thing. Virtual reality, you put it up and you can move around. You cannot just look around. You can reach out and grab something. You can have that movement. So the measures have to be really precise. Otherwise, it becomes really frustrating. We actually had an issue this one time. We were giving an interview about the metaverse, and I think it was for the folks from a magazine in Brazil called Isto É, and they were like, send us an image of what you are doing, and I sent this picture of the training, and they said, well, that's no good. Why? Well, it looks too real. Folks are not going to understand that this is virtual reality. We were like, my apologies, I'm going to suck a little more and then I'll send you a worse picture, you know. Well, it's a complicated situation because today we have equipment that have a reasonable processing power, and they can really make very photorealistic simulations. And what is great about it is this point right here that you are seeing on the screen. This is the moment where you can really take the equipment to people's eyes. We got some cases for Quest 2. Quest 2 is this equipment here that you are looking at. It's the goggles and those two controllers. That's it. It's portable, and you can put that on a case that is this big, and you can put it up on a helicopter and ship it over to the rig. And when you get to the rig, folks do training at the rig itself. And the coolest thing is that you can attest that all that framework, all that structure to make it happen, when they test it out, they say, man, this is exactly what I do in real life. The guy that taught us how to do the procedure, he put it on and he was like, man, it's exactly the same. That's the proposal. I mean, when a guy that is involved says, well, I did it on VR and it's exactly the same thing, it's like the actual thing, that's a great compliment. And it was a great pleasure to work with these folks. We got a lot of support from them. And the most amazing thing is that virtual reality is the first technology that is no barriers. What do you mean by no barriers? Well, have you ever got a cell phone the first time and knew about swipe and zoom and knew how to do all of that? No, you learn it as you go. I know people that can work on a cell phone and don't work like mouse and keypads, but virtual reality is different because you do it as you would do in the real world. You just stretch your hand and grab something. So you let it go, the thing drops. Oh, it dropped. So you break some barriers that some people had. It's like, I'm not a gamer. Well, it's no problem. You don't have to be one. You don't have to press any buttons, right? You don't even have to react quick. You don't have to work a joystick. We use some technology to where, you know, the goggles, you can just reach out and grab something with your own hands. You don't have like the weight of it, but it already works. And this is just a quick sample. This is just a video of how the experience worked. So we had to do that from scratch. This is a process where people would get into with their credentials, so we could assess their performance during the training. And we explained them, we let them know, hey, you got 2 buttons. That's all you're going to use during the whole training. If you press the button, hand closes. Good enough? Okay. And that's it. Like I said, we put them up on this virtual situation. They grab the tablet. And one interesting detail here, you are hearing a sound here. There is a voiceover. So you have written text, written information, but it's important for you to read it out loud for people. Because sometimes people are lazy and they don't want to read that. It's not even that they can't read. We know that tutorials, a lot of times people will skip through the text, so we have it in voiceover format, and people are ready to hear it. Well, that's what I wanted to show you guys. I wanted to show you a bit of the process. I think that video is cool, just so you understand how we interact with virtual reality today. So the employee is going to put the hard hat, he puts it on, puts on the goggles, protective glasses, and the gloves. The cool thing is that when the guy takes the right hand or wants to put it in the left hand, no, you gotta put the right one at the right hand. Boots are a challenge sometimes. Man, I cannot see my feet, you know, that's what we hear from them. And all the thing about the interface and the usability of it, as you are going to see now, you have a menu at the door, and here's how you interact. You just reach out with your finger and press the button. It's just as Minority Report as it gets. And as a matter of fact, this is preparing us for augmented reality. So that is it for me, folks. Thanks a lot, and I'll hand it over to Aga. Let me just do something. Well, for those that are watching at home, it's really cool because the whole challenge when you are producing a piece for VR, it's precisely that. I mean, how can you also show what is happening within those goggles, and how can you train people? In this case, for the guys that did that training, that are still doing that training, also, it's a training simulation. How can you use that to actually make it happen? Some people say, well, but I'm doing exactly what I do on virtual reality, and it's exactly what we are looking for. There's actually a great detail on this Petrobras project. I showed you a video here just now. When they got to the actual rig, we didn't have any way to broadcast what the person was seeing because we couldn't use Chromecast or any online tools. So how do you do that? We couldn't find a solution, and here's what we did. We created a multiplayer mode. So for those that wanted to see a guy using VR, they log in as if it were a multiplayer game, and they just sit and watch. So you don't have only the guy doing the training. You also have the guy that is assessing the person being trained, also on VR, saying, press this, take that. So it's a twofold immersion. And it's an outstanding solution. Sometimes it's not only about streaming to a screen. You also have to expand, and it's a headset, right? So we are in this transitional moment when we have the mixed reality goggles coming in strongly in the market, and we see that some stuff is coming out late this year, early next year. It's going to be yet a new paradigm. And in terms of mixed reality, the physical world that we live in and all the simulation layers that we have on top of it are really interesting, and it's a dialogue between the physical world and the world that lives in that simulation. And just to expand on the topic and for us to get into entertainment a little bit, before I hand it over to Laga, I just want to tell you that this is not only singular for virtual reality. When radio came to be in the beginning of the 20th century, everyone created sort of a language for radio, like, soap operas and newscasts. And then in the late 40s in the United States and early 50s here, people started working on the radio. So how can you be entertaining in it? How can you have entertainment on something that, now on the television? Well, if you have soap operas in the radio, all you have to do is put them on TV. But there's a detail. Those actors were trained for voiceover work. Nobody moved, it was all in the listener's imagination. So when it went to the screen, everything changed. Now the actors that were amazing in radio sucked on the screen. They couldn't interact. So again, that was a change in language. It's not only your voice. It's not like, oh, I worked on radio and now I worked on television. It's not a seamless transition. You got to rebuild. And we always say that virtual reality or extended realities and the content and devices, they are a new paradigm. And to show that to us, Lega, shall we? Yes, we shall. Thank you, Tara. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here with you, sharing that stage. You guys are the trailblazers. You have that knife, and you are opening up blazing through the forest for us. And it's cool to show VR. I think we have some cool booths here, and whether it's for experience or training, usually when people are putting up a virtual reality goggle, on this event, it can be the first time. And it's a huge responsibility to show someone for the first time, because if they don't like the experience or the way that it was presented, because sometimes it's a great experience, but the setup is really poor, people will be a detractor of that medium. And you have that problem for all the new medium that I have a good story from a friend of mine that told me that when her grandmother, when movies came to town, she went to the movies and she didn't like it. And then every time someone invited her to go to the movies, she was like, no, I know what the movies are all about. I don't like it. And people don't understand that movies have different genres. You have stuff that is well done and poorly done. She just did something that she wasn't into, and she never wanted to go to the movies again. We went through that. I used to work in a different company. We showed that to an investor, and everyone loved it. But he had put a goggle one time, and he hated it, and he refused to put it on again because he became sick the first time. So that's the thing. we have this responsibility. You have that responsibility when you show VR to the public. At Advertise in 2017, the first project we did was actually for the public, so I'll focus on it, but Pato is going to talk about presenting that to the greater audience. It's Belief. It's called Belief. It's a sensory experience where you use virtual reality to walk around a space that in 2017 was quite new. People didn't know they could walk around the space, and you need a real combination between the way you exhibit it and the content that is carved out for that space, whether it's for your home, whether it's for a commercial setting or a corporate setting.
And then we created this experience that we wanted people to believe in, even when they didn't believe it would be possible for VR. I mean, this was back in the day when you had those cardboard goggles that if you raise your body or look to one side or another, your body doesn't respond the same way. So our thought was, how can we have people experience this? So it was about putting on your goggles and you had that torch in your hand, and it was like, just keep it on. And people didn't even know whether they could walk or not. And this was a real life torch. It was just the same as they were seeing in that virtual world, and they instantly forgot that they were wearing the goggles and started moving around like they naturally would. And it's interesting to see this change in perspective, and the video shows a little bit of that and how people would make that more natural, and they would talk about what they had lived as if it had been a real experience. And we talk about this a lot at Arvory. If you show this experience to someone and after they take off their goggles they talk about a virtual experience, then you've failed. When people talk about televisions, they do not talk about the quality, the image quality. They talk about the film that they watched. And by doing this, we also understood that it doesn't matter what people are seeing from the outside. Like was said before, sometimes you see that from the outside and the person seems crazy doing that. And you see that and you see, well, I will not look like that when I put on the goggles. And when you do, that's exactly what you look like. And we had this experience that involved walking alongside a cave, and everyone knew there was no cave. But as soon as you put on the goggles and when the experience is well made and well presented, the person can't remember what they saw before. They feel as if they were really inside that space. So this was one of the first takeaways we had, and it's interesting because it creates curiosity for those who are in line to see the same experience, because they start to think, oh, I will not feel like that. I will not fear the height. So it's even a way to generate curiosity. That piece of wood that we had on the floor was a cliff, and they felt as if they were going to fall even though they knew they were in an enclosed space. In 2018, we were part of an AR experience at Tribeca in New York, and they had this space where people would explore in those cardboards the stories that they had inside of those boxes. And you could learn the story of each of those moving boxes by using those augmented reality glasses. And so we came up with the idea of using these machines from the late 19th century, putting a cell phone inside those boxes, which had an AR filter. And each one of those boxes had a hidden trigger that would bring up those memories that were connected to those boxes. And it was really cool to see that because, you know, one of the things I always say to people creating VR and XR, watch people living your experience as much as you can, because that will provide you a lot of insight about what you're doing right and wrong and how people are behaving, and that will allow you to improve what you're doing even for your next experiences. So that, what we created at Arvory, was really good. So as we watch people move in those spaces, we wanted them to be called into the height of those experiences without us having to tell them when that was coming. So when they looked at the goggles, the painting would become 360 and you would be, you know, inside the frame.
Broadway que inspirou a experiência.
This is the guy who inspired the exhibit. And it also has to do with how your body moves in the space. When you create a space that invites people to move their body, they sort of create a different space. We usually say that one of the main distinguishing factors of virtual reality is that you have your body inside a different space. And when you can tap into that and without a warning, people start to react to that, you create the right environment, and people don't even need to remind themselves of what they have to do. They just act naturally. And then in late 2018, early 2019, we created Voyager, which was a virtual space, a virtual reality space that we had in a few shopping malls. And using everything that we had learned since Believe, oh, I missed that. Yeah, we were able to curate some of the best VR experiences in the world and provide them in the space where people could enjoy them the right way. So these were people who derived a lot of pleasure in explaining to people how they would enjoy those experiences. And we tried to make the environment as comfortable and inviting for people as possible. We had one where it was a medieval battle, and they had to sit down on those VR horses. And I mean, so to create a space where people can sort of forget about the outside world for a little bit and live those virtual reality experiences was something that really made us proud. And then we created The Line, which is an experience that debuted in the Venice Festival. And it has a lot to do with what happens here, with a number of booths and different experiences going on. So we were really careful in creating a manual, a handbook for presenters to know exactly what they were presenting, every troubleshooting tips, aspects that are hidden in the build that often bring up issues. I mean, demonstrating VR experiences always involve hiccups, and we have to teach people to deal with those hiccups, and also to teach promoters how to go around the experience. And there was one case in Venice, because whenever you come with the experience, every booth looks the same, and promoters don't really know what they will do with the space. And at one point, when the judges were evaluating the experiences, this was something that was really cool, and the promoter had never done that before. What happened was the promoter put on their goggles and began to walk, and they bumped their head into a wall, into a TV, and everything broke. And then they told me, well, it was cool, but if it weren't for that, it would have been disclassified. And one of the things we understood back then is, how can we make people comfortable while wearing the goggles? In our case, we would invite people to remove their shoes, and so they felt that there was a carpet, because during the experience they would have to bend their knees and get down or get up. So if you have your shoes off, you feel like the floor is clean. And we had this little cabinet where they could leave their shoes or their belongings, and they knew that while they were there, their belongings were safe. And we also had someone who knew everything that those people experiencing that were doing. And so they were able to enjoy the space. Another interesting thing is, when you show those experiences in those spaces, there will be people from the industry. There will be judges. This is not the girl who bumped her head, but she was a judge, and she removed her shoes and began to laugh and enjoy the experience. And we saw that the experience was working, and we felt more hopeful that we could do well in the festival. Another important aspect is to think of the press, influencers. This guy here is the world's biggest VR critic. He has a podcast called Voice of VR that has over 1,000 interviews published to date. And he was liking it so much that by the end, he was sort of dancing it. And we were celebrating, feeling like, oh, he enjoyed our work. And once he left, he asked us to be part of one of his episodes. And I think that everyone working in VR, especially story-based VR dream of being on his podcast. And that ultimately led to us winning the main prize at that event. And I'm really proud to talk about that because it took the VR industry in Brazil to take 6 years to win that award, and for film it took 76 years. And so the ability to be in there was one of the reasons why we were able to get that award. And then we went to Kaohsiung. This was another opportunity for us to learn a lot. We created this handbook in Chinese, and when we got there, I mean, these were traditional Chinese, and we were concerned because Taiwan Chinese are different from mainland Chinese, and there's a number of political issues as well, so you have to be careful about your docents. So we had the same specifications that we had in Venice, you know, the lock, the carpet, but once we got there, there was nothing. And that's another important tip. If the event is really important to you, have someone from the team, at least one person who knows exactly how to present your experience. This event had another experience that also won in Venice, and they didn't have anyone there. And when I got there to try the experience, their use area was configured completely differently than they should. And this was an incredible experience, but which was poorly presented. And when the judges came to see ours, I said, no, don't let them see it today. And this was me in IKEA in Taiwan at 11 p.m. going to buy a carpet and a little cabinet so that the next day we had some space that was minimally comfortable. And when the judges came, we were able to print out a poster. So it was as inviting as possible, but at least people wouldn't have to leave their shoes off and step bare feet in that weird space. And I'm saying that because it's a snowball. This guy on the left is the curator at the Tribeca Festival, and he was also a judge in that festival. And right after that, he invited us to come to Tribeca as well. So the better you take care of your experience and the better you can show your experience so that people feel like they're being taken care of, the more they will trust your experience and the more curious they will become in what you're doing. And it makes you feel victorious once you leave the room. So I think that's what we had. And lastly, we had the Emmy as well. So with all of that, we created a pathway, and we were accepted by the Emmy with the line. And we had the judges that would experience the line, and we had no idea how they would experience it. So we had to send their goggles and make sure that they would experience it while wearing the goggles. And they said, no, but we do need a screen capture that will show us the experience firsthand. And we said, well, that's a terrible experience. So we tried to show at least some of what happens to the person's body while they're in the experience. So we wrote in large capital letters, please watch first using the VR so you understand how this works. And that ultimately paid off, and we won the Emmy as well. All of this is to say that you need to be sort of obsessed so that people will experience that the right way, unless it will not come out the way you expected. Perfect, Laga. Thank you. Yeah, the things we learn over time, not only at Arvoray, but in other studios, it's interesting that when we talk about experience, of course, we have our story, we have gameplay or mechanics, whatever it is that we have within VR. When we say experience, we're talking about a complete experience. And when we talk about extended reality, it's not that It's not because it's not VR that you do not have to look at the physical world. In fact, VR only works because there's the physical world. There's a mind connected with that virtual world that's in keeping, that's parallel with what's going on in the virtual world. So what happens when we go in is we're living that virtual universe in my physical space. It may be larger, it may be limited, but the user experience transcends only what we think about UI and UX when we talk about screens. Yeah, it's like you're in the screen, exactly. But we also have to think about the UI and UX of the space, the physical space around you, and how those two interact. So when we have a challenge, just as Laga showed with the Emmy, the problem is when we do not have the physical space, when we have to tell those who are at home streaming, how can we provide context? How can we allow for someone who will not have the goggles to understand what's going on inside those goggles? Take it away. Well, first of all, thank you to everyone. It's an honor to be here. Besides such important names in XR, and I'd like to give special thanks to Tara for inviting me. All I have to do is press play here, right? Right, guys? Oh, so this button. I don't think it's working. Okay, now we're doing. So, it's very interesting. We were talking about virtual reality, and what I find amazing is that everyone has a different way of expressing the same thing, using different words and different terms, and that's because this is the most subjective piece of technology that we've ever had since ever. And it's very difficult to tell people what's going on. I have an analogy that I use sometimes, and I think Laga will be able to relate to that because he's used that in many of his pitches. But it's as if you were trying to explain to someone who was born blind what yellow is. Or blue, yeah, exactly. So we have a stereoscopic vision piece of hardware, and that gives you a sense of depth, and you have 3D audio, and that combined allows you to be transported inside the game. So it's as if you were, playing with a flat screen, and then sort of the lightning strikes you, and you look up and you see the sky, and you look down and you see those holes on the ground, and then the texture, the pavement. That's fascinating for those who experience VR for the first time. So it is because of the huge challenge of explaining yellow to someone who was born blind is why we had a virtual or XR studio where the player is inside the action, and you make people outside understand what's going on within their device. When you look at the trailer, at the preview of a game, when you see the preview for a movie, when you watch the movie or play the game, the experience will be the exact same thing as what you had watching the preview. But that's not the case with virtual reality. If you've watched the preview of a first-person gameplay on TV, your experience will not be the same as if you were in VR, because VR is a sensory experience. I love what Ricardo Justo said in his talk 2 days ago. He's the CEO of Ovary, and he said, whenever there's a sensor in the human body, there's an actor in VR that we can use. And I will adopt that because that's exactly it. You have a stereoscopic view, you have 3D audio, you have touch because you can interact with the objects. So you can place the individual in the center of the action, and that brings you a wide range of VR esports to our reality. And these are sports that you play using your entire body. There are a number of games where you will need to press a button to fly if you're playing that on a screen. If you're playing Population 1 and you want to throw yourself from a building and you want to fly, if you're in VR, all you have to do is open your arms. And it's interesting because your brain knows that that's a simulation, but you still feel a fear of heights because your brain is telling you that that's real. And the best way to show your audience what VR is to have this structure, including a green room, a virtual studio, with a tracked camera so that you can switch angles and shoot every possibility in terms of where the elements are coming from or where the enemy is so that you can show the experience from a cinematic standpoint. And these challenges usually evolve. In 2018, we saw the release of Beat Saber, not this one I'm playing on the video, but a previous version. This was the first gaming to have XR previews. And that was when people began to understand a little bit better what VR looks like, because they understood, oh, so I'm inside the game now and I'm, cutting the cubes. So that was so effective that the game became a system seller. People began to acquire virtual reality headsets to play Beat Saber. Now, Big Games made a huge investment in the production of that game, and Facebook acquired that, according to Terra, $250 million, right? Yeah, that's what came out on the press. We don't know exactly. That's the rumor. Yeah, the rumor mill has it that it was sold by $250 million, a game that started with 2 people. Now, when the internet came up and people began to create things for the internet, we had the first wave of millionaires. I mean, this was before YouTube or Facebook. And we had this first wave of millionaires that learned how to build things that became essential for people's everyday lives. And after that, we had smartphones. Smartphones created another batch of millionaires. And now we have this new technology that will change the course of humanity, which are VR, AR, and XR. So will VR close your eyes for the physical reality? AR will allow me to see each and every one of you, but there will be a tag on top of each of your heads. If people make that information available, we'll be able to learn a number of things about them without ever even introducing ourselves. So we'll have mere mortals amongst us who will know what to do, and will create incredible experiences just as YouTube and Facebook and ways. Maybe the next millionaire is here among us who will have a brilliant idea, buy a VR headset, and think, man, this will change everything. That person may be here in this room. So I wanted you guys to see the preview for Yuki. Can we do that? Can we roll playback? That's Beat Saber, what I was talking about that Facebook acquired. So, to illustrate what Yuki is a lot better, Arvore and VR Esports produced a mixed reality preview. And it's cool because there was a challenge there. The challenge of showing how VR works to the general public and allow them to understand how the game works, because you have all these assumptions inside the game, and we wanted everyone to understand that you're not a space trooper, but you catch a space trooper figurine and you play with their figurine, and you live inside the imagination of a child, and you live that mishmash of the kid's memories through the game, which is held with roguelike layers as well. So we said we want to produce a number of previews so that people understand what's going on, and the best would be to have that in mixed reality, in XR.
como que a gente podia fazer transmitir melhor
so that we could better convey the idea of, okay, so you're grabbing a quote-unquote physical figurine and you're going into an imaginative world. And that was important even in terms of working the game's core fantasy, but also show the mechanics, how the gameplay looked like in a way that didn't create any noise. There was no communication issue. I mean, they had to understand that you wear their hat, you take the figurine, and this is our signature, to have those pieces of memory being recovered. And how can we have that experience inside our games, inside our experiences, bringing people's memory back as well, not only what's in people's minds, but in people's body, you know, the memory of what we did when we were kids or teenagers, the muscle memory we acquire over the course of our lives in the physical world.
Yeah, we have the first video here, the preview.
Isso.
A experiência fica muito mais clara, né?
So the experience is much more clear for those that are trying to understand what is happening. And there is one last video which shows exactly what is the structure necessary to do that type of production. It's a making of sorts.
Se vocês puderem soltar aquele segundo vídeo.
You can please play the second video.
Tempo para uma perguntinha também.
We have time for one question while you watch the video.
Se tiver pergunta aqui, senão a gente
You have some questions here, otherwise we can answer maybe audience's questions.
Para uma pergunta só.
We only have time for one question though.
Tá bom.
Legal. Então, só para finalizar, nós estamos entrando numa era.
Just in conclusion, we're getting into the VR acting era, so the person that is in there is part of the game. That guy is an actor. He has to play a role to be able to do that type of broadcasting. It's no longer a person that is just sitting there pressing buttons. It's someone that is the character. Thank you, folks.
Sensacional, Patão. Trabalho foda. Foda.
Freaking awesome.
Bom dia, boa tarde já.
Good afternoon.
Meu nome é Guzmão, sou da UX for Indie.
My name is Guzmão. I'm from UX for Indie.
Vocês há milênios.
I've been a fan of your work for millennia. I actually know a couple of you guys, so pleasure to be here. Outstanding panel, thanks for the content. And in our case, we work with UX playtests.
Desculpa, misturei as coisas. Trabalho com playtest de UX.
So I work with UX playtests, and we think about some assessment levels and some metrics and heuristics. I'm trying to formulate a very complex question in as simple a way as I can, but on a very basic level, what are the most important metrics or the most important heuristics that we can analyze that would be good for the experience? Not necessarily usability, but in terms of the emotional connection with the game, and how do you do that today internally? Thank you. I think I can start. I think the user experience, the metrics that is the most important is motion sickness. That's the first thing you have to do, is to assess to see how many people get sick when they play your game. There is one quadrillion techniques for you to make people not feel sick. But sometimes you want to make something different. Okay, you want to do that, you can do that. Try it out, test it, and see if that's something that you cannot overlook, because if people become sick, is what you said before. You have a first bad experience and you become prejudiced about the whole platform, about the whole medium, not only that experience. So for sure, that's the first item. Facts. Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%, and understanding as well. It's about understanding what to do, but knowing what to do. You have to sit up, sit down, stand up, look one way or the other way. And in the first time around, it's usually not what we expect. So you have to iterate to find out how to do what you think you have to do. But then there's a whole lot of stuff involved as far as the techniques and the game design. And for UX, I think that can be adapted as well. Yeah, and what I usually tell the developers is play it out. Play it away, play many games, play with a lot of experiences so you know what not to do. Perfect. Nobody knows what to actually do on VR, so that's the problem. Well, I think that's the beauty of it, is that you don't have 100 years behind this medium, so we're here. If you want to start doing something tomorrow in virtual reality, you can be. We always joke around saying that there's no Méliès, there's no Einstein, there's nobody. We're still trying to blaze the trail and create the language. So anybody here can be the potential, I don't know, pick your reference. Yeah. So thank you so much, folks. Yeah, it was amazing. Moving on with the Big Festival 2022. See you in a bit.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Poder fazer escolhas significa conquistar um dos maiores desejos da humanidade, a independência. E o Sebrae abre as portas para pessoas que escolheram a independência e transformaram sonhos em projetos de vida, que ajudam a gerar empregos, desenvolver a sua comunidade e a transmitir a cultura empreendedora no país. Um lugar onde todos têm liberdade para escolher, inclusive escolher empreender. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, bem-vindos e bem-vindas.
Hello, welcome and good afternoon, everyone. If you're watching us from home at Claro's 500 channel on TikTok or YouTube, welcome. I'm Purlita. I'm here as your host in this afternoon of expositions and panels, and we have a lot ahead of us, so stay right there. If you want to check our programming schedule, you can go to bigfestival.com.br, where every content, every surprise will be there. And today we'll learn what everyone's favorite game is, so don't forget to check it out. This panel we'll have right now is part of the Big Business lineup, and it's offered by Apex Brazil. Here we'll be talking about how to advertise your game on TikTok, and I'd like to call onto the stage I'm very happy, very honored to Rodrigo from TikTok, Giovanna Japisu from Orube Game Studio, Pedro Savino, founder of Orube Game, Pedro Caxa with Pedro Caxa Produções, and Vinicius Pinheiro, analyst with TikTok. Guys, you have the floor.
Bom, muito boa tarde a todos. Obrigado por todo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you guys for coming to hear the word of TikTok and hear from our community. Everyone at home watching us, thank you as well. Essentially, today we'll be talking about how to create content for TikTok in a more assertive game and how to advertise your games on TikTok. So, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Rodrigo Brunero. I'm content partnership analysis with TikTok. My team is one where, in addition to partnerships, also creates relationships with brands. So let me turn over to Venus. Hi, I'm Vinicius. I'm in charge of content creator partnerships. I'm with Pedro Caxa, Giovanna, and everyone with Orube. So let me turn over to Pedro Caxa. Oh, okay, this is embarrassing. My name is Pedro Caxa. I think I'm the greatest creator when it comes to gaming on TikTok. I think I simply started by showing the game I was producing alone in my house, and I ultimately went viral until right now, where I have an entire team developing a number of projects, all thanks to TikTok. Hi, I'm Victor Sabino. I'm the founder of Orube Game Studio. We've been developing for about 4 years, and for 1 year, give or take, we've been also advertising on TikTok. And thanks to that, we have... Hi guys, I'm Giovanna. I'm the marketing director with Orube. I create the TikTok videos, and I also manage communities as well.
Bom, gente, a gente não veio aqui, tá?
Well, guys, we didn't come here to teach you how to dance or do the dances or free fire. I mean, of course, you can do that, but that really depends on what type of content you're creating. But we want to show you is a few options of types of content that you can create to advertise your brand on TikTok. What is TikTok? TikTok is an entertainment platform. It's a lot more than a short video platform, which we used to be. We now encourage every type of content possible within the platform. We have created a niche. Of course, we have become well known for the little dances and the dub smashes, but as people began to create content for the platform, they sort of created different niches. So we have niches for everything under the sun on TikTok. Yeah, and TikTok is helping to promote the gaming community in general. One survey we ran actually shows that 78% of users of TikTok help to create a gaming culture, and 63% believe that it makes gamers feel part of a community. And we believe that what we're doing in our day-to-day lives is have gaming be a more present aspect of TikTok and of people's lives. And we believe that this is a way to make gaming culture more attractive. So we have a number of campaigns that we run on TikTok to help content creators and the companies that they're associated with to have better results. So we have the guys from Arube who are really role models in terms of what I'm talking about. So I've been creating content on the platform for about a year and a half, and we've been able to create a significant community. And their work has helped not only to show the content to the audience, but to create a community which is strong and helps them to grow not only on TikTok, but as content creators, as a company, as a studio, which is something we find very, very important. I think we can run the first 2 videos before we hear from Pedro. How are terrains created in games? Everyone who's played Witcher has seen very great terrains, but you do not have any idea about how to develop that. So we have 2 ways. One of them is to create by hand, but you can use your brushes by hand, and that type of creation is already within the main graphic drivers inside games. But there's another alternative, which is what major companies and small companies as well, which are those specialized software created terrains. There's Word Machine. This is something that I've used several times, and major games have been created using this software where you can program what the terrain will look like, every type of characteristic and erosion, whether it was eroded by snow or water. So we enter all this information to create the terrain. And another important thing to note is that the web can be created as a black, white, and gray image. And that type of image allows us to include how high the land will be. So now you know that if you want to if you want to create a game, you also have to study geography. Now, how do games work? And today, sky. Let's talk about the sky. Have you ever wondered how the sky works in a game? Well, it's a sphere. First of all, you have the map, and to create the sky, we add the sky texture to sphere. You can even see a cube in a few places. So the sky structures are specifically created to fit that sphere. And one thing that's interesting is that in games where you have the day and night, you have the sphere that you sort of turn around. And don't tell me that this looks like the flat Earth platform, because there you have the moon and the sun sort of swirling around each other. But in this case, we have it running around to simulate how it actually works, because the Earth is round. So if you want to learn more, please state your comment down below. I wish I could have chosen what videos you guys would be showing, but I think that one interesting thing about my strategy is, well, we have 2 videos of curious facts about what the gaming world looks like, and I try to translate that to my audience. Sometimes we do not have 100% of the information, and a lot of people tell me that, but what I'm trying to do is explain the concept to people. I'm trying to bring it home. I mean, there are ways, for example, to build your sky in your game using a square instead of a sphere, but what I want is to bring a few concepts about game creation, and that's part of my strategy, because I understood that only talking about the games I'm producing would, at one point, become very tiring. So I wanted to talk about the gaming world in general and bring sort of a more professional look at it. So there's one video where I talk about gaming wars, and also my new project, Influence Tycoon. And sometimes doing stuff like that creates a sense of community, and in my case, it brought fans not only to my games, but to my profile. So my fans are concerned or or care not only about my games, but also me. Pedro Caxa, it's good to mention everyone's full name, but I'm just curious, where did the idea to create a TikTok account and create content for that come from? Well, actually, my history with content creation on TikTok is funny. I came onto TikTok in 2019, and I've had my account since before it was named TikTok. But I remember the day that Avengers Ultimatum came out, I had just left a job that I felt was terrible, and I had always dreamed of being an influencer. And once I posted this sort of joking video on TikTok and I noticed that engagement was really good, I started to create my content for TikTok. It took a good few months, nearly a year. It was only by February 2020 where I participated in Global Game Jam. And those who are gamers know, so we had 2 days for gamers to develop a game. And I didn't know much about that. So I had really a journal about what my game jam was. So my team and I, 12 hours programming, and I had 1 million views for all my videos that weekend. So it was sort of a eureka moment for me. No one's doing TikToks about how games are produced, and people are liking it. So that's when I moved to game creation. I think I started in February 2020, and in August I had Camp Wars, which was when my career sort of escalated.
Uma outra pergunta, na verdade, rapidão.
Okay, another very quick question, and we'll come back to our main topic. In the Camp Wars issue, how was your work with your community, or even outside the TikTok community, to create your game? What did you do to engage people to talk about your work? Well, I think what I did the most right was to start my storytelling. So I created a few mini games that I published on TikTok, and these were, university projects, a few that I would even allow people to play. I had one that was on Play Store and had almost a million downloads, but I erased it because it was really bad. But I think the great triumph was my storytelling. So they saw the first concept art of the game, and they played the first alpha and beta versions of the game. And it's still closed, but we have about 10,000 gamers who are helping us to solve the most significant issues. But as I said, I think my triumph came from storytelling, to allow the community to sort of have a say in what the game would look like. I have live streams on TikTok while developing, and I would get ideas for new skins, and I would introduce them and integrate them into my game. So it was like the community felt like they were part of something. Yeah, I have another question for Pedro. Before your live stream announcing the preview, you had an initiative with your community that involved the profile pictures of the two teams, and I wanted you to tell this story because I think it's a very interesting one, and it helps us to illustrate how the community can make a difference when you're advertising your project or a game on TikTok. You want me to talk about that one time I made everyone mad on TikTok? Okay, so Camp Wars is a shooting game online. It's slightly different because it's a slime shot, so it's a mixture of Halo and Platoon. And we have two main teams. It's either blue and red, not just blue and red, and blue and yellow. So when we created the teams, I wanted the teams to be charismatic, or for at least someone in the team to be charismatic. So we created the Mafia Capybaras and the Killer Ducks. So we had two very cool logos with background stories. And when I looked at that and saw after it was ready, I was like, I know what to do with this. And so in preparation for the first preview for the game, I shot a video encouraging my fans to create a feud between those two teams and going to TikTokers and asking what team they were supporting, ducks or capybaras. And everyone on TikTok had either the duck or the capybara avatar on their TikTok. And I had, by that time, I think 1 million followers, but people with $6, $10 million asking on the community, what was that meme about? And to this day, I still see people with that avatars on their profile pictures. So it really went beyond my own bubble, and I think it was one of the best accidental marketing strategies I ever adopted. Okay, so now we're turning over to the guys from Orube. You can play the next two videos. Can you recognize this sound? That's the combo sound effect from our game, Super Quest. And unlike what everyone thinks, it was not made by kids screaming. It's actually something that Verter, our game's sound producer, created. He wanted it to remind Japanese children animation, and he wanted to create something that reminded people of a choir of kids. And he decided to use his own voice and create a combo with voices being shout in several different ways. Some of them were so funny, they even became a meme here at Orube. After that, he combined the best voices to have the first version of the effect. And little by little, he perfected it, creating the classic we have today.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Hold up. Wait a minute. It's a chopper. It's a chopper.
Muito bom. Esse último aí eu acho que
Very good. The last one is, I think, the gamer's little choreography. And we get the game characters and use that song to create the dances. So this is a little bit about people who are developing and creating. We know that the most difficult is not to create or to produce, but to advertise. We have a number of high-quality games being put out every day, so it's very difficult to draw people's attention, especially with such big companies behind their advertising strategy. So we knew that we needed a strategy to advertise and to promote these games without third parties. That's when we started creating content, until one fine day when Giovanna came into the office and said, "Guys, I like to make videos." So she'll be talking about her story. Yeah, I've always liked TikTok, and I've always wanted to work with games, so I had the opportunity to join Orube, and they asked me, "What do you like to do?" And I said, "I love TikTok. Let's test it out." And back then I had, I guess, 1,000 followers. We were creating content in Portuguese and English. So we said, okay, so let's adapt the game to a few TikTok trends. I think there was this song that was trending, and this was a trend where people would change their clothes to the beat of the song, and our character changes shape. So I created that joke, and right in the first week, it went viral. We gained 10,000 followers in a week. And we saw that that was really an opportunity to invest and produce game-related content. People were curious. They were asking about what the development was like and at what stage it was, and that's how it started. We just went from there. Yeah, Pedro Caxa mentioned something that we realized right away, which is, depending on the game, it may take 2 or 3 years to be ready, like Mumbo Quest. So everyone wants to play, they want to get their hands on the game. So the first thing we did was create a demo on Google Play, a free demo, and that demo had over 400,000 downloads until we removed it from the store after we launched the real game. But we also realized that just talking about the game was not enough to engage people. So we realized we wanted to talk about things that are interesting to our audience, regardless of the game, because this is an entertainment platform. So telling them about things and producing content that is interesting to those users who like our games, and when ultimately we launch the game, they will go and download it and play it. Yeah, you can talk more about how we've reached the format. Yeah, we were testing, trying and testing different formats, and we observed what everyone liked and what wasn't working until we found the right formula. And found interesting subjects that everyone liked. Until we came to the format that we saw was working, and we began to produce series of TikToks about specific topics. We would talk about our games, but sometimes also different topics. And that's how we gained scale and became better known. Because they would see one video and then go to the profile and see that we also work on other games, and that's how it worked. Yeah, one interesting thing about Orube is that often when you're at a company, you have a marketing team within your agency, so you're focused on speaking about your content or your game. The thing is, that only works in part when you're on TikTok. So part of their work here would be to become the go-to people when you're talking about games. So it's not coincidentally that they have 200,000 followers or 200,000 views per video. It was by finding the right format that they could use to reach their audience and use that within the platform. I think they're role models on TikTok precisely because of how careful and judicious they are when creating content. So it's not just to talk about your game, but also to become the go-to person talking about curious aspects of your game and other games as well. That's how you get to people's feed. You have to create the right content and to the right people.
Temos perguntas?
Do we have any questions?
Uma coisa que é muito interessante.
Well, one thing that's really interesting about Orube's journey is that today, if you have a company and you can talk not specifically about your product. This is something that can sound scary to someone that has a business, because you think, well, how am I going to grow the company? How am I going to show people about the products? So Pedro as well as Orube have realized that they were creating a basis. They didn't have a follower base. They wanted the world to know them. And TikTok, what's really cool about it is that after a while, you can see who your audience is. You can do that by research and by studies. You can see what this public consumes. So you can speak directly to a specific audience, which is not necessarily the folks that follow you, but ones that can follow you, ones that can appreciate your product and become interested and be a part of your basis. And also, this is something that is really important on the work that these guys do, which is the interaction with the audience, listening to the audience. Pedro was talking about doing a live webinar and folks suggesting a skin or them asking how to say this or that, and the public wants to be a part of it. And that's so cool, that really helps not only these guys, but also other content creators, other projects and other companies to start having a presence on TikTok as well. We talk to many companies and partners, and one thing that we always like to point out is that your audience is on TikTok. The thing is, how are you going to communicate with it? That's definitely going to help deliver more and to grow more.
Eu acho que agora a gente pode ver.
Right. I think right now we can see some other examples that we have on the TikTok community for gaming specifically. So besides Orube and besides Pedro Caxa, you have thousands of content creators and businesses that are here. We have an effort to bring independent developers in Brazil to this forum. So our intention is not to stop here. We want to become a reference to the market. Let's see the video.
Quando você trava em um jogo. Eu já comentei aqui com vocês que quem me ensinou a jogar videogame foi o meu irmão, na época que eu tinha 3 anos de idade, não entendia nada do que estava acontecendo e não falava um pingo de inglês. Na época que os jogos não vinham em português. E como a gente sempre se recusou a olhar detonado, ele me deu essas 2 dicas, na verdade mais de 2, enfim, pra me ajudar quando eu tiver empacado em algum jogo, e eu uso isso até hoje. Elas são: dica número 1, se você estiver numa dungeon e você travar, refaça os seus passos. Revisite todas as salas, olhe todas as paredes, porque provavelmente você deixou alguma coisa passar que é o que tá te deixando travado. Se isso não funcionar, volta na sala que você travou e testa todos os seus itens. Provavelmente alguma das coisas vai funcionar. Dica número 2. Se você tá no mundo aberto ou na main quest, você não sabe qual que é o próximo passo pra onde você tem que ir, fale com os NPCs, com todos os NPCs que cruzarem o seu caminho, porque NPC é fofoqueiro. Provavelmente eles vão começar a te dar uma dica de pra onde você tem que ir. E se o jogo for camarada, ainda vai vir destacado no texto que é pra você poder pegar a referência. Eu sei que hoje em dia tem muito jogo que deixa isso mastigado pra você, mas antigamente não deixava, isso é uma dica que te ajuda demais quando você não sabe o que fazer na gameplay. E sim, eu uso muito.
Esse aqui pode ser o teclado mais diferente que você já viu. Ele é o Novel Keys Seigaira. Aí você me fala, pronto, um teclado torto. Na verdade, é a nossa mão que é torta. Se você colocar a mão em cima do seu teclado, você vai ver que ela vai ficar levemente inclinada para o lado, que é o natural de digitar. Então esse teclado, ele acompanha essa curva da sua mão, deixando ele um teclado ergonômico. E eu aproveitei que o nome dele é Seigaira por causa dessas ondinhas aqui que são muito comuns na cultura japonesa, e eu montei esse setup inspirado no mar com o mousepad da Kumori e esse mousezinho aqui da Logitech, o G203. Aí você vai me falar que não ficou irado? E ele vem com esse switch boba táctil, o 4T. E não, infelizmente esse teclado não é meu. O meu amigo Let tá vendendo ele e eu peguei emprestado. E cada uma dessas pecinhas aqui foi soldada à mão. Todas elas, todas elas. Tem mais ali. E comenta aqui, o quanto que você acha que tá custando um teclado desse? Por quê?
Do you know all the tribes of Relic Hunters rebels? No? Come with me, I'll tell you all about it. Welcome to Monairis 4, the house of 4 warring tribes. This is Baru, the leader of the Foresters. Help them as Jimmy as you face General Quack. They are pacifists and hate to get into any trouble with the other tribes. As you progress, you'll find another hunter, Ace, and the Firelands. Their people are fierce, brave, and tough, as you can notice when you meet their leader. The Fireland boss, Kamijiga, will be waiting for you. The next step is to find Pinky at the mountains. She stayed there for a while and found out that they're really rich people. Get ready to face the boss, Kamitera. Last but not least, is Ref. She's making some noise with the Rivers, the most good vibes tribe in Monairis 4. Join Ref and the River Leader to defeat Commander Swift. Relic Hunters Rebels is available on Netflix for Android and iOS devices. Download the game and get ready to defeat some Ducans.
Ah, então essa fofoca já chegou pra vocês, né? Ok, vamos lá. Sim, é verdade. Em Far Cry 4, quando a gente é capturado por Pagan Min, ele coloca a gente numa sala e fala pra gente ficar lá de boa, né? Mas normalmente, isso ativa o nosso modo Far Cry e a gente tenta fugir. Agora, se você obedecer e ficar lá quietinho, ele volta bem calminho, troca uma ideia com a gente e aí, depois de uns 15 minutinhos mais ou menos, acabou. Esse é um final alternativo do jogo. E aí, gostou? Conta pra mim nos comentários se você já sabia dessa e não esquece o like.
A gente mostrou 4 exemplos, né, aqui.
We just showed you 4 examples of what can be done within a TikTok culture game. 2 examples of content creators and 2 examples of brands that are with us. One thing that is cool to talk about it is that gaming is not only gameplay, it's not only highlights, it's not only the game being actually played. Of course, it's that as well. But with the first example that we said, she is giving some tips to the community. Gab is talking about peripherals. As a matter of fact, peripherals is a huge market on TikTok. People like to see the switches, the phones, the keyboards, and things like that. And the Far Cry alternate ending is also a cool example as well. And also the Rugsnail example, which she's actually here with us. Well, it's so cool, you know, it's cool to understand this. So how can you create a narrative for this community? And the possibilities are almost endless when it comes to that. If Rodrigo wants to chime in on that. Actually, I want to hear from these guys in terms of how did they create their format.
Como vocês conseguiram
In other words, how are you able to define that format was really the one that worked the best?
Eu acho que a parte mais importante.
I think the most important aspect when I actually understood TikTok is that I had to understand the algorithm. What is the focus of the platform? The focus is delivering content that the user likes to see. So thinking about the algorithm from a standpoint of how it delivers to the user, and you have to also understand what are the metrics that the algorithm uses to recommend your videos to the user. So that's, you know, I have my strategy. I actually wrote a rule book for TikTok. I gave a workshop to a few companies, as a matter of fact, but I do have a few rules for TikTok. So considering the format, you have to get people's attention in the first 2 seconds of the video. What used to be a thumbnail for YouTube now on TikTok is the first 2 seconds. You talk about the topic, you have to instigate people's curiosity. That's the moment you have to stop and grab people's attention. And on that, I say that I have 3 pillars, which is either I teach something, or I make them laugh, or I'll impress them. So I can teach like some curiosity. I can impress them by showing that the new game is being developed or something. So I started creating a fan game for everyone else, and that's all based on impressing folks. So when I create a sky just like the game, it's a way to impress them, and finally making them laugh, like making a character and making a little dance. We can show bugs from the games, for example. Sometimes if you move the mouse really fast, there's a bug, and I'll show that. Some people actually ask you to keep the bugs as opposed to solving them. So these are the rules for TikTok. Get people's attention in the first 2 seconds, either try to impress them, make them laugh, or teach them something. And that's how I achieved 2.1 million followers.
A gente entende que produzir conteúdo.
And producing content is not as easy. It's not as easy as it sounds. And today it's not only about producing content, it's producing good content, because the algorithm is really smart. First thing, you have to understand the algorithm. And at Aruba, I'm a programmer, so I had the brilliant idea to creating a program to understand TikTok's algorithm.
Então a gente criou programa.
So we created this program.
Uma dica, hein, galera?
This is a tip, by the way. We wanted to understand how each video performs, because you can create a 15-second content, and since it was a lot of short videos, there was actually a limit. Today you don't have a limit for the video size, but we know that the algorithm distributes your video depending on the size and the result that the video gets. So if it's a longer video, maybe it doesn't have to be that long, but short videos, people have to watch till the end for people to understand that it performs well. So we had a program to track the best accounts. Pedro Caxa is definitely at the top. Everyone that creates content here, we know each other, because we have to know what the other people are doing, what is working out, what is not working out, and the topics that are being discussed. So we created this program to understand what would be the format of our videos. And Giovanna is going to talk about the process here before. Yeah. It's exactly what Pedro Caxa said. We understood that the very beginning is the most important thing to keep people engaged. And during the video, you can teach something, you can make them laugh, you can put up a meme that makes sense with the video. So the more entertained people are, you can give them new information to make them want to watch the video more and more. That's the secret for the video to perform well. It's about keeping people there, they wanting to see more. TikTok is a platform with a bunch of content, so it's very fast-paced. People are not interested, they are going to flip over. So you have to think about something to make people entertained. Just really quickly, so before we got to this format, we used to do something that was like YouTube-esque, you know, with some pauses. Now, the most current format at TikTok is very, very fast-paced. You have to cut really quick. It's much more dynamic. So whoever creates content, you cannot lose rhythm, because people have to be connected to the very end. The most important thing is retention. Yeah, one very important topic as well. If you look at YouTube's format, the old vlogs, folks had an intro. Sometimes they would talk so much about asking for engagement. Sometimes I just wanted to see a tutorial of how to make my Discord go back to work. And it was like a 10-minute video to teach something really, really simple. Young people don't want that these days. They want something dynamic. And an important point, TikTok has to be dynamic. Sometimes making a cut every 3 seconds, sometimes creating a storytelling in your video. It's not easy to do that in 60 seconds. It's hard. You have to trim the fat, whatever doesn't make sense. You have to remove your breaths in between. You have to alter the camera angle. All of that helps with retention. I really like having 3-minute videos on TikTok because it's harder to get retention. And I have 3-minute videos with 7 million views because I was able to get all of those tools into place, use them to my favor and to the favor of the algorithm. There are many ways for you to deal with TikTok's algorithm. It's about being dynamic and quality content. Yes, that's the recipe, basically. I think the difficulty, I'm talking about companies here because I deal with companies most of all, but it's really important to understand the format of the platform. A lot of times people are used to, like back in 2010, we already struggled to do a 10-minute video because we were used to 30-minute VTs on television. So we started to adapt, and all of a sudden TikTok came to play, and it was 30 seconds, and then it went to 45 seconds. Today is 10 minutes, so the format becomes adapted. The machine has to understand that it's not only about doing an opening that is 7 seconds and people just leave. Beyond that, and we all feel that, there's a lot of young people in the platform, but it's actually pretty balanced. We can't say the actual age range, but it's much more balanced, even for people that are 40 plus. So this is a format that is really in people's minds. It's grabbed people. So it's really interesting for everyone to know that.
Complementando, o TikTok ele entende.
And just to add on to that, TikTok understands who that content is for. Our public is younger, but sometimes we talk about Counter-Strike, and we know that Counter-Strike is older game base, fan base. So yeah, that's really cool from TikTok. Like I said, the TikTok algorithm, the objective is to deliver what people want to see. So if you segment your video really well, like let's say you want to get to the Fortnite audience, you want to get to, for example, myself now, I want to reach to the audience that is watching Stranger Things, but that likes games as well. So I did a fan game for Stranger Things. I showed the development. I created a short storytelling, like a month, but it's a short storytelling, and I use those tactics. And, you know, there's people stopping me on the street talking about the Stranger Things, you know. They want to see stuff that is ready, and it's coming out this week, by the way. But a lot of people that are Stranger Things fans, a lot of them started following me because I knew exactly what audience I wanted to talk about, because this is something in vogue right now. So I mixed that with my content, and I was able to get some engagement. Yes, the TikTok algorithm is really smart. I say that it knows me better than I know myself, because I said something last week and it shows me something today. So it's really easier for you to have a niche content, but in that niche, you can talk about different types of games, for example, and it's going to deliver that content for the people that enjoy the game. It's really specific.
Só complementando, aliás, uma coisa, daí a gente já fala para outro assunto.
Just to add on to that, we can move on to different topics, but you actually have a lot of people that were caught during a hack during the championship. This is not really your niche, but at the same time, you still have the same engagement level because you have reached out to a certain demographic, right?
Na real, o nosso controle...
Actually, our control is not working over here. If you can please move on to the next slide.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
É muito sobre o que a gente está falando com o pessoal da Orube, com o Pedro.
So we're talking about Orube and Pedro. When it comes to creating TikTok content, what you have in a specific segment
a estratégia mais importante.
Is the most important strategy, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to actually building something.
Que é muito forte, né?
And one thing that is really strong also is that besides being out there producing content, obviously you have good practices. We have both Pedros here saying the same thing. Obviously, you have frequency, the quality of content. Obviously, this is going to affect it, but also the way that you treat this content, your post, is really important. All of these guys, they post, they answer their community, they try to make sure that the conversation doesn't end with the video.
Da série do Orube sobre pessoas que foram banidas em live ou...
Orube has a series about people that were banned during lives, and they always ask the community if they already knew that, if they know somebody, and this type of conversation is really important to keep the video alive for longer. So that's really key. So the content can really resonate and the conversation can extrapolate the video's objective. With that, you can really build communities. As a matter of fact, I wanted to ask Pedro about it. We were talking about the different lives, right? And how you use not only the live webinars, but the creation of your own game to be able to attract people that are interested. So how did you decide that? How did you choose what to do? One of the things that I'm most proud of is the creation of my community. I used all of TikTok's tools, not only short videos, but also live webinars. Do I still have the largest live gamer from TikTok, or was I surpassed? We had 40,000 simultaneous, right? The second trailer, yeah.
Eu já cheguei até 40 mil pessoas
And I have had 40,000 people watching me on TikTok simultaneously on some special live webinars. I did 4 mega lives, as we call them, everything based on that storytelling. And the intention was to build a community. So I would build a critical part of the game that I couldn't throw for the community, for example. So I would post 1 video a day, do 1 live a day, and do 1 mega live a month. I did those mega lives. I didn't do it every single month. But within that, I would make a video like creating a gameplay for the game or making a part of the game that I couldn't give to the audience. And I would do a live in the evening of something that I could give to the audience. So I said, who do you want to see in the game? So doing an arm skinning was more visual and the public could work together. So I shared some things that were critical for the game, or even, programming code that I couldn't show the audience. Myself and Felipe, my programmer that started creating content, so we were creating our own community at that point.
Foi toda essa estratégia, sabe?
It was a whole strategy, to show parts of the game that I could, and in those mega lives doing like proper events, doing like giving the community a reward of sorts. And my lives were not only to show a trailer, but also to entertain people. That thing about the duck and the capybara, we took a chef to cook a duck in one of the live webinars. It was really all about entertainment. So our strategy was really cool to implement. And one thing that is really important as well is that at the end of the day, either I ask a question on the video or I throw something to the audience so they can answer, and I'm thinking about a response video. So I'll make videos answering comments, not only answering them in text, so that creates a community that feeds itself. If you look for Pedro Caxa on TikTok, you have fan accounts that have a lot of followers, and that's all in that feedback loop.
É interessante você falar sobre isso porque
It's interesting that you say that because we were at the biennial yesterday and we were hearing a lecture about TikToks and things like that, and we heard a lot about community and people that struggle to understand how the TikTok community works, how you feed off of it, how you feed it, as a matter of fact. No cannibalism here, but basically how can you address your audience? We do have tools for that. And we use basically answers from people's comments and we respond them directly, whether it's on the story format, which is also news on TikTok. It's quicker. It's even quicker, but this is a way for you to be out there with people, or a live format to where you can embrace people with your content. And, you know, that's the major kicker. That's what the community does. We use the tools on TikTok and all the new things. And it's amazing because people like to help and they like to participate. So people will give us video ideas and ideas for content, and it's a very rich exchange with the community. We like to understand what they want, what they are after. And it's really important to see it, to answer to it, and encourage people to talk to you.
Não, só ia comentar aqui num ponto que ela
I was going to say, to piggyback on that comment, sometimes it's cool to see a comment from a person, Pedro, talk about this game, because my community cares so much about my opinion and my outlook that sometimes people like Dead by Daylight, which is a game I never talked about, but they want to see what I have to say about the game. So that's when you get into a proper community. That's when it's really happening. People that you don't even imagine that would like you are out there, seeing, watching you, liking your content because of some aspect of you.
Eu acho que a gente estourou pouquinho.
We went over time a little bit.
Não tem mais. Bom, beleza. A gente queria abrir para perguntas.
But okay, we wanted to open for questions. If you have any question, you can go ahead.
Não vai ter pergunta.
No, actually, no question. No questions.
Peço perdão, mas pode encontrar a gente lá fora que a gente.
I apologize, but we are here, so you can talk to us later on.
A gente queria agradecer a presença de todos.
Well, folks, I wanted to say thank you for being here. I see a lot of heads here. We're actually scared, but it's all good. So thanks for participating. I hope you use more of TikTok. I hope you get into more content related to gaming, and I hope you produce your own content in it. Thank you.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo. Acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei! Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit pra todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Four, three, two, one.
Olá, mais uma vez. Sejam bem-vindos e bem-vindas.
Hello, once again, welcome everyone to Auditorium at Sao Paulo Expo. I'm Pirulita, and I'm here with you throughout the afternoon. And if you're watching us from home via the channel 500 with Claro on Twitch or YouTube, I hope you've also checked out our website, www.bigfestival.com.br, where you have our entire schedule, the news, everyone who will be visiting us, all the info. So our next panel is part of our Big Creators lineup, and we'll be talking about the conception of flow games in an already consolidated market. We'll have a team of gamers and specialists that have been in the industry for over 12 years. Wolf Team, Flow Games, FGN, MD3, and Flow GG are a few of the programs that add up to over 5 million views in the project that was Brazil's biggest viria during Summer Game Fest in 2022. So let me welcome to the stage Dave Jonas, a host of Flow Games, Phoenix, CEO of Flow Games, Bruno Micali, host and gamer at Flow Games, and Felipe Prieto, co-creator and host of Flow Games. Let's give it up for our guests.
E aí, pessoal, tudo bom?
How are you guys?
Somos do Flow Games aqui. A gente
So, we're all from Flow Games. We have one representative for every branch. Miko here is our chief editor, also the chief of our portal, Prieto, our head of MD3, our strong sports branch, and Davey, also the host of our Flow Games podcast. And myself, I'm also a host at Flow Games, but I do a little bit of everything within our structure. So we're here to talk a little bit about our new gaming project at Flow Games. We'll be talking a little bit about every aspect of it and then open the floor for questions because we want to hear from you. So I would like to hear from Davey first. Tell us, Davey, what is Flow Games for you? Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here after such a long time without in-person events. To be coming back is really cool because there are things that became trivial, you know, when it comes to live in-person events, and we spent such a long time without it, and now it has this entire different meaning. So Flow Games is known by a podcast, but since last year, we obviously have our podcasts and we have our guests, but we wanted different programming. So we have a fully 360 project. We do not only have podcasts of interviews with guests, which is cool as well, and we know there's this huge gap for this industry here in Brazil. It's been just over a month, and many of our guests had never been to a podcast show. So what we did was we created our news show that we have every week, and we started with MD3, which was not really the traditional festival because it was all online, but we completely blew up. When we started, we were supposed to have only me as a host, and Mikali came to take care of the editing side, but he also is a host because we are really in love with what we do. We love games. So we have Flow Games, our channel, where we have our main shows, a few shows a day. We have Flow GG, which is a video channel. We also feed our TikTok and Instagram, and we have a website, and we'll be talking more about that later. And we try to have this 360 content. There's nothing that's not reused. So we have our shows, we use that for social events, and even the videos we produce for the show that have a different appeal, we also use those in different platforms with a huge team to keep all of this rolling. We've been on the air for just over a month, right?
Mas só que a gente está muito feliz com o resultado.
And we're very happy about the result. This is the middle of the year, and the gaming world works in seasons. So from June to September, there's nothing coming up. So we will keep it going, but at the time when all of the releases are coming up, there's a lot of content to show. Yeah, and as you said, we are calling on guests who often do not have the space to advertise what they're doing. So one thing that made me really happy was the opportunity to call the guys from Pulsa Trips who are here today to talk about phobia. That is really important, to have that space for indie gamers and indie game producers to advertise their product. So what we want is to have more indie developers and dubbing artists people who are working in the industry and often do not have the space to talk about what they do. So even what Macaulay does, talk about the news and his inputs every Friday to talk about the news of the week. This has been really cool, and this is something people have really enjoyed. People have loved you as a host. Oh, thank you. We were just talking about burgers. Burgers are great, right? So it's a pleasure to be here with you. We all missed you and missed being in in-person events, as Davey said, but we know that projects of this magnitude are very interesting. When they showed me the project, I was like, let's do this. Let's invest all of our energy on this. This is interesting for every project. We have great energy. We have great exchanges. Everyone is respecting each other. You know, we have all these branches. We have podcasts. We have video. Our agendas sort of interact with each other, but everyone's doing their thing. So we already have an alpha version that's running for flowgames.gg, where you already have some content on the portal, but the news portal is still under construction, and it will be incredible at the end. We'll be debuting it for real in the second half of the year. And also news. I really like the written word part. This is something I'll always stand up for. Yeah, with questions you send us via WhatsApp, yeah, or 12-minute voice memos, right? Yeah, you love to bug us on WhatsApp. Yeah, it's something we editors really like. We will always stand up for that type of content. Written content, spoken content, broadcast content. So we'll have a lot of long stories and game analysis. We'll be interviewing developers for the portal as well. So we have written interviews as well. And just as you said before, Gui, we had the honor to interview the guys from Phobia, a Brazilian game that was recently launched with roots in Resident Evil and Silent Hill. For those who have played it, it's a high-quality game, and we were really happy to see that coming out of Brazil. And we love to have that space, be it via portal, via TikTok or YouTube. This is something we'll be doing with great pleasure. I think this is something that was missing in our space, somewhere we could give these people visibility, because today we have that market, something we didn't have before. And that is also seen in sports. And I want to turn over, because we're full of masters here. Yeah, and before Pietro speaks, it's interesting because we wanted a sports podcast, but we do not know sports that well. And we were looking for someone to be a host with us. And right then, he came up saying he wanted to partner with us. And so tell us a little bit about how that went about. Yeah, so MD3 is the version 3.0 of our sports podcast. It started with an audio version only on Spotify. It was called Podcaster. And we realized the audience wanted video. They wanted a table cast, so to speak. So we created the Combo. Combo was a show that lasted for 1 year, and for numerous reasons we left Combo. So we were, parentless, lost in the rain, and then the magic of full games coming along occurred. And obviously, for those who don't know, that's me and Joe, who's the technical expert for some games. And together we decided to show the other side, the backstage of sports. And it's crazy because the sports bring to video games the competition side, which live sports already have. And that's a huge opportunity for big stars to come up, people with a legion of fans that will follow them wherever they are. But there's also some distance. Sports fans, team supporters, are very far from those people that they support. And with that comes a lot of fan fiction. And nobody knew how that existed. People thought that when a game would be decided on a poor choice during the draft, and MD3 came along precisely to tell these stories. We have a strong relationship with League of Legends, and we began to bring those audiences together, bringing in guests from Free Fire and Dota, and now Vala. FIFA, the one with Lyra was excellent. Yeah, it was a great chat with incredible cuts. People went crazy about the hidden code that favors goal being scored in the last 45 seconds. That was amazing. And so it's crazy to come to Flow Games, our show, and find in there this team and a huge team that works backstage that you can't see. And everyone is so passionate about games. Just to give you an idea, we have a single esports team within the company. We have a DOTA team. I mean, there's no way to not on your shirt when you're in there. And I think it's cool that everyone who is following along with the Flow Games content knows that the 360 content thing can be felt in everything that we put out. Whatever the content that we create, I think people are being able to realize how passionate we are about creating that. Yeah, what our audience doesn't see, as you said, is that we had been building the Flow Games project inside Flow for 7 months. I came along in November, and a lot of things changed. Davey came along that period, and something that we did not plan for was news. And so you put your hand on it and said, news are important. So we changed and reshaped the project over the course of this time, and I think we came to a format that we are very sure of. We have content for every front. We have great sports content. We have guest-based and story content that's really great for YouTube. And we have news content every week, which has been a lot of fun to do, you know, to talk about, cover live events. All of that has been great. Wolf Team is another entryway, gateway that we have into sports. We have our DOTA team that's now in the Series 1, and we have our fighting games, but we do plan to branch out into other types of games over time. Anyway, what you said about the team, if memory serves, I have about 25 people at Flow Games alone, not including the Flow team that also helps us with a few stuff. We have a few of them here with us. Moldona, who's the head of the content with Otis. We also have Ronaldo from projects. We have our marketing team here. So big shout out to everyone, and thank you for coming to hear us. I'd like to thank our team as well. And can we open for questions already? Yeah, I just wanted to add something. We have this format that we've created over this first month, but this is not the end of everything. I mean, the cool thing about being online is that we can test and try different ideas. So if we have an idea, we just go for it and see how it goes. So I believe by the end of the year, we will have a lot of things that are different from what we do today, and we will remain attuned to what people are saying as well. We also have important partnerships with companies such as Logitap, and then we can have draws and giveaways. So we will always try to expand further as much as our comfort allows us. I mean, there will be Game of Lords and other festivals that we will want to cover. Also new launches. Yeah, there's Gotham Knights, there's Robert's Legacy, Pokemon at the end of the year. So it will be very cool, because since we started Flow Games, we haven't had any Impact launch, and we know that these come out at the end of the year. So it's cool because we'll be able to organize until then, and I think it will be great. You were saying, no, you can go on. Well, I think that it's interesting for those people wondering, and we get those questions a lot. I'm creating a podcast, I'm creating a channel. There's no recipe, there's no ready-made formula. When we are scripting a video, there's no ideal template. When we are putting a briefing together, there's no definitive briefing template. The only definitive version that you have is for a video game. In real life, there's no definitive version, so we're always changing. Every meeting that we have, there's something that we change. Once we find a parameter that we believe is working, we use that for a while, but after some times, we will need to reinvent ourselves. And the need to reinvent oneself comes up a lot faster. I mean, when you have a good idea, that idea lasts a very short period of time. You know, after 2 or 3 weeks, you need to change again. So there's no template. I'm sure that teachers, professors at the university say that a lot. There's no formula, there's no recipe. You always have to, you know, go with trial and error. And you have to really believe your project and have a lot of will. We're not paying lip service. You have to believe your project, otherwise things will be a lot more challenging. Yeah, when we started to put this team together, this experience was really important. We literally know nothing about sports. So we brought those guys from MD3 who know a lot. I know Macaulay for several years, but traditional media is something that we never done before. I know internet, and I've been for 12 years on YouTube, which I know a lot about. But every week that we come together for the show, we always say, let's do this differently. Let's move here or change that. So until we find the right tune, it takes time. But we do have a number of crazy ideas. I always say that there's no, we can't do that on flow. I mean, we may not be able to do what we want, but there's no idea that's off the table that we say, no, this is impossible. There's no such thing as impossible. We'll always try to do everything. And how long have you been in the industry, Mika? Well, considering the official timetable, I think 10 years, but before officially joining, I was already writing as a freelancer for magazine IPC and T-World. This was sort of my path, the editorial, the publishing world. Yeah, he knows everything about every company and every dev. Yeah, one thing that's very crazy, some people try to test Macaulay's memory. You know, he remembers the games and the developers and where they are. Yeah, in fact, all of us here know a lot about specific fields. Each one of us have a different background, and we're bringing that to the table. I mean, you're a guy from co-op. You have such an expertise in that, and that's something I don't have. And Davey as well knows a lot about things that I don't know. And you, I mean, I like sports today a lot more because of you. Now, Amiga mentioned a bug that there is at 45 minutes in FIFA, which is not really a bug, that's actually programmed, where the losing team will see the defense opening up for the other team to score. Yeah, this was something the players realized, and they went to the root of the game, and they noticed that that actually exists. If you lose the ball at 45 minutes, you will be scored against. So, you know, the ball becomes faster, it's crazy. And you know what else is crazy? You were talking about being encyclopedias, but that's more about you. Whenever I watch the news, I have a notepad in my hand and I keep taking note of every game name because there's a lot that I still don't know. And then I go after them. Yeah, note he's an operator for games. He will sometimes Google because he doesn't believe Micah is right, and he always is. Do you remember that that game, that Indian game, Slumdog Millionaire? Yeah, do you remember the guy who goes to the TV show? He knew a lot of things, but things that he learned at random at different times in his life. And at that time, that question he happened to know. Yeah, but you have a lot more abilities than the rest of us. Yeah, and even talking to the developers here at Big Festival, if you want us to take a look at your games, you can reach out via Instagram or even via email at flowgames@flowgames.gg, and we will definitely take a look and even test it out. Maybe we can have you at Flow Games at one time to talk about your game. Well, can we open for questions? Okay, do we have questions? Yeah, if you have a question, just raise your hand and we'll get the microphone to you.
Já tá indo. Tá chegando. Chegou.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Parabéns pelo canal de vocês. Que eu
Just want to say congrats on your channel. I'm a big fan. When I'm washing the dishes, I just listen to you guys. That's why I heard about the festival, actually. I heard it from you guys. You guys turned me on to it. So, I just want to ask you a question. You were talking about the directors and stuff came out the other day, and you know, the launch was very fast, and it seemed like you guys knew about it. No, we didn't. We're not privy to any privileged information, and if we are, we don't talk about it because we don't do that. But, you know, things were about to blow up for a while. This is not something that, you know, all the information you just, if you put together everything that leaked in the industry, this industry leaks like crazy. Everything leaked that Sony delayed the event, and the developers themselves were impatient. You know, that's what we were interpreting. So at some point that had to happen because, as it was said, the game was supposed to come out on November 9, and we were in July. You don't have time for anything anymore. So they had to show something fast, and they didn't show a lot because, yeah, I mean, it was like a 20-second trailer, and it's close to the date. They didn't have anything. So there's going to be something else because they have to show some extra stuff. And you look at the companies and you look at the way that Sony does their publishing and their marketing plans, they are so far behind, and they have a plan. Even though Sony doesn't announce as much, they have to. The rise of Forbidden West, which is another launch, they did an event just to show the gameplay of the game, and although the following weeks they showed more stuff about it, and there was nothing about God of War. That was last year, right? You had an 8-year gameplay clip, so you had that 30-second clip, and then nothing else, radio silence. So yeah, we didn't know anything, that's what I'm saying.
Collector's Edition também, né?
You had the Collector's Edition as well, right? As a matter of fact, I saw the ring, and I found out what the ring was. The ring is actually a ring that Odin owns. So, to me, it's a confirmation that Odin shows up in the game. Absolutely.
Grande vilã pro Dave.
Não, Faye.
Então, a grande vilã. A Faye, exatamente.
Faye. You have Faye, which is the villain of the game.
Mas assim, a gente não recebe informação antes.
But we are not privy to any specific information. If we are not going to talk about it. But this one, we really didn't have any information. All we said is that we had to have an announcement at some point, and there was, and we did a show, and we were really happy. On the day of the show, we said, finally, some good news. That's actually a great comment and a great discussion, because this type of thing, folks, for those that are creating content and for those that are anticipating a date like Ragnarok, God of War, you have to maybe look at Halo or Starfleet that's coming out next year, or a new Zelda. I mean, you have to transform that into a content showcase because it's going to get you views, you're going to like doing it. You have to think about something. It's going to get you the views, and you have to think about it. I mean, it's going to blow up. God of War, it's going to blow up. All those games are going to blow up. So this is important. To us, it was a key date, just like for people that create content. I mean, everyone was talking about it, and we are going to talk a lot more about it.
Que assim, você tem a Libertadores da América.
It's just like football. You have the America Cup, the America's Cup, and when a Brazilian team is eliminated elsewhere, it's terrible for the publicity because you lose a lot of audience from Brazil. And it's the same thing here. We make use of these games and we talk about the dates, which are really important. We saw the announcement of God of War, November 9. That's one of the top launches for the year easily. And then Ubisoft announces a new IT for the day before. They are just begging to go bankrupt because the biggest announcements of video games is user-generated content. I mean, influencers, streamers, YouTubers, that's what it is. So you put another game the day before, nobody's going to play that. I mean, and they lose free publicity. That's what we said before. I mean, we can't understand Ubisoft for the life of us. Yeah. They mess it up all over the place. That's just stupid, really, because two major launches coming out at the same time is bad for both companies.
Lançou próximo do Elden Ring, mas não foi também assim tão em cima. E aí,
it's close to the ring, but it's not as close. But in any case, when you have Square, they delayed it, and it was a whole situation. And then what you have to do is think about the strategy, because they complained about not having enough sales. You know the drill. There's so much space, there's so much room for speculation. The messing up of the whole thing, because there's a potential of being good. Piracy is a topic that we always talk about. We miss having some games that use the, pirates as themes. And we are seeing some titles in that vein, but everything is going to be launched the day before God of War, Ragnarok. I mean, there's going to be a time for it, but I wouldn't pick that date. Well, it might never have its moment because of that launch date. Sometimes it gets stuck. Next question. Do we have one?
Oi. Muito legal o trabalho de vocês.
Hey, love you guys' work. Hey Jones, I used to watch you when I was 14 years old.
Principalmente.
And I would like to know for board games, right? Modern board games. Do you have space for that? We don't have anything planned out because none of us play that. That's the truth about it. Do you play board games?
Pouco.
Not a lot. Not for producing content. I don't know about abroad, but here in Brazil, it's sort of a forgotten art, board games. We have a lot of different games and things like that, but even when I used to play it, it was just the classic ones like Clue, War.
Eu gosto de jogo de carta, isso aí eu jogo.
Tipo Magic?
Eu joguei Magic.
I played Magic.
Foi o primeiro, pô.
Pokémon é uma...
Eu adoro jogo de carta. Não, mas jogo de carta mesmo. Tipo, buraco, poker,
canastra. Entendi.
I used to play Monopoly.
Até o Uno, cara. O Uno, agora a gente joga...
And Uno, you have that card game. You can play that as a video game.
Não, a gente não...
But no, we don't have anything planned out. But if we do board game content one day, what we would do is we would bring people that understand about it and talk to them.
Próxima pergunta.
Next question.
Ô, Mika, beleza?
Hey Mika, what's up?
Queria primeiramente agradecer porque...
First of all, I want to say thanks because I'm a big fan of your work. I always watch your videos. Want to say congratulations to Flow Games as well because the idea is so good. I always thought, how come there's not a game podcast, especially a game podcast with the three of you that speak only about narrative games, not to take anything away from sports, but that's what I like more. And my question is if you have a future plan of bringing Rafa Gassetti to interview him, because I'm a big fan.
Essa questão do... Não é necessariamente jogos narrativos, né?
It's not only about narrative games, but usually games that are not esports, because the esports industry for a short period of time did a much better job than the rest of the industry. The traditional gaming industry blew up in a way that was kind of different, you know.
E era mais ou menos isso. E começaram a cada vez mais abusar e abusar e abusar.
So they started using and abusing their audience, their fans. So esports blew up in another way, and companies that own these, because I know there's a lot of criticism around it, but they work way better than the rest of the industry as far as promoting their games and creating fans and all of that. So the sports market grew so much, and it almost took over completely, and with their merit, because the rest of the industry was doing a poor job.
Olha que loucura, o campeonato de jogos.
Look how crazy this is. The largest fight championship in the world is called EVO, which Sony just bought. And the champion of Street Fighter would make like $5,000. And you have CS championships with $1 million prize. And or $40 million even. That's right. So over here, we are much more about storytelling games, traditional games. That's what we like. I mean, you can't really keep track of it. And you said something that is true. We are planning this. Rafa Grassetti, for those that don't know, is the creative director of God of War. He's a Brazilian guy. I know him personally. He lives in California, and it's going to be great to have him there because we have Brazilian people ahead of many companies around the world. We know that the market in Brazil has improved a little bit for developers, but it's still very bad. So we just lose talent all over the place. And Rafa is one of the best creative directors of all time. He used to work with Ryan Hustop. And for those that don't follow him, start following him, because he will do drawings that are not even related to God of War. He's just an absurd talent. He draws for other games too, and he's the one that designed Kratos as we know it today for the 2018 game. He did the model, and Thor, that's going to be launched this year, he did the design. I mean, so good. And not only him, but we also want to bring some other people that work in those major juggernaut companies, people that live abroad, or even people that live here in Brazil, so they can share their experience and their tips. One other thing, not only for developers, but today, if you want to know what the head of Microsoft does as far as Xbox here, you're probably not going to find it. So we want to take those people out there too, so we can have that record, so we can know about these companies. I want to have that for Brazil, and we want to go after it. That's important, because these companies are way too far removed from the Brazilian audience. We know that it's expensive, we know that it's all of that, but we hear Americans talking about it all the time. Iron Gribba talks about it all the time, but not in here. So we want to bring this over here and put it on record. And we can bring some gringos also. I'm trying to, plug MD3 over here. But we did a podcast, a live podcast, 3 hours with a Korean. And we had live translation. The translator was on the table, and it really worked out. Welcome. Out of nowhere, this guy climbs up on the stage. We started the podcast without him.
Não podia faltar a parte do Flow, né? Para falar do Flow Games, a gente tinha que...
To speak about Flow Games, we need Flow to be up on stage. I want to talk about Flow Games. I think we can talk about it. We don't have a lot of time now, though. We have 10 minutes. Man, I just want to say thanks. What's your name, bro? Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, thanks a lot for your words. And just like he said, if Rafa Grassetti puts a foot in Brazil, we'll have him on. Any of those guys, if they are in Brazil, send them a message. Come to Flow Games. Thanks a lot, bro. That's right. So, next question. Now you can ask a question to Igor as well. We had an exciting conversation about Mario, do you remember? I love Mario.
Que Mario?
What Mario?
Conhece o Frank?
Do you know Frank?
Boa tarde, pessoal, tudo bem?
Hello everyone, how's it going? Congrats on Flow Games.
Hoje de tarde a entrevista com Fobia.
I saw the interview with Phobia, and that looked great as well. There's a lot of large gaming companies in Brazil. You have Curies, you have Wildlife. Do you have any interest on bringing those people from more traditional companies to show that there are careers, that it's not only about opening up small studios? That's my question. Thank you.
Com certezíssimo. Eu conheço
Yes.
aqueles, o Sandro Manfredini.
I know Manfredini from Curies, folks that did Blazing Chroma also. We really want that. I mean, it's all about getting the production right. It's all about getting the schedules in line and them coming to São Paulo. Curies, the guys are in the south. So we just have to schedule an appointment and set up the logistics that works for everyone else. But yeah, absolutely, the intention is there.
As pessoas podem ter uma ideia de que
People might have an idea that one studio only has developers making games, but they need the whole thing. They need PR, they need tech stuff.
é muito maior do que
So it goes way beyond the people that are actually making the games. What we also consider is we need it to make sense.
assim, se a galera dos outros estúdios que
If people from other studios that are going to launch in 3 years, it's more interesting for them to get our program at that point when people are interested. Because that's how you improve the game announcement, the game publicity. And that's what it is. Ideally, you would want to have your game really ready to go when it's time to show it, because that gets really tough. You know that old saying, the first impression really stays? That's true. I lost count of how many games I just saw a crappy preview and I never wanted to play it. Maybe it turned out good, but I just never wanted to play them. They decided to deliver the game in the way it was. So that's what we were able to see. And that also happens when companies send us something for review. And I mean,
eu não posso analisar baseado no áudio.
I have to analyze what people send me. I cannot analyze something that may be fixed in the future. So your game has to be ready.
Vai chamar assim eles. E quando
we're going to definitely call them, and just like Dave said, whenever they have an important announcement, that's an essential moment for them to come over, and we'll take this opportunity to create a hype. Next question.
Ó, de prontidão ganhou o microfone aí.
Right away, you got a mic.
Foi ele primeiro, deixa ele falar.
Ah, ele recebeu ali. Desculpa.
Tudo bem. Então, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Big fan, way before Flow Games. Really loved your work. Just to go back to a topic, like the games that come out in very close dates. What do you think about Pokemon and God of War Ragnarok coming out in November this year? How is one going to affect the other sales here in Brazil and God of War in Japan? These are two franchises that you guys like. Which one are you more excited about? Pokemon comes out in November as well. Oh my God. Well, I love that talk because I think it's so stupid to do that. But we know that Nintendo is its own entity. They exist in a different world, you know, they don't even care. I don't think in this specific case, I don't think any of them will be affected. In Brazil, it will, because someone who likes both most times don't have money to get both. The Brazilian market is not as strong as the other ones too. They are much more concerned with Europe, Japan, and the US. So if Assassin's Creed comes out close to God of War, it wouldn't be a problem. But they definitely will lose a lot of free publicity. Sorry. And if I have to choose one, I would choose God of War.
Não, Pokémon, acho que o Dave vai...
I'm a Pokemon guy personally. You know why I don't like that? Because God of War is once every, I don't know how many years. I got done through 2 Pokemons this year. But yeah, for content production, I'll definitely focus on God of War. I'm a sick guy, but I'll love Pokemon. I'll do that as well. But God of War is something that the Brazilian public likes way more. And of course, we're less interested on Pokemon. They don't even bring the game here that much. If there's one thing that sucks, is when you have a game like Pokemon and producing content, and you have 5,000 lines of text. You have to translate everything that happens. It's very annoying, you know. And for those that are watching, it's not great, but if you don't do that, nobody understands it. Next one.
Gente, prazer estar aqui.
Folks, very happy to be here. Congrats on the great work you guys put out. I think everyone here is sure it's going to work out because all of you guys are like myths. So my question goes straight to your heart, and you can answer all of you if you please. Of course, everyone starts a project looking at a market. You guys are super intelligent, that's why you're sitting here. But one thing that we don't talk about a lot is about what actually gets us up in the morning and go and chase after what we want. Of course, it has to do with gaming, it has to do with entertainment, how to speak to people, but I would like to hear from you about that inner motivation, you know, that nostalgia, that thing that, you know, that sparks in your eye, and why Flow Games is not only market entertainment, it's something from the heart. It's nostalgia, it's Brazil, and it's absolutely international. That's my question to you. That's so beautiful.
Bom, da minha parte é o seguinte, cara.
Well, here's my 2 cents. Since we first started with Flow, our idea was always to do something cool and to put out some cool stuff out in the universe. And Flow Games was an obvious choice. Dave is my friend since 2001, so we know each other for a long time. It wasn't, I mean, the idea of having a game forum within Flow was really something a little more modest. We wanted to do some stuff that was related to Dota because we liked it and this and that and the other. But one day I went to David's house to talk about some other stuff. And that particular day, he came over and he said, well, I would like to do some sports stuff with you. And I would like to do some game stuff as well. So the Flow Games you know today exists from that conversation. I think it's probably 8 months. What was it? Something like that. So we put out the sports one first, and then the games. Now it's incredible, and much to my satisfaction, you know, this is, after all, this is so cool. This is out there, and the most important thing is that these guys don't need me to make it happen. So I put it up and I watch them, and they are doing it all. They are making it happen, and I'm also watching. You know, they don't need me there. To me, that's what it's about. It's about putting out good stuff in the world. Just like we did some cool stuff before, things that nobody else would do. To me, all I am is proud to look at these guys. These guys are awesome, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about. We're very, very much passionate about games. We've been in the gaming industry for a long time, either playing or producing content. So it's really something we do out of love. As I said, what I love the most, and I had no idea, is Flow News, because that's where we talk about everything that's coming up and we discuss the news. And this is something that really excites us. It's as if we were at a bar discussing how we feel about games. So it's a very honest conversation, which is, again, very important to us. So you have to praise and criticize whenever praise or criticism is due. So everyone here, and not only those of us here, but everyone at the company cares a lot about games, which is why we produce content of quality, not only for us, but for everyone who cares about games. Yeah, now Phoenix or PK, I mean, I told him to present them. Phoenix wanted to be behind the camera, but he's now our biggest celebrity. Yeah, I didn't want to host any show, but I'm ultimately in nearly all of them. Yeah, honestly, if we weren't as passionate as we are about this stuff, none of this would exist. I mean, I've been working with the internet for several years, and it's not because YouTube began to talk about games that I started. I mean, this is something I love to do, and I'm seeing this through the end. I mean, I could be working in entertainment outside of games if I wanted to, but when you're completely passionate about what you do, you don't get tired, you don't get stressed. Time runs by, and so it's amazing to be living all of this because I have always worked alone in my life. And I've even said this before. I thought I had known or met everyone I was supposed to know. But once you open up and meet people who are as passionate as you are, it's incredible. Yeah, and we're seeking passionate people just like these two guys to do their work with us as well. Yeah, I love to have platinum guys. I have nearly 400 gig on Xbox. So when the mission came along, I thought, well, another 1,000 gig for my collection. And I'm getting to know amazing people. I mean, I already knew Igor, but I had the pleasure of knowing him personally. I mean, Guy and I were already acquainted, but we're now doing something greater together. And these guys are so cool. I can safely say that everyone within the company is really, really nice. Everyone at Flow and Flow Games. So it's been a huge pleasure. I mean, it's important to have nice people around you when you're working. Like they say, you go a lot further with other people. I mean, it couldn't be more right. Yeah, I could, but it was cute the way you put it.
Não, e o meu, acho que eu sou mais velho.
Well, I think I'm the oldest one, maybe even in the room. I'm nearly 40. Well, look at Igor beside you. I'm older than him. Well, just leave it because I think I'm probably the oldest, but never mind.
O meu primeiro videogame foi Atari.
Yeah, but my first video game was an Atari, which I bought from the store. It was not an Atari that I purchased from a collector. I went to a Kodak store. Those don't even exist anymore, and that's where I bought my Atari. And I remember at 14 or 15 dreaming, man, it must be so cool to work in video games. And I mean, if you think about game power and thought about the profession, you had game tester. That was my dream, to be a gaming tester. I mean, to get money to play a video game that's not out yet. Yeah. Or to write about games, and I was never big into writing. So I started my career, and that dream sort of died. But today, to be involved in MD3 was really the recovery of that dream, to go back to the gaming world and being able to do that in a way that we can bring these layers together. In my case, with sports, and people didn't really used to know each other. They only knew their nicknames, and today we can bring relevance and how important it is to show the people behind the sports. I mean, physical therapists, psychologists, managers, and how important all of these people are. Yeah, do we have time for other question? No? Okay. I'm sorry.
Infelizmente, a gente
our time has run out a long time ago, unfortunately, but we'll be available. I mean, we're on Flow News every Friday. You can send in your questions and we'll answer on the air, okay? So, guys, thank you so much once again. This has been Flow Games.
Se você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Cai fora!
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
O hit pra todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
A gente sabe acreditar em super-heróis. A gente sabe o que é cuidar do outro. A gente sabe como é ficar às vezes longe da escola, dos amigos. A gente sabe o que significa não estar perto de quem a gente ama. A gente sabe o que é ter medo. Sabe o que é brigar com um inimigo que a gente não vê. A gente sabe brincar dentro de casa. A gente sabe esperar. A gente sabe se proteger. A gente sabe a importância de amar. A gente sabe lutar. A gente sabe ganhar. A gente sabe manter a esperança. A gente sabe acreditar.
tô aqui para conhecer pessoas, para conectar, né? Então, isso foi muito legal. Eu tive a oportunidade de conversar com muita gente da indústria de games brasileira. Conheci muita gente, então esse aspecto, né, de juntar pessoas que talvez não conseguiriam se conhecer, eu acho que abre uma possibilidade de negócios, abre uma possibilidade de criar novos conteúdos, novos games. Então, eu acho que isso é muito importante.
Eu acho que o Brasil tem uma questão de uma criatividade muito grande e potencializar isso através do games, eu acho que é trazer o protagonismo para dentro de casa. Eu acho que a expectativa do festival era de realmente voltar a fazer o network presencial. Eu acho que isso é um grande diferencial, assim, da gente realmente se conectar com a indústria.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá, tudo bem com vocês?
Hello everyone, welcome to Auditorio 1 here at São Paulo Expo. I'm Brenda Olivieri, and I'm starting my last afternoon here at Big Festival's main stage. I hope this event is being as thrilling for you as it has been for me. Is it?
Vou falar que
Now,
essa edição do Big Festival
let me tell you, this edition of Big Festival is one for the books, right? Now, it's very cool for me to be here with such an excited audience, and I hope that those watching on YouTube are as excited as you are. Now, as part of our lineup Big Awards, we'll have a party with a game jam and awards giving. And because you're the one in charge here, we will also be handing out the best game at Big by popular vote. Who have you guys voted for, huh? I'm curious to know who's going to take the prize. So, to stay ahead to host the award, I would love to welcome to the stage Tiago, director at Magalu Games.
Tudo bem, Thiago?
How are you, Tiago?
Gente, ao vivo, né? Aê.
Agora sim, aê.
Live, right? Now we're good. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here on this stage once again to talk about our votes. I hope you're all ready for the awards we're about to give out. Are you excited? Absolutely. Is there anything you'd like to say to these guys? Yeah. Well, first of all, this was really challenging. We played all the games, even for Jaruf. I had to pay overtime so that he could play all the games, and then during review we had to play it again. But anyway, it was really cool to be able to play all of your games. All right, so let's do this. The Game Jam Magalu Award goes to the following studios. The studio category. And the second place with the 5,000 Real prize, the winner is Miaush. Are you guys from Miaush there? Yeah, congratulations.
Tá aí o pessoal, não? Tá aí? Dou-lhe um.
Are they here? I'll give you once, give you twice. There they are.
Parabéns aí, cara. Parabéns.
Good job, man.
Vamos pro próximo?
So, let's move on to the next. Congratulations to the winners. And now the Game Jam Magalu for Studios. The first prize, 12,500 reais offered by Magalu. First prize goes to Build Systems Magalu.
Vem pra cá, vem pra cá.
Come on up. Congratulations.
Muito bom, muito bom.
Very good. Congratulations, guys.
Olha, pelo menos esse foi bem animado. Já gostei.
This was livelier. I really enjoyed it. Now, let me tell you, Tiago, the joy of being in person is absolutely different. We were all missing this, weren't we? Which is why this big festival is going to be one for the books. Now, let's do this. The Big Jam Trophy to independent developers. The second place, 5,000 reais offered by Magalu.
Build and Splat.
Build and Splat.
Parabéns, galera. Parabéns.
Congratulations, guys. Very good.
Vamos lá?
So let's do this. A Big Gem Award for independent developers. The first prize, 12,500 reais, being offered by Magalu. The winner is?
Devs at Work.
The winner is Devs at Work.
Muito bom, parabéns, parabéns.
Very good. Congratulations, guys.
Parabéns a todos os ganhadores.
Congratulations to all the winners. And Tiago, thank you so much for your participation. This was great, guys. Thank you.
Por aqui a gente continua.
So
E o júri?
we will continue, and the judges would like to add an honorable mention to a few titles which have also won awards provided or offered by Magalu, and we would like the game developers mentioned to stand up so everyone can applaud them. So number 3, we have Gambiarra.
E ele ganhou prêmio.
And he's been awarded with a portable sound system by JBL.
Presente, viu? Em segundo lugar,
You can come collect your award later.
prêmio Notebook.
And second place, Nail Board with the Notebook Prize.
E em primeiríssimo lugar, Calm in the City.
And first place, Calm in the City. The award was a PS5 console game. Congratulations.
E temos mais 10 prêmios de
We have 10 more awards for honorable mentions. This time, 100 real coupons to be used in the Magalu market. The games are Dust, Overcrafted,
Art the Builder Beaver
3,
and the Cure for Grandma Fever. 4. Uma Linda Casa. 5.
Overcooked. 5th, Dungeon Overlord. 6th, Don't Disturb the Babies.
7. Woodcutter.
7th, Woodcutter.
8. Trouble Home.
8th, Trouble Home.
Em nono, Mars.
9th, we have Mars Colony 1.
Em décimo, Door.
10th place, Thor, the God of Hammers.
Parabéns a todos.
Congratulations, all of you, for the Honorable Mention Award. And now, let's give a warm welcome to Gustavo Steinberg, who will be representing Dungeon and hand out the award for a very special Game Jam category, Best Game for PC or Console.
Alô? Eu acho que vai aparecer o
Hello,
vídeo, né?
I think we'll have a video
Mas eu queria falar umas coisas
from those guys, but I wanted to say a few words. I felt like Jesus said very few. I wanted to talk more about Game Jam.
Pra gente foi uma parceria super
So,
importante.
to us, this was a very important partnership to be able to be together with Magalus. Jesus and Jerus came to us with a challenge, and we sat down and asked, man, how can we encourage the Brazilian gaming industry? Because the company, Magalu, had the sensibility and realization that they wanted to be with gaming developers and game studios, but to take a step further, which is invest in the games. And I said, I do not know how to do that, but I have one idea, which is to have the call-on as we have with big festivals. So we had 2 call-ons, one for casual games that were essentially ready, just needed some fine-tuning, and we got over 150 games enrolled
desenvolvimento.
all in different stages of development, and we had 10 that received a seed investment or the investment to allow them to finish their project. And in addition to that, for ready games and games in development, and many of those games in development, I think all of them are at the Magalu's booth. Those hyper-casual games are there. They are still unreleased. We expect them to be released very soon. And during that time, Magalu created the Magalu Games brand. They created that throughout this process to really become a publisher and continue to invest in Brazilian games specifically. So the third stage of that was Game Jam. We wanted to open to an even wider range of studios with the idea of experimentation, which is what Game Jams are about. This was the first one that we held, and the rate of involvement from you guys was a lot greater than we expected. We had over 200 studios enrolled, 117 games being delivered, which shows how mature and how capable we are and how many people do we have out there creating games. So if you haven't gotten any awards, don't lose heart. I mean, we'll have big festivals in the next years, and we'll have more Magalu more of Magalu's investments in games. Now, Jesus got excited and wants to say a few words more, but first of all, I wanted you guys to give it up for all of our participants, 117 games from all over the country. And also a round of applause to Magalu, the first non-endogenous Brazilian company to invest in our games. We need more of you. I just wanted to say that one really cool thing was those who participated in the jam got the ticket for free, and those who won awards, they want even more to participate in more rounds. I even heard from people, I got a plan, so it doesn't matter where you're from. It matters that you evolve, and I think that's the cool thing about our partnership. The important thing is for indie developers continue to grow, which is what got me so excited. I think this is so important. It made all the difference to have smaller studios here and be able to be part of the business round. Yeah, it was surprising to us because Magalu came on board with 35,000. And Denja will also be awarding us. Now we have the exchange rate at, I don't know, $18, I don't know. So the award will be huge. And I thought it was cool. For those of you who don't know, the rounds of business took place on Thursday and Friday, and we bring investors from all over the world to buy your games, your services, or invest in your studio. We had over 240 foreigners here, and we expect to exceed our historical milestone in our last live edition. Big festival provided for over 63 billion reais in investments. So it was really impressive. And just talking about tickets, as you mentioned, and we said, let's hand out a few tickets. We'll have about 30. So every ticket is worth 1,000 reais. So over 100,000 reais were given in tickets to participants. And so if you had any question about whether Big Festival had stopped investing in the indie gaming industry, well, for those of you who are here, make no mistake, we remain in place.
Então vamos lá. Agora também a Game Jam começou com Magalu.
So the Game Jam started with Magalu and their project.
Contar com o apoio da Dungeon também, que é uma.
And then Dungeon, an important publisher, also came along, and they wanted to focus on PC games with a specific award for a Game Jam winner. And now I think we have a video because I think it's the middle of the night in Japan. So, as Gustavo said, yes, we'll have a video to announce the winner. So, Dunster, where are you?
This is Dan Stern from Dongan Entertainment. Together with Magalu, we've sponsored the VIG Festival 2022 Game Jam. And it's going to be my pleasure to present to one team a $2,000 prize for the excellence in their entry. I want to say thank you to all of you for all the hard work that went into making your entries. 48 hours, I can't imagine, but it must be a lot of pressure and hard work to get a game together in such a short amount of time. I also want to thank you on a personal level because this gave me a chance to step outside of my comfort zone in curating commercially and balancing commercial considerations with artistic ones. And for me to focus on purely individual games and how well do they achieve their own goals. And to think about how well do those goals service the expression of a theme. And so I found this to be a great point of personal growth. Thank you for that. Without further ado, I want to congratulate Wondernaut Studios for the excellence in their entry with Ironhide: The Colony. I felt that this game balanced every aspect of game development to an exceptional degree, from the art in the visuals to the art in the audio and in the game design. I also think that it exceptionally expresses the theme, because in that soundbite, I heard not just construction, but also destruction. And I also heard maintenance. And in the game where you're constructing and maintaining and balancing that against natural entropy, which I see as an expression of deconstruction, I think you arrive at sustainability. And I thought thematically they did a great job with bringing all of that together. So I want to say one more congratulations to Wondernaut Studios. You all did a really great job. I also want to say a few words to acknowledge exceptional entries in several other cases. I thought all of these games did a great job to express ideas of creation, of maintenance, of deconstruction, of noise, of survival, game development, even game development. And so, in no particular order, those games were Woodcutter, Hope, Build and Splat, Meowsh, and Devs at Work. Thank you to everybody, and congratulations again, Wondernaut Studios.
Pessoal do Wondernaut tá aí, não?
Wondernaut, you guys there? Meowsh is here.
Wondernaut está aí, é vocês?
But Wondernaut, are you guys there?
Não?
No?
Boa tarde. Desculpa pela minha voz.
What's up? Sorry for my voice. Oh, we have it right here on screen. Can you hear my voice there?
Tudo certo? Então, boa tarde a todo mundo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was at the event until yesterday. It was great to go back to big festival in person.
Com finalistas, algumas categorias.
We are also participating in some categories.
Evento fantástico.
This is a fantastic event. We really love the possibilities that this event provides for all the indie developers in Brazil. About the Big Jam, I thought it was a great opportunity to participate in it. It's great for the people that are just starting out. I think it's a really fair process, and it's so cool to have this theme, you know. Creativity can really come to the forefront. We collected a number of ideas. And we were really betting on the feeling of the game. So that was a great motivation for us. It was really surprising how it turned out and how far we've come with that concept that we developed. I want to say a special thanks to my colleagues in the team. And I want to say congratulations to all of you that participated. A lot of fantastic games. We actually got to play some, and everyone is at such a high level. That only goes to show how the Brazilian industry has improved, and we dedicate ourselves with love in our hearts, and we do what we love. So thank you so much.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Gustavo. And right after that, I am going to call to the stage Claudio Guzmão. He's going to hand out a special Big Festival award. The award UX4 Indie, which is one game UX. First experience. Claudio, you can come up here.
Oi, gente, obrigado. Olá, boa tarde, boa tarde.
Tudo bem?
Tudo ótimo.
E aí?
Wow.
Wow. I'm very impressed with the Big Festival. Thank you so much, Gustavo. Your speech really reveals the purpose of being from our company. We are UX for Indie. The name says it right there. And we always look to provide services that cater to your needs, especially the ones that are tighter on their budget. And we bring some technology, some knowledge, and some science so you can get access to it, which a lot of times only larger studios can have. So your words are really important. Thank you. And I'm really happy for the opportunity of being here at Big. Oh my God, I'm speechless. Claudio, are you ready? Are you ready for the announcement?
Agora sim.
Now I am.
Ainda bem, né? A gente tem que dar aquele jeitinho.
Great. We gotta always find a way to do it the best way possible. And the winner is one play test, by the way, one experience play test with 3 to 5 testers with us. That's the prize. The game is No Place for Bravery.
Eu não tenho certeza se o pessoal tá aí.
I'm not sure if the guys are here. They are not physically here, but congratulations. Congratulations to the winners. And thank you so much, Claudio, for your participation. Thanks a lot, folks. Congrats, Big.
E agora, fechando as premiações do...
And now, to wrap up the award ceremony at the Big Festival, we're going to reveal the winning game at the popular vote. I'm very anxious for this one. So, to help handing out this award, I am honored to call Diana Zambrozusk.
Olá!
Hello.
Fala, galera!
What's up, y'all? Oh my God, I missed you guys so much. I missed having those in-person events so much. Last year, we were part of the Big Festival during the pandemic. It was a virtual event that was quite cool as well. But now we're here. What an honor.
Presencialmente.
You are such a beautiful presence. Thank you. Yeah, the red hairs are grabbing the whole thing.
Você já tem aí o nome do ganhador?
Ai, tô louca pra saber, ainda não...
So you have the name of the winner? No, I don't have the name of the winner yet. This is a category which is the icing on the cake. So you got the envelope in front of you. Let's see that. I'm curious.
Posso rasgar assim? Ai.
Can I tear it up? It's a little tough to open it, but it's, yeah, you know, it's a drum roll. Otherwise, it's not fun. Everyone got involved with the voting process, and it's so great to see, you know, the people have spoken. Drum roll. The best game in the popular vote is Super Mobile Quest. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. That looks great.
Tem foto? Eu quero foto também.
I want some pictures too.
Eu quero. Claro, fica à vontade.
Muito obrigado a todo mundo que ajudou.
Thank you so much to everyone that has helped us get these votes. We know that some companies were fighting hard for it. We were trying to see who was getting the award. We got the community all together. We work a lot with social media, which was essential for us to get this award, which is super cool. So thank you so much to everyone who participated. That's it. Thanks a lot, guys. Awesome. Congratulations. What an award.
Muito obrigada. Parabéns.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the participants and to the winners. And don't think it's over. Oh no. We still have a lot of big festival coming your way, and check out our agenda here. We're going to take a short break. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks, girl. So, round of applause. Absolutely, my pleasure to be here. Let's enjoy it. It's the last day. Thank you.
Até já, galera!
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei! Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Com uma simples doação, você pode ajudar no tratamento de milhares de deficientes intelectuais. Quer saber como? Basta doar móveis, eletrodomésticos, eletrônicos e roupas diretamente no Mercatudo ou nos ligar que vamos até aí. A doação é levada para a central de recebimento para triagem. Depois de separar os objetos para reciclagem e restaurar o que for preciso, vendemos em nossos bazares. Todo o dinheiro arrecadado é revertido em roupas, medicamentos, alimentação e tratamento para os pacientes das casas André Luiz. Não deixe este ciclo acabar. Sua doação é transformada em qualidade de vida.
Costumava vir todo ano no Big, né? Obviamente que durante a pandemia isso parou. Ver o Big crescer assim num espaço bem maior e também a presença de grandes empresas, né? Então você tem presença do PlayStation aqui, da Nintendo, do Xbox, né? Isso realmente faz uma diferença, né? Você ter a presença de grandes, mas ao mesmo tempo ter uma grande presença de estúdios pequenos também, mostrando, estúdios brasileiros, mostrando a criatividade, mostrando o que eles estão fazendo. Eu acho que essa junção que realmente faz a diferença e faz esse evento ser muito legal de participar.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bem-vindos e bem-vindas.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to Auditorium 1 São Paulo Expo. I'm Brenda Olivieri, and we're here discovering together everything that's great on the last day of the largest independent games festival in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. Our next panel is part of the Big Creators lineup. On this presentation, Pedro Caxa will tell us in a very off-handed conversation a bit of his story and how he joined the game's arena. So let's learn how it is for him to belong to this world. A lot of visibility and many responsibilities, considering he's a digital influencer who's got broad reach on the networks, and he's going to talk a lot about what it means to be part of the Biz team and how Biz can help you on your daily routine. Before we begin, an invitation. During this presentation, you can send questions over the following address: ask.bigfest.gg. The best questions will be selected and answered here on stage by our guests. So, is that a deal? Now I have the pleasure of inviting on stage Pedro Caxa himself.
Pedro Caxa e Ale.
Pedro Caxa and Ale Mazé. Ale, it is a pleasure. Pedro and Ale, welcome, welcome. You have the stage. Thank you so much. There was a bit of a confusion there, and Pedro and I are here, so I want to tell you all how thankful we are, everybody who's here. Thank you, Biz, who's given us the opportunity to be here with you and to share a bit of our story with you. We who came from the gamer world, for those who don't know, I'm Ale Mays, I'm 27 years old, and I started in this world kind of out of the blue. I came from the countryside of São Paulo state, a very small city. And now I'm here in the big city where everything happens. And I also want to know a bit about you, Pedro. Where do you come from? Are you from São Paulo? What's that like? No, I didn't. I've been in love with games ever since I can remember. And I'm from São Paulo. As my passion for games comes from a very early age, I studied game development, and by chance, I started recording some TikToks how I was developing my game. That's when all of that storm began. It started growing 100K followers every month. I started having a career, having to manage all this craze. And that's out of the blue. But my beginning with games comes from, a very early age. How old are you? I'm 22. Okay, 22. So in my case, I'm majored in architecture and urban development. And when I came out of higher ed, that's when I saw the reality that I was unemployed. I said, oh my God, what do I do? And so it was a bit of a chaotic moment. Some free time. I always enjoyed playing, but I had never had a concrete opportunity. I had never been so tuned into streaming. When I started playing Free Fire, which is a mobile game, very accessible, that's where everything started recommending me Free Fire. My YouTube, I saw Free Fire stuff, my Facebook, Free Fire, everything. Everywhere. And I started watching streams and watching people who streamed. And I said, I like talking, I can communicate well enough, so I think that would work for me. So that's where, out of the blue, that's where I started. I started streaming without telling anyone, because I was embarrassed. I didn't post on my Instagram. I didn't tell my family what I was doing. I simply just started doing it. And that's where everything started. I started streaming over Nemo at the time. And I started growing, and folks learned about me. I started sending email to everyone, all the orgs I knew. I started sending emails, and nobody answered. And so one blessed person answered, but that was an opportunity to work as NFA commentator. NFA, for those who don't know, is a tournament for emulators, independent. It's the largest Free Fire tournament. And, you know, there's even an event. There's a 4 against 4 going on, and that's how I got. They needed somebody who was older, who had availability, and I was, you know, there in the countryside, you know, not a lot to do, kind of lost, you know. So I said, okay, who gives a care, you know, I'll go. So I came to São Paulo, I packed and just packed one bag, actually, came to São Paulo, and I never went back. Yes, out of the blue. I quit over the phone because I worked as an intern part-time, and I told my boss, I'm going to São Paulo. I spent the weekend at NFA over the weekend. They liked me. They asked if I wanted to stay, and I never went back. And I've been here ever since. Oh, the complete discontrol, you know, lack of control. So, yeah, my story began because of unemployment somewhat. I was working at a toxic environment for my life in terms of working too much and making too little and not focusing on what I wanted. When I decided coming out of that job, you know, we who start streaming, we have a bit of that dream, you know, streaming content, you know. We want to grow in social networks, you know. Deep down, we wanted to work, right? Yeah, right, yeah. It's a dream, right? There's a dream there. And we have a bit of a, you know, in the beginning, you don't truly believe. You say, well, nah, I'm not going to be that lucky person, you know. I think, you know, when folks ask me some advice in terms of starting my career and becoming a digital influencer, depending on the niche, when they ask me for advice, I say, first advice, start. Yeah, just start it. Just start it off, because you're gonna get the gist as time goes by. You don't know the ropes in the beginning, and so after you rewatch the video a million times, you're gonna see the defects, the flaws, and you improve automatically. Both you know, in streaming and gaming. Just the other day, I watched one of my first streams, and I had recorded in. I didn't know how to handle the audience, how to deal with a chat. Somebody was asking me a question. I would start answering. Somebody else asked me a second question. I would stop answering the first one. So it's how you deal with the stream, the content. You'll only get the gist after you really start doing it. I think literally there's no other advice. If you want to start, the first advice is please start. And then after you start, we can think about other tips and advice for you to improve in terms of your early career, you know, what it was like when you started getting, you know, like large figures, you know, like NFA, yeah. I was invited to comment, you know, to be right there in the beginning. And out of the blue, NFA just went sky high. Just they went through the roof, and we started growing ridiculously. You know, it was bizarre. We came to the tournament at finals. 700,000 people watching our stream. Significant figures. And today, you know, there's a in-person tournament here in the event, so it has become ridiculously big. And when I was invited to join, it was an opportunity. I want for people to see me. I want for people to know me. And so how am I going to do that? So that's going to be a means for people to know me, to recognize me. And that's exactly where I grew, and Free Fire influencers started learning about me, and I was in events with them. And that's where I had the invitation of going into the flow. Nobru and Serol knew me from the NFA, And, you know, the finals, when I told you we had the record audience, I presented, the guest was Nobru. So I have always told folks from NFA, from the org, that I wanted an opportunity to be an influencer. I wanted to live in an IGH. As I'm not from São Paulo, I felt alone, you know, so I wanted to be in a house, more involved with the folks, you know, just to wear the shirt, you know, literally. So as a presenter, as a, you can't choose sides, can't pick sides. So I wanted to be an influencer. I wanted to create more content, focus more on the orgs. And so when the proposition came to be in the flow, oh man, I didn't blink. I couldn't believe myself. I didn't tell anyone. The only people who knew were the flow in NFA and no one else. I left, I didn't even tell my family, you know. I said, when I'm at IGH, I'm going to tell my mom. This is the deal. I'm not going to tell anyone. So when you started having this huge volume of people, the stream that I was in largest stream was 40,000. 710,000 people. It's a lot of people, and it's a bit terrorizing. But you know, it's just large number of people. We're more used to dealing with the great, you know, the exposure. But was it okay for you to deal with that? You know. In the beginning, it's complicated. I came as a commentator and a woman, you know, like people would really, if I made one little mistake, I was, you know, sniped. You know, when a guy made a mistake, it was funny. Oh, Ale Maisie, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about, and so. I started ignoring. I didn't look at the chat, because in the beginning, that was what I was called for, to look at the chat, interacting with the chat. But it was impossible to interact with 1 million people. So they're just flooding, you know, just flooding. And I said, you know, just, I want to be, you know, on the, not, you know, interacting with the chat. There's no way to interact, and that's not cool, you know. As NFA became really huge, we couldn't control it anymore. I didn't even know the figures. I couldn't be there in the streaming. It was different than being watching a stream at home. When I was announced at Fluxo, at the Flow, and I had my first stream, and during the announcement, we had, I don't know, I had over 20,000 people at the same time, just myself on my PC, by myself in the chat. And you know, every now and then they would reply, and I closed the live, you know, I was crying, and it was like what you said, you know, you learn with time, and the key thing is for you to ignore, really, and you think, at least, you know, you're there. Yeah, you bad-mouth me or you good-mouth me, but you're mouthing me, you're talking about me, you know, so so the first big hit, you know, everybody who wants to become an influencer, you become a public figure, and so you tell me something that happened several times, you know, I was crying because of the chat, you know. Yeah, you keep your poker face, you know, just, okay, you're cool and you're good, so. In the beginning of the career, it's difficult, but, you know, a content creator is not a bad life, please. It's a great life. It's just the first hit that you get when the career starts taking off. It's a crazy thing. It's absurd, you know. For those who don't know, I started, I create content about game development. And Campo Wars is a game that I'm creating, and I'm known for that. When we launched the first clip, a trailer, it was a stream, but it was not well produced, but it was just a green, myself, the green backdrop. I interviewed Guilherme Briggs, the narrator. Briggs is one of the best over voices Muttley and Superman, and and he's in my game. Oh man, you're the best. So he's a voice actor. So anyway, my first big hit was like, oh, I'm growing up, and I streamed where Briggs was there with me. It was one of the most special moments in my career. But out of the blue, 100, 200, 300 people on a stream, sitting there on my computer. And for a game development stream, that's a large figure, because it's a niche thing, for those who love technology and stuff. It hit 29,000 people watching. The only thing I can remember, in the green backstream, Gabriel wrote me and he said, "Love, there are 20,000 people watching us." I almost fainted. He just raised the mobile. I just almost fainted live. I just could barely hold myself in. What we have in the beginning of our career, and it's crazy. Some people can't take it. Some people end up abandoning the life of influencers, because in the beginning it's difficult to cope with all of that. But after we manage, to go through these first rushes, it's when things start getting cool, really, after you're established and you're psychologically prepared to deal with the lack of control that you have in life, when you take over it, really, and contact with the brands. It really becomes a work, becoming a content creator. So it's not just LiveSense in Twitch, YouTube, but one of the key the bits of work is working with brands, and especially brands that we're consumers of that brand. We end up incorporating it as part of our lives, right? We can't even believe, you say, oh my God, just like these brands that are so ubiquitous throughout our lives. And so, yeah, they really believe what I'm doing, believe in what I'm doing. When the brands started knocking at our doors, and that's when you say, oh man, it really makes sense, people can see me, I'm getting where I want to be. When, we signed with BIS, ambassador. Oh my God, I can't believe this. Oh, and you see that everything's working out, and the bad stuff, just you say, well, look at all that I'm achieving, what I've become, how far I've come, and that's not going to take me down, maybe just this one-off moment, but what's important is to focus on the good stuff and everything that you can achieve, and even more than what you hope for. So that's the key thing. And you said about the games, I know you from TikTok, right? Today it's a platform where we see that I tell everyone who's a creator, even those who are consolidated content creators, but do you put on TikTok? Oh, no. Dude, you got to work with TikTok, If you don't have a significant number, that's the platform where you have the greatest opportunity to grow from scratch into who knows how much, my TikTok, I think my largest social network platform today, and that's where you have the greatest potential to reach the broadest audience. It's where you can maybe go viral, become humongous, and it's a niche content. You work with game development. You reached what you wanted, which is very difficult to get in other platforms.
I wouldn't say that TikTok is easy, but it won't undermine your ability to grow. Other social networks have started to sort of follow in TikTok's suit or follow TikTok's suit, follow in their footsteps. And even WhatsApp is going to have that TikTok format. But TikTok's concern is that it should deliver to you a video that you're going to like so that you will continue to watch videos there. And other social networks were a bit more evil, I'm going to put it like that, because they wanted content creators to post more videos, or they wanted content creators to hold or to keep people on platform for so long, and they wanted maybe videos to be 10 minutes long, and then maybe the content creator didn't have enough content for 10 minutes. And then TikTok basically says, make a video that people enjoy watching, and we're going to make it reach people. So if you're starting off from scratch, you're going to have 6 views of a video, and you're going to think you're not going to grow. And I now have 2.1 million followers, and I started off with 20. It was my aunt, a couple of friends who followed me because of my Facebook list of friends. So I had no TikTok followers when I started. And TikTok is a platform that will give you a lot of opportunity because it aims to deliver videos people will want to see. Other social networks such as YouTube or Twitch, maybe Instagram, they're more difficult for you to get discovered, right? They're social networks for who is already large. And one thing that I can say that really makes me happy is, well, I've been on TikTok since 2019, even since before it was called TikTok, actually. When I had 600,000 or 700,000 followers, I didn't get any contract, any deal with any brand. Some brands were sort of looking down on me because I was a TikToker. They didn't have that perspective yet. And I am one of the ambassadors of the brand BIS nowadays. And this is a brand, like other brands, that has a forward-looking view. If you look at Bizinhos, the little Biz, posts on Instagram and Twitter, then, well, that's my favorite account on Instagram and Twitter. You have to check Bizinho out. He's really funny. It's not because of I'm trying to advertise it here, because it really is funny. And I'm happy to be working with a brand that has this view of the audience and public and the social media. When did we last meet in person? LA. And that at that BIS June party, right? The last ad I did was on a bull, you know, riding a mechanic bull. It took me a long time, or it took brands a long time for them to understand TikTok and start working well with it. Some brands will brief me about videos, and I know they're not going to go well in TikTok. They're not going to go viral. And then BIS just looks at me and say, hey, what video do you want to make? And I say, I want to do this. And then BIS will tell me, oh, just change this or tweak that, and it's fine. Because if we're not on any type of leash whatsoever, then we may go too far. So we need to be, you know, on a rein, not a tight one, but on a rein. And Big used to be in that venue in the center of São Paulo in Vergueiro, and it's fantastic to go from being just a TikToker and now be on a stage at such a great festival. I think working with brands is very important because these are brands that are not gaming brands, but we can bring them over to the gamers, or to the gamers world, in a much more natural way.
O que BIS sempre fala pra gente é que é marketing orgânico.
BIS always tells us to work with organic marketing and advertising, because no one knows better than ourselves what's going to work with our followers on our social media. I don't know what works for your followers on your social media, but I know what works on my social media with my followers. So if the brand tells you, oh, do this, this, and that, then you know it's not going to work, you know it's going to be a flop. And the brand may say, no, that's that, and do it. And you have to do it, and it flops. But now a brand like this will tell you, hey, you can do whatever you want. Of course, you need a brief, you need to be briefed on the general idea, but we are going to propose what we want to do and what we think is going to work out. And I really do think that it's great that they bring us here, for example. I knew you from TikTok, but I had never met you in person. And I have met other people at this party we mentioned in June. And this was the one that really gave us this opportunity, a lot of people to meet each other. And they're not like, hey, stay here and shoot this video. Or it's not that sort of barefaced or blatant type of advertising, right? It's more like organic, really.
O tempo todo, eu tô ali com a caixinha de bis do lado.
When I am streaming, I have the bis candies, the bis chocolates just next to me, and everyone can see it. And before I became an ambassador, I already had their products. And then when I said I was a bis ambassador during a video, everyone was surprised. But I already ate bis all day long, you know? I think no one can just only one piece, right? You always eat, that's why it's called bis, you know, like two in Latin, right? I don't have time to eat bis properly because I don't like to just, you know, gorge on it. So I get the extra one, which is a bit faster. And that's not even part of the advertisement we need to work on. But I don't have time to eat the full bis box. I normally do it if I'm playing a game or if I'm just, you know, like binge watching a series. And then I normally eat bis extra because then I can do it as I want. The IG8 guys come to my my room all the time and say, hey, are you there? And I always know they want some bis. No one comes and asks me how I'm doing just because. They always want bis.
Por exemplo, quando a gente vira influenciador.
And when you become an influencer and you have to, I mean, that's how we make our living, right? And when you're going to work with a brand, it's great that you work with a brand that makes sense in your life and that you believe makes sense to the audience as well, and then there is a match when you're going to create content. My last video for bis was me riding a mechanic bull to be able to get a bis box.
Então é legal quando esse tipo de trabalho com marca rola.
So it's nice when you have this type of work with a brand. And I have a question. Have you turned down offers because you really thought it didn't make sense for you to, you know, for you to take it? Because, you know, some brands can be complicated, can't they?
Assim, o time de marketing do Fluxo.
The Fluxo marketing flow already selects what comes to us, so all of the opportunities I have had so far made sense. They were focused on games, and they made sense. You should, they say, oh, you should tell us things that you do in your life. And so before the offer comes to me, there is a team with Fluxo alongside 3C, and they do the operation. And I think that's why I never had any offer that made no sense at all. Everything I had to do was with brands that made sense to me and that really fit the gaming world and my world, my routine. So I haven't yet had to do anything that was completely, you know, off or that made no sense whatsoever to me. I have to tell you, you're lucky. Because before I had my manager, I sort of went through things like this. Another thing that is important to you as an influencer and is important to your career as well, well, you have to create content, and we often, normally, have a team. So I have AD BM2, and Ale has Fluxo, we don't know sometimes how to negotiate with the brands. So it's the whole team that is working together with us so that we can work with gigantic brands like BIS is, for example. And before I had that, before I was just me, it was me, myself, and I, with no one else, negotiating my own deals, well, sometimes I started working on a post and then I said, let's just, scrap it, it's not going to work. Because sometimes I knew that a video was not going to yield any good results and it was just going to be bad for my account. It may have been because it was a brand that I didn't agree with their philosophy, or because the brand was insistent that I should do something that I didn't think I should do. So
Isso, exatamente. É o time por trás.
that's why it's so nice that you say that Fluxo supports you. Absolutely, yes. There's the whole team behind the scenes, right? When I was at NFA, I had NFA with me, but I was still a solo influencer. And I didn't know how to negotiate back then. So I don't think I got many deals back then. And when brands started getting to me, then it was when I had already joined Fluxo. And I've been with Fluxo for about a little over a year, I would say. And because I have the whole team, then there's no offer that comes to me that makes no sense, because they have already filtered it and they know what I want to do. That's great. We've talked a little bit about how we started and the beginning of our career and how we're doing nowadays. What about the future? What's in store for you, do you think? Well, I've been focusing on streaming, really. I want to go beyond Free Fire. Free Fire is what allowed me to become who I am and to grow, so I have a niche, right? And now I want to try and go beyond that niche and reach out to other groups, other audiences from other games. I want to continue to be a gaming YouTuber, but I want to try and work with other games as well. And I would definitely, like to see a girls-only championship, I think we still need that sort of thing. I think I am a strong spokesperson for the women's scene, but I hope there will be more and more girls, and I know that I certainly am an inspiration for many girls and women out there, but I hope to focus a bit more on streaming videos, burst this Free Fire bubble and go beyond and try and rope in more women.
Eu sou desenvolvedor de jogo, então...
What about you? Well, I'm a game developer. So our game has been on a closed beta version for a while now. We have about 10,000 users who are helping us find issues with the game. And when we're done with it, when we have finished it, well, it's like Free Fire. We're going to have a mobile version. We have a bit of a secret issue, but Kempo Wars has one other project. There is Capo Tycoon that is, I've been working on for a while as well.
Que estão em projeto de lançamento.
I've got 3 games that are about to be released. Creator Tycoon is what's called. We changed the name, actually. It's going to be launched next year, at the start of next year. And I want to invest more on creating content. I went viral almost by accident. I mean, I hoped I was going to, but when I started going more viral and I started, going beyond that little bubble and reaching other people, it was because I'm not only followed by game devs. There are also children who will come in and ask for an autograph. I'm not used to that yet, and I find it awesome. And I think it's one of the greatest things about being an influencer is all of this love you get from the fans. I've got the Casa Gamers project with TikTokers. I'm going to start a podcast about developing games, not only about developing games, but about working with games. And I want to give business people and coders a voice in the scene. Tiago, a friend of mine, produces music soundtrack for games, and many people have no idea how much work that is and how that works. Sometimes, I mean, when you're playing a game, you'll have your headphone on because you want to hear every footstep they take, right? Absolutely. The audio, the sound makes a whole lot of difference in the gameplay. There's one game I really like, and because of the sounds, and it's Valorant. And I love the game also because there are loads of girls in it, lots of female characters, I mean. So you feel represented, and how the sound effects, the voices, it's really cool. We say that audio experience accounts for 30% of a gaming experience. So 30% is gameplay, 33% gameplay, 33% visual, and 33% audio. So you can't have a game without audio that is going to affect or impact the game. If you have a concept game, an artistic game, maybe you can. But we have these three main pillars: game design, coding. Many people think it's all about coding. It ain't. So I want to give these people a voice. I'm about to launch my podcast about working with games. I'm taking advantage of the big festival 2022 because I am talking to people and inviting them to come to my podcast. So it's really nice. I am, doing some networking and talking to these people. So I've got quite a few projects for the future. And this is an important thing when you're an influencer. You can't be in any type of comfort zone. Absolutely not. Especially now, in this moment that we're going through. I mean, there's this good side on TikTok, but everything is very flitting, right? Everything is very fleeting. Everything flits. So then people get sick of things very fast. People were talking about music recently, and you hear the chorus so many times that after 1 week, you've got tired of it. Like that trend is dead. In the past, a trend would last for months, but now on TikTok, it's 1 week and then it's old. It's old hat. So we have to keep on reinventing ourselves, creating new content, creating new projects. And what I really like is that you're looking at this side that we don't even think much about. There's so many people involved in making a game. And another question, how long have you been working on this game? You are in the beta version, right? Camp Wars. I started alone in August 2020, no funding whatsoever. Then I did a bit of a crowdfunding with my fans so that we could buy some software licenses that we needed, so that I didn't get sued for making the game. So all of these software licenses are original.
And it's expensive. It is. But I could raise 5 grand, 5,000 reais from the fans. That was enough to start creating the game. And in December, we started having an investment for the project, and about a year and a bit in development, and now we're finalizing the project. So it's gonna be 2 years that we started the project, but out of development and the whole team, so December 2020, a year and a half or so. This year we'll probably release the final version with the battle ready for lots of people. It was a huge challenge. No one has any idea. One day I'm gonna stop and explain everything that happened along the way, but especially an online game, it's difficult. You guys have no idea. I can't even start thinking about it, like what you said. I can't even imagine what it's like. A lot of people, playing online. Like you said, there's the battle for the game not to crash, not to be offline. Maybe the server is down, and it's like, I want to play.
Aconteceu já isso de ficar cair o jogo.
E o seu
direct?
And your direct.
Uma vez a gente tentou fazer pré-lançamento do jogo.
We tried to pre-launch and the system crashed. I was really upset.
Passou algum tempo. Vamos fazer.
Some time went by. Okay, open alpha. Let's for everyone to play. Let's release. I didn't let anyone know. No post whatsoever. I said I didn't say Saturday we're gonna have an open beta for Camp Wars. No, I just got the game. Released it open for folks to play on Steam. Posted a video on my stories. Camp Wars is on an open beta. I want to run a stress test on the game. 5,000 people joined in the first hour. Oh my God. I don't know if my coder's here, but oh, poor him. He had to update the game real time, while we were. Oh, there he is. Poor him. That was a hard day. Midnight and having to upload an update because it was crashing, and simultaneously, 500 at the same time? It's too many people because not enough matches anymore. We couldn't have it. The community helped us to find lots of bugs. We hadn't found in any test, and it's a bit. It's scary. I had never only done an online game, just single-player games. It is a huge challenge. It's interesting. It's a cool challenge. It's cool creating that with the community, with the community's support. Out of all of the issues that you go through, that you have large audience, all of this is really worth it. All of the ills that you go through, you have your community. Some people, they don't consider themselves my fans. They consider themselves my friends, Yeah, the folks from the stream, every day they're there watching, and they started watching me, following me. They're my friends, but they're my friends, really. They're always there the whole time, and they're stream admins, people I trust, and one of my admins, she's from Belo Horizonte, and I called her to go to Fluxo. She spent a week with me. It was really cool. So they become friends. Yeah, they come out of the fan niche and become friends. That's the. It really makes it worth it. All of the stress, and I went to Rio and sending messages to fans. Okay, let's meet up and let's go to the mall, and that's a really cool thing. When I run those Camp Wars tests, that's when I see the size of my community. I would open the stream, not on the regular clock. You don't know what's gonna. You have to have the proper time. There's a routine and your schedule for lives. Midnight streaming, and 5,000 people there to watch Camp Wars running on open beta. It was a nightmare, but it was fun. Like 500 people playing at the same time. It's a lot of people. I see. I'm playing GTA today. There's a server, Complexo server from Fluxo, when there are 500 people in the server. Oh man, we say because you can't say, oh man, my PC is running slow, man. The head is heavy. My head's heavy because we have no idea how much in a server. How many people you think? 500 people. It's a lot of people playing at the same time. Yeah, at the same time, you think about a whole auditorium like this, filled to the brim, even more, and this online, thing. It's complex, and I'm living a dream, in my life. Being an influencer was a bit of a dream, and despite, it's a life that few people understand. So I think it was a process in my personal life, friends who work on a regular 9-to-5 job, stable lives. Folks, this month I'm traveling throughout the country, going through events. I just stopped by in São Paulo. At home I was in Rio, Brasilia, and I don't know, what's the next one? I forgot. Next event. Anyway, Florianopolis in the south, and we're negotiating the Fortaleza one, so it's a crazy life. But it's extremely rewarding, in terms of a community and having your work recognized by the brands. Those are my final remarks. Yeah, the coolest, what makes most sense. Yes. Our time is up. Oh, the timer is red. We have to stop talking. Oh, my God. Yeah, because Pedro and I, we can chat for the rest of the afternoon. Ale, I want to bring you on my podcast. I will be there. Just if there's one thing I love is talking. So that's why I'm a streamer. That's why I stream. Folks can't take it. I speak so much. And so as a final remark, I want to thank for the opportunity of being here today. I want to thank Biz for having chosen me to be an ambassador. I'm very happy to be part of Biz Squad. And also want to thank the tech team and everyone who's shown up to watch. It was hardcore getting here. They took me to the wrong expo. I was on the other side of town, I said, oh my God. No, I'm not in the right place, the book expo, book fair, what the hell? Oh, also want to thank folks from Biz. I'm very happy and fortunate to be part of Biz Squad. It's a brand that I was a consumer way before. And for them bringing me over to Big as an indie developer, being able to be on the stage, it's so important, not just for me as a person, but my career. Really want to thank Biz from the bottom of my heart for the invite. And that's it, folks. I hope you were able to take some crumbs here back home, and this is what we do.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu peso. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Poder fazer escolhas significa conquistar um dos maiores desejos da humanidade, a independência. E o Sebrae abre as portas para pessoas que escolheram a independência e transformaram sonhos em projetos de vida, que ajudam a gerar empregos, desenvolver a sua comunidade e a transmitir a cultura empreendedora no país. Um lugar onde todos têm liberdade para escolher, inclusive escolher empreender. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
Eu estou muito feliz de que finalmente a gente pode voltar a reencontrar as pessoas para que a gente possa voltar a fazer negócios e voltar a falar muito sobre a indústria dos jogos daqui para frente. Então, o Big Festival de 2022 promete ser o maior de todos os tempos, a maior de todas as edições, e eu tenho certeza que ela vai sim chegar à nossa expectativa.
Brazil is a must visit country, is a mandatory country for growing talents, growing new scenes, innovation, both from the mobile to console and PC games. So yeah, it's clearly a must-have and must-explore country for publishers.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Welcome, welcome, boys and girls, and everyone in between. Everyone from São Paulo Expo here. I'm Brenda Olivieri, and I'm here in the last day discovering everything that we have here at Big Festival 2022. For this next panel, that's part of the Big Creators lineup. Before we begin, an invitation. During this presentation, you can send questions over the following address: ask.bigfestival.gg. The very best questions will be selected and answered here on stage by our guests. Alrighty, so do not miss out. And now, I have the pleasure of inviting on stage Bruno Bittencourt, Play Hard. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. Yeah, go ahead. Pedro Caxa, back. Pedro Caxa Produções. And as the moderator for this panel, I'd like to invite Branca Galdino from 9 PR. Welcome, welcome.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Obrigado por quem está.
Good afternoon, folks. For those who are here in person, for those who are online as well, who are watching this great chat, it's a real pleasure being here with these two top-notch bros. And without further ado, talking about myself, we came here to talk about you boys. And so nothing better than for you to introduce yourselves a little bit. Feel free. You know, Pedro Caxa and Bruno Play Hard. My name is Pedro Caxa. I'm a game developer and a digital influencer today. I started out of the blue, you know, recording some videos of me creating my game Camp Wars, and I went viral on social networks, and I set up my studio, my company, and today I'm developing my game.
Bacana, hein?
That's great. You see that I have a lot of experience as a mediator, you can tell. Bruno, we know the side of the developer that became an influencer. What about you? You're an influencer and you're developing. Good afternoon. My name is Bruno. I'm known as Play Hard on social networks. And just a comparison between game development industry, it's cool to say that I always wanted to be a game developer when I was young, and I had to choose what I was going to do in college. You know, I went into computer science, and I loved playing games. You know, it's probably simple. It's easy peasy. You know, I'm going to go into computer science, and the easiest thing was to start it. And I thought it was so much maths. Oh man, it was so difficult. I actually graduated, I majored, but I started working with games in a different way, creating content, producing projects, and after almost 10 years doing that, now, you know, the dream is back, you know, working somewhat in a backstage, developing games. We have a partnership with Monomito. You know, there's this more active of an attitude, developing the game, we can truly add. I can use some of the things I learned in computer science, not calculus in physics. I never used that in my life, but I use a lot of the theory and design in games, and that's been really cool. It's a new stage in my career. We've been testing, and results are also very interesting. Wow, that's nice. You see how things work. Question I was really cooking, on my way in, and I ask you both. Both Pedro started as a developer, and he's now a really famous TikToker. So both of you have become influencers in each in your own right and creators. Is it easier to be an influencer or recognized as entrepreneur, as a business person? Because it's a new role in your lives, right? Both are difficult as shit, It's both industries are very competitive. It's a great competition. It requires it's fierce competition. It requires creativity and nothing is easy today. But it depends on each person. If I had to rely on developing the games, I noticed I didn't have that much talent for coding, and I wouldn't be doing well. I'll be maybe okay because I went to a good university, but content production and really to have a strategic view and venture, really it's easier. But it depends on the profile. Maybe a person who's more into logics and introvert, they are not going to really take off as content producer, content creator. Both sides are very difficult, in my opinion. It was easier for me to be content creator not because of being easy. I majored in game development. I wanted to work with the artistic side, modeling, scenario creation. That's what I did in my game. Becoming an influencer was a need, was the way I found to make my project become a reality. But the business side was more difficult for me because I had no contact with that world. I left college and it became famous, just almost like that. And in these last 2 years that, since my career kicked off, Camp Wars really started in August 2020. So that's been great learning. I got hit from all sides, smacked across out from left field, but both are great experiences, the developer side and the business side. You mentioned 2 years you've been developing. How about you, Bruno, with Monomito? Monomito, the studio, we have a partnership working with mobile game development, integrating blockchain into games. They've been doing this for 3 to 4 years, something like that, but we have a partnership for 2 years. So the studio is mature, they had products out in the marketplace, they had experience, and so our side is less the technical thing. It's more a strategic view, understanding the community. And my partners at Space Caps, the owner of Loud, they've worked with Silicon Valley venture capitalists. They have experience in product marketing, and I bring more the players' view. It's 10 years playing everything for mobile. Campaigns with hundreds of brands, publishers for mobile games and brands, and delivering results and seeing what works, what doesn't, seeing games growing, becoming very popular, dying off. And so we try to collaborate with our track record, past experiences, and that's what it's been. Yeah, but it's not a short amount of time. How do you deal with, their investors play hard? It's community. He opens the stream, there's a chat, where's the game? It's even more, right? You develop the game. And you're coding there. How does it work? Folks know who make the game. It's your fault. I can pass the buck into the studio. There were some obstacles, some difficulties along the way. That was the greatest one, because when I started Camp Wars, I had an idea that it would take longer to develop. I even tried to pass the buck to my community and share that with my community and say games take long and that rubbed off to the investors. This anxiety from the community rubbed off, and so I had a bit of a burnout, just working so much and not eating, because I had to produce content, manage my community, and code the game. That was the largest challenge. My audience is better educated today, so they understand, when I'm there on a stream creating the game. And as the audience has played my game, because I launched the Camp War Zombies last year, so it really worked well. We had the open beta, the closed beta. So the audience, okay, the game exists, and they understood it. It takes long, but it was a huge barrier, especially on TikTok. It's a fast content social network platform, and they're always anxious. And so, but now I think I finally can show them, and I feel that the demand really has eased off a bit. How about you, PH Playhard? You talk to the audience in general. Do you think that's an aspect of this new generation, anxiety for everything to happen so fast? Because you have to sacrifice quality for that. Yeah, so much. I've seen this happen so frequently. When I started producing videos that generated more attention on YouTube, they were longer videos, so 10, 15 minutes, and folks asked for longer and longer videos back then. Today, it's the opposite. If you have too long of a video, your retention and the relevance is exactly the opposite. So that ratio, that relationship, the younger generations are more for the immediate reward. If you don't get their attention on the first second, you're losing out, and that really gets in the way of a work that it's a detailed craft, which is to develop a game or recording a video. There's the capturing, editing, lots of things, infinite things that the audience doesn't see. That they only say, okay, it's up there, I can play it, or it doesn't exist. The pressure builds, and as a creator, it's difficult to handle that, because some studios, most of them, they don't have a public face, the dude that you go out there, you demand from, you're not going to tell the epic product head that the game is falling behind. When you're a creator, that pressure comes on your chat, the replies to your posts. Sometimes you comment something about your day, and everybody's asking you for something that's late and something that hasn't been published yet. And folks, they love you so much that it becomes toxic, an abusive relationship towards someone who produces. I had an issue that was funny, actually. Sometimes a few things I did, Camp Wars, on live skins, maps, but some things I couldn't do it on a stream because so many people don't have an idea of the coding process. You're going to study. You're doing it and you're studying. You're looking for tutorials, documentation. It's not something fun to watch, and sometimes you can't pay attention to the chat. So for the stream, I saved some fun things to do. And sometimes, you needed a stream. Okay, let's stream something playing. Stop playing. Start coding. Don't live. We want the game. Pedro, are you going out on the weekend? No, you can't. Go to work, man. It was a bit, upsetting, but yeah. How many people are involved today in developing Camp Wars? Due to business issues, myself and Felipe, who is here. Felipe, why'd you come here? Come on, Felipe, you're not coding? What are you doing here? I have my new company, Pedro Caxa Produções, and I'm Creator Tycoon is a new game that we have foreign venture from Play Meta Games, a company from former Activision employees, and we have a team of 5 people working on the game. It's at I'm very happy at this stage as to how we're developing. It's set for early next year. In Camp Wars, it's a process of fixing, polishing, making the connection really perfect. But in terms of content and characters and skins and weapons, the game is basically ready, the maps and everything. And now you need that final fine-tuning, the polishing online. We have 7 people working on games.
Gunstars,
How about Gun Stars, Pedro? Bruno? 30 people in the studio, most, a few temps, most are regular. It's at more advanced stage. We launched it for Android last week. Even, after a long time developing, you launch it and a lot of stuff goes wrong and it's exhaustive. But mobile game, just like in the PC, there's a beta version. Yes, there's beta. There's even before you launch on the stores, you can launch it as a beta for people to test and provide feedback, and launch it in just a few countries.
If you're watching from home, it's easier for you to look this up. But Camp Wars and Gun Stars are two games that you need to take a look at. Well, as you can see, there's lots of people involved. There's a lot of investment involved in it. Your personal lives, in the middle of this hustle and bustle, like you still, overcoming that barrier, creating your own games. How did this work with this new economy, with Web 3.0, blockchain gaming? This is something new in the gaming world, isn't it? I think when Web 3.0 started, the first thing I did was to create my own NFT collection to start understanding how it worked. New technologies call for, some study so that you understand the new technology. You can't be reluctant, right? You can't swim against the current. In Camp Wars, we don't yet have Web 3.0 in it, a bit limited because of the platform. The platform is Steam, but I have some technology projects that have Web 3.0. I am creating new games, thinking about this economy. I have my secret project, that is the one I'm saving up for Web 3.0 and the metaverse. But it was a bit of a shock, so to speak, to have to study to understand all of that. Gunstars was not going to have any blockchain in it, but we decided to put the launch off another 6 months to implement it. We understand the blockchain is a good part of the game so that you can deliver to the player value of what they are developing in the game. So we don't have a play-to-earn game. It is not a play-to-earn game, but we do use the blockchain technology for some of the skins that will give the character special skills, and then they can be traded in a secondary market. So you may have found a chest, you get a skin that is a legendary skin, and then you can sell it on a marketplace, or that player may choose to play with that skin so that they can progress and evolve, and then when they get the skin to the highest level, they may take it to a higher level and sell it then. So if you're not a lucky player and you don't have much time to play, you can already buy a skin that has been developed, and then you can stand out with it. What you just said reminds me of, those old games that I used to buy in newsstands. It was a bit of an informal market that we had there. So this possibility with blockchain, it allows for everyone to be in that in a more regulated way. Well, there are games that I played 1,000 hours or 2,000 hours, and I've invested a number of hours, a lot of time. I have an account with Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, with tens of thousands of reals invested in that game. And when I stop playing, I think, well, that's money lost now, right? Or when you're playing something, still you may think, oh, I bought this then, and I liked it better then, but now I don't like it that much anymore. And I think this should, work because you're going to give the game more longevity. You allow the person to, make decisions with their money, with their time, while playing the game. So why not use blockchain if this is a type of technology that does that really well?
Uma coisa que você falou que eu achei muito legal, muita gente tem uma visão pouco errada.
Many people have a bit of a prejudiced view of blockchain gaming and Web 3.0 because of some games that were basically a pyramid scheme, right? And that would just screw the base of the pyramid up. And that's not what blockchain is here to do. It is here to allow you to own what you have bought. So that skin is something that you own beyond the game. It's not stuck to that server of the game. That skin is in a network, and you can sell it after. And I hadn't thought about what you just said. You stop playing a game, and then you didn't lose that, won't have lost the money you invested while playing that game. And the technologies I am developing are also based on that, so that you really own that which you purchase in a game. And I see that as a potential to create a gaming economy that is a lot healthier than, hey, I just spent loads of money on this game, and when I stop playing it, it's all gone. Many people will do that in a non-regulated way. I have sold skins to friends, for example, but oftentimes the studios won't let you do it. If they see you've sold something illegally, they will ban you. It goes against the rules. So it's the time has come for us to do that the right way. And it's good for devs as well, because they will earn it in the transaction. When it's sold one time, they earn it, and when it's sold again or resold, then he'll earn a percentage. This is a bit of a lay person's question, but Pedro, you develop games, right? So does coding change a lot when you include this, or is it something that is easy for you to integrate in? I started studying blockchain codes, and it's very different to game coding. But then what we do is we code the game, and then we'll add blockchain on top of it. So it doesn't necessarily call you to code the game completely differently. It's a bit like, you know, pulling information from a server. But it's a bit more complicated because blockchain is a bit more complicated to code. I started studying it because I want to integrate it, but because I'm not a blockchain coder, I just need to understand it to a certain extent so that I can integrate it with my games. I need the game to be able to get that information, get that data when it needs. So it's a bit complicated. And speaking about the future, right? It's 2022, we're at the end of a pandemic. This is our first in-person event. You both have new games coming out. What can we expect? When we think about your partnership with Monomito, Space Caps, and Pedro Caxa Produções, what can we expect there? So that next year we're back here and we can tell everyone about it.
Desde sempre, sim, o trabalho com influenciadores, com organizações de esportes, sempre foi muito pensado.
Working with influencers and sports organizations, it's something that I've always seen as a bit of a marketing. So we want to convert part of that audience. But this relationship can be a lot deeper, a lot more profound.
Fazer a diferença em várias áreas do negócio.
Influencers can make a difference in many business areas.
A gente já entrega bastante valor para a comunidade através de vídeos.
We're developing games and we already deliver a lot of value to the communities through videos and championships and this and that. But we can get into a stage of the process which is to develop the product with what we believe is interesting for the community. So we have this direct contact with players and we can translate it so that the product will have that connection. So we want to do that with new games, new platforms, new ways for players to connect. Things get more and more integrated, right?
Menos distante assim dos creators, entre público, creators e
yeah, the barrier, the hurdle is less and less insurmountable.
Bacana. E você, Pedro? O que tem na caixa aí para
What about you, Pedro? What's in the box?
quero que o Camp Wars entre no estágio aberto para que
I want Camp Wars to get to the open version so that everyone can play it.
depois do lançamento
We already have a plan for over 6 months of content after the launch, new modules, new
esse ano
skins, the mobile version.
o final desse ano o Camp Wars já
So by the end of this year, we aim to have Cape Wars open to the audience, and Pedro Caxa Produções
que é o Creator Tycoon, que
has the new game called Creator Tycoon
Los Angeles.
in a partnership with Metagames from Los Angeles.
E além disso, eu também estou começando a fazer trabalho de estruturação de publicação de jogos.
And I'm starting to work in a structure to publish games. I'm speaking to other developers who also want to promote their games in a partnership with me.
Projeto em conversa de parceria que eu quero.
I am working on Cape Wars Meaning. It's a mobile game that's a bit different.
Não só o Camp
I
Wars.
want Cape Wars to get to other scenarios, other IPs.
Multimídias assim, então.
I want to expand to other media, right? Comic books, for example. I'm starting a new podcast now around working with games, and I want to show people this other side of game development that often it's often something people don't know about. There is a gamer reality show that I'm going to have on TikTok. Holy crap, so much. I don't sleep much. That's why the guy had a burnout, you know, like it's so many projects.
Isso que não sai o jogo.
Mas você se enxerga, aproveitando até esse
So, piggybacking on what Playhard said, and this is a question for you too. Not necessarily talking about next year, but saying 5 years' time. Do you see yourselves as less of content creators and more of entrepreneurs, spearheading operations and creating games? Because a time will come when we'll have to choose.
Como eu quero o futuro da minha empresa hoje, eu quero que a Pedro Caxa Produções seja
I want Pedro Caxa Produções
uma criadora de conteúdo
to be a content creator
dessa área de games
within this gaming industry. And I want it to be cross-media.
Eu quero criar jogo, eu quero expandir a história desse jogo.
I don't want to only create games. I want to expand on this game story through comic books, for example.
Criar uma HQ, criar
So I want to create comic books. I want to create spin-off games and Cape Wars Meaning. I'm not the one who's going to be creating it. It's a partnership. It's a spin-off game. So I want to have this cross-game environment, and I want that to feed back into itself. So I want one medium to help me promote the other and expand like that. I like creating games, I like creating stories, I like writing scripts. So I see myself, do you see yourself in a more strategic position?
Não, eu quero poder escrever roteiro e deixar
I want to be able to write a script and then have a team develop that game.
histórias e poder ver elas tomando tração e sendo construídas.
I want to build my own stories and then see them gain momentum. So in some years' time, I want to have a team of game developers, but also have a good studio where I can stream my videos. And I like to think big, huh? Well, I think Playhard has just given you a tip. That's why you had a burnout, right? So take a step at a time, man. What about you, PH? What about you, Playhard? Do you see yourself in a more of a leading position as an entrepreneur or more as a content creator? I'm getting old, right? I'm 28 years old. And new generations start to crop up. And, well, maybe when I start working more backstage, I can start focusing on other types of content, so how people can start working with games, what segments there are in the industry, how you can get started. So I would continue to produce, but not as if it were my main activity. You could become somewhat of a consultant, right? So making use of your experience. Yeah, absolutely. We have ideas in our holding. We have almost 400 people working there, so 7 companies. And that will really help us focus on the strategic side of it and see things happen. I really creating content. That's something I've always liked doing. I've been doing it for 10 years now, and sometimes you have the feeling that doing that forever is too long, right? And then you have no weekend, no holidays, no vacations. So when you have so many things to do, then content creation is not as fun as it used to be because there's so much else that you need to do. So in the future, I think I'm going to sort of slither backstage. What about this new phase with developers and creators? We know there are so many content creators. There's lots of people who want to do it. But what do you think about this phase? You need, skilled labor. Has it been easy or difficult for you to find this type of people? What about the people who come to you and want to work with you? Well, it depends. There are some very large game development studios in Brazil. So it's difficult sometimes to vie for developers. It's a bit of a disloyal competition. And when you think about new technologies like Web 3.0, so it's difficult to find skilled labor in Brazil. And sometimes you have people who understand what the consumers want in the end, but they lack the strategic side of it, so they can't really talk about business, and that's a gap that is a problem. And when you think about content, and you mix content with marketing and brand projects, then it's more difficult. There are loads of opportunities to work in the gaming industry. It's not only about coding. And some people are here and probably think, oh, I dream of being an influencer or working with sports. But there are so many other nice things that you can do that could become your profession. And maybe you wouldn't even be happier doing that sort of thing. So I think it's good to think about this less obvious segments. When I think about working as an influencer, one thing that makes me happy is that many children and teenagers have understood, thanks to me, that there are more things in game creation other than just being a developer. Not that one thing is better than the other, but many people didn't understand that there could be game developers in other ways. And I am happy to see children nowadays. I think the first time I've cried because of my work is because children were sending me games that they started coding, and they said, hey, Pedro, I started coding because of you, and that's something that really touched me. So you can tell people, hey, you can start creating your own games. There are many possibilities. You can work with audio, you can work with art, you can work with 3D design, you can code games. So I'm really happy that my work as an influencer has helped teenagers and children broaden their gaze, really. And it really is difficult to find qualified labor in Brazil. I have looked for certain people to fill in some positions, and I really have found them. Or sometimes I did find someone, but I had a limited budget, and people from studios from other locations could pay a lot more. And I had to hire people from Greece, from Finland, because I wouldn't find people who were willing to work for that much money. So maybe these professionals will be in Brazil in the future working for Brazilian games. All right, let's start the Q&A session. Then we'll have our final remarks at the end. Do we have a mic for the audience?
Come here. Oh, it's so good to tell. You do this. You come. You go.
Muito obrigado pela palestra.
Thank you so much for the talk. But something came up, just, a splinter in my brain. I see a lot of people in events, influencers from YouTube, talking about their mental sanity, how difficult it is to organize this. And then you come here and you want to work with game designer, entrepreneurship, and developing a game. How do you organize yourselves to make all that happen? Because it seems that it wouldn't fit in a single day. Can you describe a week in your existence? How you try to have all that happening? So, no, a whole week? No, it's going to be a whole month to talk about it. No, the question would be like a day, but it sounds like one day you couldn't work on all of that. That's why a fabulous question I want to start answering, because maybe it sounds like we're on the day-to-day on the development thing. What I talk once a week to the CEO from Monomito, the guy who coordinates everything there, and it just comes to me with the executive summary. So in the player's vision, in the community vision, what do you think of these decisions? Oh, this I think is interesting, that I don't like. And then questions like, oh, the company is coming to this size, the figures are like this. Is this a moment to seek out some funding, hiring somebody for this position? Based on experiences on other projects, I can help with that. But the day-to-day, the hands-on, it's the team that's every day dedicated to that. It would be impossible, basically, to manage. But for Pedro, it's probably a bit more complicated, but there's the advantage that you can work and create content at the same time with the streams. First thing, go to therapy. Very first thing, go to therapy. And I said that last year I had burnout because I had to embrace the world. It was not possible. It was it didn't work. So you have to delegate. He talks once a week to the Monolito CEO. So trying to manage my career, create content, new projects, it didn't work. So to care of my career, I have my agent today, Danilo, who's sitting right up front. I want to start a podcast about game development. Talk to Danilo, okay? I didn't have to worry about the studio and running people's schedules and stuff. And so I go there, I sit and present, okay, cool. But there's this partnership for him to take care of my career. Our reality show on TikTok is learning how to delegate work. Felipe, who's here, the Camp Wars coder, he directed most of Camp Wars. It was always something we did together, but he's my vice president or my VP, and so he coordinated the project. And so the greatest thing is learn how to delegate functions and doing what do you know how to do best. And so I know how to create the stories, the content ideas, how to do this. I don't know how to sit down and talk to a company to sell an idea. That's, you have to surround yourself with good people and delegate the roles and the functions, and then you start being able to handle all that and go to therapy. I have to chime in. Play Hard was humble. He has a tough agenda, tough schedule. There are lots of tools that we have to use, online, offline. Just a simple calendar, on your email, it works. You schedule your appointments to get some time in his agenda. There are so many things that are weekly that you can't squeeze anything else, any additional thing. But that's the secret, how to organize yourself. Any more questions from the chat or something? I'm not sure who's... we're good? Anyone else locally? We have, do not be shy, folks. Folks, this is the opportunity. Hello. My name is Evelyn. I'm a player, not pro, but I intend to become one. I'm part of the Wild Rift female camp. When the game was launched, there was great expectation, and I see that in mobile games, general games, when a game is launched, there's a lot of expectations, and throughout the launch, the expectations flop because the players start seeing flaws and things they don't like in a game. So how do you plan to maintain a game? What's the plan that you have at its best, to maintain it at its peak? Because, after the launch, it feels like the game doesn't have any visibility anymore. I fully agree with you. Our game, compared to Wild Rift, we're way simpler than we're trying to do something simple but fun. That we're not going to promise a huge launch. We haven't seen everyone from Loud, we have access to, just talking about it. Now it's time to test, hear the feedback from the players, and come with a minimum product that it's cool, interesting, and folks start having fun. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. And it's the first game we have, we have to, stand our ground, and we want something something that's fun from the audience. Larger studios, global studios probably suffer a lot from what you said. You have to have a vision that, okay, that's fine if a game dies. It's crazy to say that, but let's stop and think about the gaming industry and how many games are launched every single day, every year. In Play Store is like 800 a month or something. It's a humongous figure. But so many games are launched, and the audience, naturally, part of the audience will become those hardcore players who will dedicate themselves to the game. But there's a huge volatile mass that gravitates and fluctuates around games. And so if you think about games that have remained at their peak, there's going to be a boom, and then it's going to lose out a bit. But the goal has to be to have a loyal fan base. If you have, I don't know, your 100,000, maybe 1 million players who are loyal, you can maintain your game, and you can always make a new game. It's okay for games to lose their visibility because of this mass audience that fluctuates in between games and among games, and that's fine. All ready? If there are no more questions.
Obrigado.
All right. As a segue into the former questions, you talked about the importance of delegating. It hasn't been like that always. Was there a moment that you had to work by yourselves and then you come to the position to delegate? And so before you come to that moment, did you have ambitious ideas? Were you thinking about running more than one idea and becoming an influencer? And if so, how did you organize your lives back then? Man, I went through that a lot. By the end of, up until the end of 2017, it was just me, myself, and I. So I participated in projects. I edited my videos, my minis, and it's not too long ago I suffered a lot because of that. I always thought that to do something that I would enjoy, I had the one to do it. My bar was pretty high, but to get to where I wanted to go, that would be impossible. And something I noticed that while I was going through college, I majored computer science, and I had to work as content producer. But both areas are completely different. A computer science graduation demands a lot. I had to get extra time from my college life, focusing on my channel. So I had no free time, weekends, holidays, vacation. I wanted my hobby to become my main activity. When that started generating revenue for me and I saw the potential to scale, that's when I majored in, graduated, and I said, I'm going to focus completely into something I want to do in my life. And now I have the support of many people helping me, but that's the standard. If I want to start something, I know it's important to me. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to take the less relevant things out of the way and dedicate myself as much as I can, and based on the figures and the results, that's really worth it. I I can transform that into the main project or delegate it to someone who's just as capable as I am to keep it up and running. That's what I wanted to do. I was in the situation you described last year. At that moment that you're starting your career, and I'm going to say on my side, I had to converge things to be able to handle it all. So I developed most of my work of Camp Wars were on streams. I had to develop the game, so I'm going to develop the game live, streaming. So I started blending things to be able to handle it all. My contents were very much about new things in Camp Wars, naturally. Trying to embrace more things. I ended up having this issue of being overworked, overloaded, handling the relationship with brands and projects and content creation at the level I wanted, the quality that I wanted. That's when things started, things were starting to work out. I had an audience, so I started being able to delegate the roles. But before that, you have to have this understanding of where you want to get. And I dedicated myself so much. There were moments when there was no free time. There was no moment for free. I worked on the weekends. There was no holiday. The family trip, I had to come earlier at the end of the year because I had to work. So it's a choice. It is a choice that in the beginning it is hard for some people, but in the end it's worth dedicating all of that, working longer than other people so that in the end you can create what you're going to be able to bring more people around you and grow more and trying to make things converge. And know how far you want to go. Don't try to embrace the whole world all at once.
E assim, o PH ele escondeu, tá aqui nesse período.
And he studied abroad, so it was not just the factor that he was in his own bedroom. He was living with other people. He recorded, 7 in the morning in the library before first person came to study, or else you couldn't make any noise. So I took the notebook and my camera in the afternoon, different time zones. It was crazy. So all of them, it's easy for you to meet an influencer of their caliber, but their story, you're gonna shoot to be ahead of the game. So I want to thank you all for your presence. I want to use these final remarks for you to to say goodbye. I want to thank everyone who came to hear a bit. Very short amount of time. It's real quick, but I want to thank everyone. It's really cool to see those people coming to game developing events who's opening more on the audience in big. I want to thank for the invitation. It's extremely constructive, young people coming, watching a bit, learning more about the labor market. Just want to thank, and that's it.
I'd like to thank you all for coming to this session and for being here. I'm very happy to be here with so many amazing people. It's great to be with Bruno here, and also it's great to be invited to talk a little bit about my career. I have come to this festival ever since it started, and I came as a member of the audience every time, and this time I've had 3 panels. I have had 3 sessions to present, so it's really nice, to be able to to talk about it. I can hardly believe it, to be honest. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, those watching from home. And let's have a hand.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game, uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei!
Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Pex Brasil.
Olá, eu sou o Thiago de Freitas, eu sou CEO da Cocu. O Big Festival é um dos principais eventos já consolidados da indústria, não apenas agora para o Brasil, mas para o mundo todo. Se a gente hoje em dia está vendo uma indústria cada vez mais efervescente brasileira nascendo, é muito por conta desse festival.
At this year's Big, expecting to meet great developers, great studios from Brazil, but also from other Latin American countries, Argentina, Chile, Peru, etc., that all gathering here at Big. So meeting developers, creating connections, and hopefully signing games.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boa noite!
Good evening, everyone, and welcome, boys and girls and everyone in between, to São Paulo Expo Auditorium 1. I'm Brendo Olivieri, and we're here discovering together all the goodies of this last evening in the largest independent gaming event in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. Next panel is part of the Big Review lineup. In this extremely special presentation, we're going to witness the largest announcement of World of Warships for Brazil so far. And celebrating the 200 years of independence, our audience is among the very first to learn about the details of never seen before content, talking about historical and regional content. Before we begin, an invitation. During this presentation, you'll be able to send questions through the following address. Take note, ask.bigfestival.gg. The best questions will be selected and answered here on stage by our guests. All right, now I have the pleasure of inviting on stage Gustavo Costa from Wargaming. Welcome, welcome. Gustavo, the stage is yours. Thank you so much. What up, folks? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Rico. So for those who don't, Gustavo Costa, I'm a producer of World of Warships, PC. Today we're going to talk a bit about what's coming for PC and bearing in mind there's Legends for those who are on console and Blitz for those who are on the mobile version. Those who want to play in other platforms, they can do it. But this new content is just for PC. For those who don't know, World of Warships, it is a online free combat game based on historical facts. Over 400 ships, which are either have existed or were based on a blueprint that was supposed to come into existence. 11 different nations to choose, each one with their type, their style, their playthrough. If you play with the British, you put more firepower. With the Germans, you have better armor, and so the French. And so for those who don't know, don't understand, look for the description of each ship in the technological tree for every ship. You know, there are strengths and weaknesses for each ship. And today, we're actually, let me see, wait up. So to introduce myself a bit further, I've been in the gaming industry for over 15 years, but professionally from game to game. 2 years ago, World of Warships invited me to come and work for them, representing all of Brazil as a community manager, to be able to bring all of that together, you know, bringing the community together to add Brazilian values to the game as well. So up until now, you know, 2 years ago, we only had one item in the game that was made back in 2018 for the World Cup. We placed some T-shirts, some jerseys, Brazilian jerseys, and so since 2018 up until 2 years ago, that was how Brazil was represented in our game. There were not many events, you know, like the Merchant Marines, the Independence of Brazil, and all of the other dates, even Mother's Day, Father's Days. We have different streams, so we had nothing else. When I joined, there were many requests. Oh, we want this, we want that. The Pan American line, the ships that should be there, the vessels. So 2 years ago, we started talking, saying which vessels the community wanted. So the forum is very active in the Brazilian area. It was difficult to start getting feedback in the beginning. Placing what we thought. First thing we brought in the game was Almirante Abreu, Admiral Abreu, with the Brazilian camouflage, temporary camouflage. You could place in any ship, and you would use the flag colors of Brazil in any ship. And folks said, okay, they liked it, yeah, but where's our ship? And alongside came Admiral Abreu with its patriotic camouflage, and I wanted to do something special for Brazil, which had not been done before. And that vessel, this ship has something special. When you honk the horn, the game, instead of being a regular ship's horn, it plays the anthem of the Brazilian flag, something that we did, when I joined, to see who can identify the anthems. One of was the Brazilian anthem. Everybody identified, 100% got that right. I felt confident of putting it as the horn for this ship. Very interesting for those who are, those who want to hear their anthems. Admiral Abreu. Those who are starting now, those who create the account with wo.ws/jogue-grátis, you can put the code Estrondo. I think we're going to see that on the screen more towards the end. And you get that ship right off the bat without paying anything for it, completely free. So you can start playing with the Brazilian colors. Along with that ship, we needed a commander, and the project had just started. You can't just put somebody's face on the internet and say, oh, I can use this whenever I want. So we were going after the IP for the, and it didn't work out. So the developer said, let's put you. So give us one of your pictures. So it's I said, what do you mean? And they said, what's the name? I said, well, what do you mean, my name? No, I'm not going to put my name in the game. Crazy. I remember my grandfather called everybody Francisco. And I was fascinated, but so I called my grandfather and said, if Francisco had a last name, what it would be? Immediately, without Francisco Filho, he said. So, Commander, Captain Francisco Ferreira Filho is in the game. And so, why do I tell this story? Before that, the community, does this guy have the power to put what we're asking for? Somebody's going to hear a Brazilian out in this huge company, international company, and I think this was an eye-opener for many people. They said, oh, he asked for a random name his grandfather gave, and they accepted. And so that was the moment we started having much more feedback, and that we didn't have before, and so that was a really important moment. It was August, right after I started, we decided to stream first time in Portuguese. We had always had in Russian, English, some other languages, Chinese, I don't know. And the community had always asked for a Portuguese stream. I had no content. I said, okay, it's August, Folklore Day. Let's run a theme stream. So it's a theme on folklore. And I called Bruno Reis to come to the stream with me. He is an artist, and he drew the most beautiful boitatá, a mythological creature in Brazilian folklore. It's beautiful, and the community, once again, feedback, lots of feedback. Oh man, put the camouflage in the game, boitatá in the game, And I said, why not, Let's see what I can do. And right there, we had been working on a few other things, and at the same time for Brazil, and one of the things that came on board, yeah, we'll come back to boitatá, but the development process, we're going to ask it now. It's not going to be ready next week, so there's some time that goes by, between, the request and so we'd been working on what we had been working before, which was a patch, kind of like a sticker. You put it next to your name, so when you sync somebody, it shows up in the middle of their screen, and the Christ comes up on it. The Christ Redeemer. So I thought it was cool to have a little very Brazilian patch, Everybody everywhere knows that this is from Rio, from Brazil, and right there. And I said, I need a better way of collecting feedback from folks, because they were sending me private messages. Somebody's sending me a message on WhatsApp. Of course, my mobile number is exposed on the internet, everyone. And I said, we need a better place. And so we created the Discord channel, the Brazilian channel, official Discord channel. Everybody can join, register your account, and be part of the whole gig. It's a step down the right path. People know where to find me. My name is right up there, highlighted. So if you want to send me messages, it's all under one roof. You don't have to be looking for feedback all over the place. One of the things that came out of that Discord was the chat. So once a week, every other week, I would join Discord to talk to the community. I wanted to hear what people wanted to see in the game. I'm not military, I'm not a historian or something, but so I had a bit of difficulty in thinking about something to put in the game. So I needed the community, history buffs, folks who were very much involved, and so that chat was really, really nice. First thing that came out of that chat was a request for a flag from the Southern Cross. It's in the harbor of let's put it in the game. And what's interesting about the flag, I wanted to run a test. Those who know me, they're laughing. There's not one thing without an agenda. I always have an agenda. So if I send it only to 50 people, this code, a lot of people get the flag maybe, and we had the South Cross flag. I sent a physical box to 50 people around Brazil, and today I came up with the code doesn't work anymore, but over 34,000 people got that flag. So I said, wow, 50 people generated 34,000. That's a nice figure. You send it to the right people and they will pay it forward. Tells me that the community is tight. Just had to bring it together. Every clan, there was a great connection, but they were not connected amongst themselves. That was something else I wanted to do. So we started having raffles and bringing people to the same stream, our content creators and everything else, and so started saying, let's start making stuff and sending it over to people. Just only Brazil has done that. No other area has been able to get that. We ran a test. It's successful, all for Warships, tailored and personalized, most with things from the community, information from the community, what they want. Lots of stuff. Folks have seen most of it. Some maybe haven't seen it, but there are lots of stuff. Anyway, so after the swag, we got another feedback. Admiral Abreu came out on Tier 2. One of the feedbacks was on Discord was, come on, Argentina has a higher tier. We only got Tier 2. All right. Let's have a higher tier for folks because they don't want to be below Argentina, right? Okay, that's what you want. Let's do that. So we created the next Brazilian ship. Right. Go. Come on. There. Juruá. Tier 6 counter-torpedo. Good timing, right at the moment when we got to Carnival. Let's do something for Brazil. That was an excuse, So it's a destroyer. It's not easy to Carnival's coming around. Come on, get that done for me, please. And the developer said, okay. They gave me Juruá. So, come on, that's Carnival? No, wait up. Yeah, they want Boitatá, the snake, so I asked for Boitatá. So we put Boitatá that spits fire while you're playing, so that you can play with folks using one more Brazilian ship, a destroyer. When you're on the harbor, there are some Easter eggs, some local birds, you don't want to hurt the macaws, the monkeys. But Juruá is there with its Boitatá camouflage. What a destroyer it is. So as I said, it was time for Carnival back then. So I said, what are we doing? Going to go to Rio de Janeiro. Where am I going? So right in the middle of the pandemic. Well, how am I going to have a carnival event? I called, I don't know, my man, Brook. I love you too, bro. I called Brook and I said, can you talk to all the samba groups? I want a samba school, a samba group. And he pulled some strings and we got... Now, it's Brook in Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn comes into the story. I asked him and I said, I don't know anything about story. Give me a music, a song based in story. And so, thanks to the beautiful work and the samba school, the group Dragões da Real, we could put together a video. I think we even have the song. Let's see if it runs.
Eu vou sentar.
Construído nas terras da rainha.
Built in the lands of the queen to face the giants in the marine. Riachuelo and Paquimandã. They were bought abroad. Who was Abreu and came and visited the whole world. The White Fleet of Roosevelt, traveling around the world. Please don't cry, Granny. Please don't cry, Granny. One of them came to Brazil, and a major cruiser on board of this viral soil. Don't cry, Granny. One of them came to Brazil. It was a major cruiser, Baroque, on this brave land. Came from beyond the sea and docked in Brazilian lands. 5 destroyers. And the British were crying for help in the infested waters with submarines. They were in despair with any destroyers. And Juruá was fighting against the Germans. Congratulations to the Marines and to the Armed Forces of Brazil. Hooray to the Navy of Brazil. Long live the Navy. Long live Brazilian Navy. The armed forces of my country. Long live our Navy, defending my beautiful Brazil. Throughout the seas, defending my beautiful Brazil. Defending my beautiful Brazil.
E é isso.
And this is it.
J. Abraham, muito obrigado.
J. Abraham, thank you very much.
Nossa gravação oficial aqui. Toda vez que a gente precisa de uma gravação.
Every time we need to record a video, we resort to him, and then we put some visual effects on top. We have different views, but what matters is that the video looks good. The introduction of the character was really successful, not only in Brazil, not the character, I mean the ship, the vessel, and the camouflage also.
Metade do mundo ficou confuso. O que é
I think half the world was confused because boitatá and then a gigantic snake, but then we explained it.
Vamos lá. Próximo, a gente fez essa brincadeira, né, de boitatá.
So we had the boitatá, this mythological snake from Brazilian folklore, and then we had samba, and then we started getting some feedback. There is something called the King of the Sea, what is the War of Warships global tournament. And not only Brazil, but Latin America as a whole wasn't very well prepared and wasn't making good progress there in this championship.
Vamos animar a galera para ir pro competitivo. Vamos fazer bastante coisa aí para competitivo.
And then we wanted to, support the countries. We wanted the clients to have some support. We wanted them to meet each other and train together. So we had the first version of the CLOA, which stands for Copa Latino-Americana of War, World of Warships. So it's the World of Warships Latin American Cup. And then some other championships started springing up in Brazil, but this was the Latin American version of it. And we had a second edition, and you can see that the Brazilian clans have made way more progress. Our clan Star ranked 5th.
Substituto do CLOA, né? Do CLOA não, do COTS, que a gente não pôde fazer.
Standing in COD's stead.
Eles pegaram 5º lugar.
And we didn't have CODs, but they ranked 5th. Before that, they had ranked 16th. So we can see that the clan has really helped.
Treta também foi muito bom. As partidas.
Treta was also very good.
Foi atropelado. Foram brigas ótimas.
There were some very good battles.
Na maioria das partidas.
2-1 in most of them.
Realmente deu para ver o gameplay. Ele foi levado a sério.
Gameplay was taken seriously. The American commentators were taking it seriously. Hey, there's a Brazilian clan here. Oh, did you see that? Didn't expect that.
De ângulo impossível, explodindo.
There were shots from inconceivable angles. to blow things up.
Foi lindo, foi uma representação maravilhosa.
So it was beautiful. It was great representation, and we're going to continue to have further tournaments so that people can continue to practice.
Que eu meio que mencionei, teve outros criadores de conteúdo, outras.
There were other content creators, other people in the community who said, "Hey, I'd like to have a tournament as well to, stir things up a bit."
Nossos criadores de conteúdo.
Our official content creators, our CCs, they have their own spin-off championship. Popeye is here with us.
Ele fez a terceira edição do Copa Espinafre.
He did the third version of Spinach. Pardon me, not spin-off. Spinach championship, Spinach tournament.
King of the Lagoon.
And there's the King of the Lagoon.
Que também foi alto, médio para alto que você precisa.
Which is also another tournament. You don't have to be a pro to play.
Ele colocou
and the Zero Love You.
Nível mais baixo.
He brought some people in who weren't pros or just wanted to have some fun, So it was really nice. And we have really done everything that we could to make this work. And the Zero, we're waiting for the second edition, huh? And the third. You can start working on them.
Com isso, a gente falou, ok, cobrimos a.
And with that, we said, okay, we've covered the competitive side, the fun side, but there was a part of the community who wanted more history. So people were saying, hey, I played this game because of the historical side of it. Where are the real vessels, the real ships? And then I said, okay, good. Let's try and have more real lifelike vessels. The Brazilian imperial flag was the first thing we did. That was an idea that the community had and shared with us on the Discord channel, on the forum. They asked for it and they got it. I think it was the day of the Brazilian flag.
Todo esse conteúdo, menos o Juruá, até agora, conteúdo grátis.
And it was free content that we published.
Não cobrou. Isso aí faz uma missão.
We haven't charged, so if you do a mission, you will get the flag.
Outro evento que teve, mais dia que a gente comemorou aí pro Brasil. Além disso, a gente também foi.
And other than that,
falar com
we also
os comandantes,
spoke to some captains to see who we could add, and Pedro Mark Francisco Coutinho, Pedro Max Francisco Frontin, pardon me, was a real captain that we put into the game, so we were celebrating him in this event as well. Another mission that was completely free of cost. If you did the mission, you would get the captain.
E aí, mais recentemente, a gente queria.
And then more recently, we wanted to continue to compete because Argentina had a tier 7, so we wanted a tier 8.
No estaleiro, primeiro estaleiro.
So in the shipyard.
Na verdade, o estaleiro mesmo era britânico, mas.
I was going to say it was the first Brazilian shipyard, but it was built in a British shipyard, but it was the first Brazilian vessel here of this type.
Atlântico, que tem aí hoje no jogo.
And Atlântico is the name of the ship.
Até agora, né? Vamos ver no futuro.
And it has got the best caliber of secondary items so far.
Baseado aí camuflagem do São Paulo.
And you have got the São Paulo camouflage.
Queria brincar pouco.
We wanted to, have some fun. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Fez aí ótimo post no fórum.
So Professor James did a fantastic post in the forum, really explaining things well.
Ele explicou muito bem aonde muitas dessas coisas.
He really explained how
A ideia dessas coisas foram feitas.
How these ideas come together.
Professor James, a gente vai fazer uma live histórica ainda.
And we told Professor James that we're going to have a historical streaming session to cover that.
O que a gente vai fazer? O que a gente pode fazer com a comunidade? Como eu posso trazer a comunidade?
And we wanted to see, so how can we bring the community closer? What can we do with the community?
Nada a ver com o navio, nada a ver.
So then we wanted to do a test that had nothing to do with the ship, nothing to do with the game, just so that we could bring the community together offline.
No drift show.
And then we had the first drift show.
A gente envelopou carrinho, canal High Hit, se você quiser ver o.
So we have this car, we got it with this design.
Envelopar lá. Mas fizemos aí uma brincadeira, uma tenta.
So it was a bit of a joke, right? There was a VIP tent. Everyone was invited to join us.
Tudo bem, ninguém. Só o papai tá olhando, tudo bem.
Only Popeye is looking at the camera and this picture.
Eu achei que era do doceiro. O doceiro tem umas fotos aí que não pode.
I thought Docero had shared his pictures, but he's got some pictures that can't be shared.
Isso traz a gente ao presente.
And that brings us to the present moment.
No Big Festival, prazer.
Here we are at the big festival. We're really happy to be here.
Em termos de pouco tempo.
The event creation was chaotic. Don't try to put an event together in a month.
Muito obrigado. Não sei nem onde é que ele.
Thanks, Lucas. I don't know if he's here. I don't think he's even come. Oh, bastard. So let's pretend I didn't even mention his name, shall we?
É verdade, alguém tem que ficar lá trabalhando.
Oh, sorry, he's at the booth. Pardon me. Someone has to stay there and work.
A gente pode fazer tudo acontecer. O booth, para quem está aqui, vai lá dar uma olhada.
So you can go visit our booth later.
Tá tendo a galera jogando lá.
It's fun. There are people playing against the bots, getting mad, trying to bring down, to sink 5 ships to get coins. And we do that every day.
Mas de qualquer forma, a gente vamos dar uma olhada agora no que está para vir.
And let's see what's coming.
Anúncios. Cadinho.
Next slide, please.
Primeiramente, já foi anunciado isso aqui.
Okay.
A gente já sabe. Infelizmente, nossos navios têm que ser testados antes
do jogo. Ships need to be tested before they're published, before they're part of the game.
Esse navio, esse aqui não tem áudio nem nada, só para.
This is one ship that we have launched just so that you have an idea. There's no music, there's no sound.
Que já foi anunciado, já tem informação
This is announced.
na internet.
You can find information on the internet.
Dentro do servidor.
People playing on the server, all ready to test it. There's an NDA, so they can't talk about the ship yet.
Vai fazer vídeo para mim.
Popeye is gonna put together a video for us soon.
Então, para quem não viu e quer dar uma olhada, no nosso dev blog tem informação.
So there is some information about the ship on our dev blog.
Tem vídeo já.
Also a couple of videos on YouTube.
E juntamente com ele, a gente vai trazer não uma.
And alongside it, we'll have not only one but 2 flags.
Dá para cortar o vídeo?
Can we stop the video, please?
Opa.
Huh? Hey, yay! We got the flags.
Então, temos aqui 2 bandeirinhas para representar aí.
There are 2 flags to represent Rio de Janeiro.
Do Rio de Janeiro. O Rio de Janeiro encoraçado. E temos aí uma bandeira vai ser
so we have
o pacote de
the battleship.
Admiral Package.
We have the Admiral Package.
E o outro vai ser completamente grátis aí para a galera.
And the other one is going to be free of cost for a year.
Da comemoração de 7 de setembro.
The 7th of September commemoration, 200 years anniversary of this beautiful country. It will be available in one of the missions.
O pessoal aí já fala para os seus família, não, esse final.
So tell your family that on the 7th of September you can't do anything because you're going to be working to get your flag.
Para vocês pegarem essa bandeira e os prêmios, outros prêmios.
And
também vai ser uma novidade, mas eu não vou falar
other
ainda não.
prizes are going to be coming soon. There are a couple of novelties there too, but I'm not going to be spoiling them yet.
Querido Capitão Benevolente,
Our dear Captain Benevolent
busca por pedir o Rio de Janeiro uma camuflagem
created a camouflage based on a very fun thing. And I was in agreement. I thought the concept was very beautiful.
Caravela, eu não sei essa palavra. Caravela, cisne branco.
And this is the ship.
É esse.
That's the one.
Já viram? Não. Cisne branco, baseado aí no cisne branco.
It's based on the white swan.
Vamos ter aí o camuflagem prêmia.
We're going to have a premium camouflage here on the 7th of September. It's going to be available.
Almirante.
That's going to be available for the Admiral package.
Gostou. Ok. Se o Ben gostou, o resto de você.
You like it, Ben? Well, if Ben liked it, then the rest of you are certainly going to like it.
É. Ele vai ganhar. O resto de vocês tem que fazer missão.
He's going to get it for free. The rest of you will need to work for it. It's not permissioned, though. It's just you just need to have the package.
Sorteios? Opa, eu quero. Então vocês já viram, então não vou nem comprar, vou segurar muito, mas para você poder utilizar em todos os.
And for you to be able to use the Brazilian colors on every ship,
Brasil que é verde, amarelo e branco.
we already have the Brazilian colors, yellow, blue, and green. And now we're going to have the Copacabana sidewalk patterns. You can have every ship using the Copacabana sidewalk patterns.
Ficou legal.
It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Tá aí inspirado com a divisão do visual do econômico que está vindo aí, para quem não sabe, a gente vai dividir.
And we're going to be sharing the camouflage, so we'll be able to use any of these camouflages. They're consumable.
Então você não precisa ficar.
So you don't need to have a camouflage on that you don't like to get more experience and extra items. You say, hey, I'm Brazilian, I want my Copacabana beach sidewalk pattern camouflage. So you'll be able to do it.
Isso vai ser o prêmio de todas as missões.
This is going to be the prize of every mission on the 7th of September for you to be able to get this new camouflage.
Todas as missões da bandeira nova.
So you have the missions with the new flag as well.
Que a gente já tinha mandado. Uma outra missão para pegar mais camuflagem ainda.
And Christ the Redeemer will be on another mission for you to get even more camouflage.
Só para poder passar o máximo de camuflagem para vocês possível. Então vai estar lá 2 missões já.
So there will be 2 missions and then a third mission, and I'm not going to be talking about it. You have to see it on the 7th of September.
Chega, né? Ah, não, tem mais um.
Oh, there's one more?
Eu vou sentar, que tem um vídeo.
Oh, there's a video now.
Dia 7 de setembro, todos, servidor NA, Europa, Ásia.
Europe, Asia, all of the servers on the 7th of September will have to log onto the ship at the Rio de Janeiro key.
Conteúdo grátis foi requerido.
Free content required.
Até hoje de manhã o pessoal, quando é que vai ter o Porto de Rio de Janeiro?
Everyone was asking this morning even when you're going to have the Rio de Janeiro key, the Rio de Janeiro port. So, even this morning, people were asking me. And we did it from the perspective of 1940. We wanted to be time accurate, so all of the historical buildings, the cathedral, every building.
Mas fica de olho, tem bastante easter egg, bastante coisa legal.
There's lots of interesting things going on for you to find out on at the Rio de Janeiro Key. And for those who play World of Warships, you know there's always a bit of a party. So there'll be the flags, and the key has come to stay.
Jogar nosso joguinho, voltar da
so that we can play our so we can play and fight our combats and then go back home. Navigate back home. I think we have about 5 minutes left for questions. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Teve alguma pergunta do chat online?
Any questions from the online chat?
Cara, eu tenho medo de monte de
Dude, I'm so scared of a lot of players in front of me. Like, any questions? When we're gonna nerf the submarine?
Se fosse submarino OP do Brasil, vocês querem, né?
If it were like a Brazilian submarine you wanted, right?
Pode falar?
Yeah.
Eu sou Rafael, eu tenho
I'm Rafael. I have a studio in Recife. We provide regional content, Northeast content. I'd like to ask if, what was the key challenge to sell the thing about bringing regional content in such a large game as the one? For people who don't know what Boitatá is, for example, every company wants to embrace a growing audience. Brazil and Latin America they're starting to show their face, you know, in terms of numbers. And yeah, the financials don't help. I can't spend money, so yeah, but they don't spend money, so why are we going to do something for them? But number of players is also important for a company, sometimes even more important than a paying player, a whale. You know, they're there 5, 10, 15 minutes waiting for a match. They're not going to want to stay there and wait. Even those who play for free, you know, the figures that Brazil has, you know, they're wonderful. So companies are looking and talking about Brazil and saying, you know, what's this whole deal with a lot of potential people, not just financial, but so I know a lot of people who spend big bucks, and sometimes it takes time for Brazilian content to show up and for them to start spending, but the figures are important, the numbers. So I used that. I said, you know, I want this because look at these figures. Are they going to buy? No, but you're going to make them happy and they're going to continue playing the game. It's not the matter of if they're going to buy or not. There's something else, you know. Somebody in the company has to say that, you know, for the developer to say, okay, it makes sense. Okay. I think there's time for one more. Here we go.
Eles falaram para não tacar o microfone, então.
They said don't throw the mic. So, good evening. I'm a player, and so I know Mare Draco and so the Atlântico was the first Brazilian ship of a high tier of in a dockyard. We don't have that inside information from the company to know how this ship was received by other audiences, Europeans, Asians, North Americans. If the other dockyards, were successful, good or bad. Just wanted to ask about your opinion in, as a community manager for Brazil, is it maybe in the future you'll have more Brazilian content or not? It could be a landmark. That's my question. What's interesting about Atlântico, it's, when we're talking about concepts of a new line, a new nation, what's interesting is not what it is. You can create a nation and put it in the game. As long as it's unique enough, different from the others, there will be interest. It's a new mechanics, it's a different gameplay, and not being so different, German, secondary is no news. The new caliber opens new doors. So they're pushing the envelope, they're embracing new calibers, new weapons. So the general audience has embraced the cause of novelty, of what's different, Brazilian or whatever. Nobody thought, oh, it's Brazilian, I'm going to buy it. No. Oh, this ship is cool. It's different. It looks good. It's historical. They're collectors. Abreu itself, collectors love it. They say it's rare. They go for 10 minutes in Popeyes Live, you get 3 of them. Or 6. Yeah. Yeah, that changes the landscape, how you think about it. So instead of saying, oh, it's Brazilian, no, you say we sell, it's a different secondary. It's a primary without HE. So we changed the idea, the concept, the game style. Yeah, my clock is turning red. I think my time's up. So I want to thank everyone. Those who want to play World of Warships, download with a web link, wo.ws/jogue grátis. You have a few gifts there coming to the raffle. Not a raffle, actually. No, I didn't say that word. Coming to the game, to the play. So go to Rio. Yeah, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's what it is. I'll see you out at sea.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo! Acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Cai fora!
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu beiço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Brazil is one of the most important Android markets in the world. With more than 200 million people, it usually represents the single largest source of Android downloads in any gaming company. So when I look at the Brazilian market, I see a massive opportunity to scale any type of business, both organically speaking, but also through paid marketing. The traffic tends to be quite inexpensive, which allows you to test a lot of different features and functionality about your games. So in the global dominance or market, Brazil always has a soft place in my heart because it's a good place to buy traffic and to understand how your game can work.
It's really nice to see a lot of great companies here. I'm going to have a lot of meetings with them this afternoon, so really excited about that. I would say the big conference itself is a really versatile in terms of who might be interested to come in there, because you may see the presence of the like big companies such as like Epic Games, Google, Tilting Point, Mega Studio, Jam City, and also a lot of opportunities for the indie developers to get to know more software companies and like the solutions for the small media business, but also for the like more mature ones.
Boa noite, pessoal. Tudo bem?
Good evening, everyone. How you doing? Just want to give you some news. I know you're very anxious for the next panel. Nobru is a bit late. He is just about to arrive. So sit tight, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you.
Oi de novo, pessoal. Tenho mais atualizações para vocês.
All right, folks. We have some updates. This is the deal. Nobru's panel is going to go for 9 p.m. He's about to arrive. Yeah, he's almost here. He's going to host a picture session up front, so you can make your pictures and meet and greet. And at 2100, so 9 p.m., we're going to start the panel with him.
Oi, pessoal, boa noite. Quero dar um recadinho para vocês. O nosso próximo painel é em japonês.
So our next panel is in Japanese. Does anyone speak Japanese? Oh my God, more than what I imagined. Those who don't speak Japanese, that's not an issue. Please translation out there. The panel is just about to begin.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boa noite!
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, boys, girls, and everyone in between to the auditorium at São Paulo Expo. I'm Brenda Olivieri, and we're here almost at the end of the last evening of the greatest independent gaming event in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. Our next panel is part of the Big Net lineup, and it's also part of the Big Preview lineup. This will be a special event, a special feature, Big Dev. So the largest independent gaming event could bring over to you. So I'm talking about Takeshi Tokita, who's currently producer over 30 years in his career, games such as Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, and Live Alive. Now, in July, his first work as a director, Live Alive, will be launched in a new version in high def 2D. So the demo is already available, but he will tell you himself about his career with JRPGs. These other titles of which he participated, while he talks about the story and the evolution of JRPGs. So are you ready for this class? Important bit of housekeeping. We'll have a presentation in Japanese, but please do not worry, as we will have simultaneous translation into English and Portuguese. Everybody has their headsets on? So on YouTube, you double check in the description of the video. There's the link with a page for translation. In the auditorium, we have headsets.
Give a warm welcome to Takeshi Tokita. You can go.
Oi. Hi, good evening, everyone. Square Enix の時田隆です。はい、ビッグフェスティバル盛り上がってますか？今回はご招待いただいたんですが、残念ながらちょっと。
So I see you're all stoked over there, and actually I would have loved to go to Brazil, but due to the pandemic, unfortunately, that was not possible. So I'm here online with you.
Hi, 大丈夫でしょうか？はい。じゃあ続けていきます。はい。
So, we're moving on. So, I'm going to start talking about when I was born. I was born in 1966.
でその頃はですね、少年
Back then,
日本の漫画雑誌がいろいろ誕生した。
There were many mangas that came about, especially in the 60s. And when I was younger, I wanted to be a manga artist, a mangaka. And at the time, during, elementary school, high school, I was really interested in animes because there was a boom of animes in Japan. And from there on, I wanted to be a voice artist, a very specific profession in Japan, those voice artists for anime. And I started loving games, specific games from Nintendo that started coming about back then, and some electronic games that started being launched at the time. So what happened was that I loved manga first, and then I was interested in anime, and finally I started having greater and greater interest in games. And during my school years, at the end of my school years, Famicom started being sold. It was a game from Nintendo. And at the time in school, I was part of a theater group and a theater company, and Famicom was peaking. And I really wanted to be an actor, and so I started participating in this theater company, and it was a very creative type of work. At the time, I wanted to work with creative jobs where I could use my creativity, and I found work in games, games with pixel art. And at the time, I was then interested by that type of design. For 2 years, I worked at Zapco as a part-timer. So at the time, I started studying coding, computer programming, and I started learning several different aspects about games and computing. At the time, there was no internet. And even so, in Japan, people were creating more and more games. That was the backdrop against which I lived. In 1986, I left Zapco and went over to Square. Today it's called Square Enix, but in the old days, there were two companies, Square and Enix, and was in 2003 that they merged, actually. But in 86 was when I started working part-timer for Square. And from the moment I started working in that company, I can imagine that you know about this, but I started working on a game called Alien 2. The movie had just been launched in the movie theaters, released, and there was MSX, a console used on computer. And in 1987, that very same year, the Final Fantasy franchise started. And with that first Final Fantasy, I started working on pixel art. And so I was in charge of the designing monsters with pixel art. So that was the first project that I truly participated in. In the following year, 1988, I participated of Hanjuku Hero, which is a strategy game, real-time, where it was not actually sold outside of Japan, released outside of Japan, but it was a very interesting game in Japan. And in 1988, Final Fantasy Legend went over to Game Boy. So I did the pixel art and participated in creating the story of Final Fantasy Legend. Well, moving on, talking about what I did for the Famicom systems. I was hired as a full-time game designer in 1990. And so then I started making headway in terms of a few projects beyond pixel art. And the first title that I took part in more actively was Final Fantasy IV. I understand you know this title extremely well. I was the lead designer. And not just all of the battles, and so I thought about all the stories, where the music was going to kick in, the features of characters. I thought about all of that with the whole team, of course, but in many aspects I did it by myself. I felt a lot of pressure because if I didn't move forward, the project wouldn't move. So from the very beginning, from the get-go, I played the game and I was thinking about how users would feel, and so it was a very interesting project to work with. And this was the first time this franchise became more of an RPG kind of thing. You know, the player can communicate with the character, and so it was a really interesting experience. It's very positive because I could sell that project outside of Japan. So release it outside of Japan. Very interesting times. This title defined was the landmark for my destiny. So the following year, I just mentioned, I talked to Hanjuku Hero, and there was the sequel. I was the script director, and so I was the head of all of that. The monster that has a funny aspect, and so you structure the strategy to move forward in the game. From there on, well, from now on, I want to talk about some projects I worked as a director. In 1994, the first piece that I worked on as a director, Live Alive. This year, on the 22nd of July, we're going to launch a remake. So 30 years later, we have managed to launch the remake. This was the first title I directed. At the time, I would also like to talk a bit more about why I structured the game as such. There was Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Chrono Trigger was also beginning to be designed, and so I wanted to do something different. And at the time, I thought about having a game that, would have different characters and different manga artists participating in the process of creating the characters. And so I created this RPG in a way that you could have the experience of many lives. So that's why it's called Live Alive. I really wanted for that title to be released abroad, not just in Japan, but the results of sales in Japan were not satisfactory. That's why we couldn't sell it abroad. However, many people played outside of Japan, and for that reason, after 30 years, it was possible to remake it. So we'll really thank everyone who has always supported this game. So after I wrapped up the Live Alive project, I went over to Chrono Trigger. That project was already ongoing. There was a different director. It was rolling, and we worked together to lead the project. At the end of the day, there were 3 directors, and I was one of them. Mr. Akira Toriyama was the very first time I worked with him. I'm a big fan of his, and it was very important for my career. It was phenomenal to be able to work with him. And then 3 years later, in 1998, I joined the PlayStation age. First title I worked on was Parasite Eve. During the period that Final Fantasy VII was being developed, I was in LA along with a Hollywood team to design that game, Parasite Eve. At the time, there was no designer who could work in 3D. That's why I went to LA to be able to work with a person who knew the 3D technique. And there was a period that I went back to Japan, and back then I helped folks who were working on Final Fantasy VII. So then I took both projects, I led them together, worked on them at the same time. And at that time, I had the opportunity to work abroad, outside of Japan, to conclude the project. I can imagine many people are big fans of that game because always hear people talking about they love Parasite Eve. It was an incredible experience. It was the first time I went to live outside of Japan. I had to interact and work with folks from outside of Japan and folks from the movie industry who had a different take on the world. So different aspects, many first times. It was difficult and challenging to me, but the experience is what has made me what I am today. So then I went back to Japan in 1999, and then I became the director of Chocobo Racing. Currently, very recently, there's the Chocobo Grand Prix. It's a race that it's funny, actually, fun for different ages. It's very different than RPG, but it was a new experience that I really enjoyed being a part of. In 2000, when the 2000s came around, PlayStation 2 was then released.
しました。キャラクターはファイナルファンタジー7の野村哲也。
Okay, so we're back.
彼と一緒に作ったゲームですね。
And I worked also with a different director. It was a very meaningful experience. And now talking about the year of 2003, Square came together with Enix and they merged and became Square Enix. So I worked with some projects in terms as a director and others as a producer. So relaunched another edition of a Hanjuku Hero. And unfortunately, we were unable to sell it outside of Japan. But just to tell you what it was like, we had a story where the topic was technology. So it was the 2D group against the 3D group. So there was this whole background of the technological transition, kind of like a comical kind of take on it, funny. So in 2005, I created Egg Monster Hero for Nintendo DS. And it was right at the time when Nintendo DS was launched. I think it came about in 2004, Nintendo DS. So I created Egg Monster Hero, which is part of the Hanjuku Hero project. In Hanjuku Hero, then, we were able to launch the 4th version for PlayStation 2, but unfortunately, we could not sell it outside of Japan again. But it's such a funny game and a fun game, and I had a lot of fun in the creative process.
はい、次のページですね。ちょっと重いページなので。
So we're moving on to the next slide. It's taking a little longer to load. Here we go. So now talking about Final Fantasy IV, the remake version for Nintendo DS. We had a 3D version for a game that was a 2D original game. So we also had the voices placed. I can imagine lots of people have played that game. It was the first time, actually, the first time I participated as a director of Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy IV. But in that game, it was a remake, several deep issues. But it's been a long time, you know, looking back. But I can imagine many people like it because I have received a lot of feedback about that because it brings those characters from the 4th edition. Now, talking about Final Fantasy IV, there was a sequel called The After Years. It was developed for mobile phones in Japan. It was one before the smartphone, the type of device that was developed at the time. Every month, it was a feature phone. So every month a chapter. So we launched every month, every chapter, and as if it were a story with several, just like a show, a TV show that you have the episodes, right? That was the style that we had. And in Japan, outside of Japan, actually, it was possible to make this title available. It was ported over to WiiWare. So several episodes in Japan, a different experience that folks were used to.
And I really wanted to do something similar to Live Alive. You know, something that style where people could interact and have different storylines. That's something I really like.
こちらもですね、海外では発
Then
売
I started working as a producer for some Nintendo DS projects
ホラーゲームですね。はい。
that wasn't sold outside Japan, and it's called Nanashino game. It's a horror game.
縦にすると現実世界 VR みたいな感じの現実世
We
界
used
で
both screens of the Nintendo
ゲ
DS
ームの中で
so that it was like real world in one of them and fantasy world on another one.
すごいシステマチックな構造で、ホラーの世界をこうサバイバルするようなゲーム
And
で
there
すね。
was a whole system where you need to survive that horror story.
受けてですね、続編を制作することができて、
That was a very popular title in Japan with this horror style,
そこでスピンアウト
where
作
you
品
really
と
could
させていただきま
download
した。
the game on Nintendo DS, and then we had a sequel, Nanashino game I.
あとゲーム自体をテーマにしたので非常に思い出深いゲームですね。ご存知ない方はちょっとインターネットで調べてみてください。
Many people may not know this game, but this horror style is very typical of Japan, and I would like to invite you to research about it on the internet. In 2009, I was part of the Final Fantasy The Heroes of Light project as a director too.
プロデューサーとタッグを組んで作ったタイトルですね。
And Mr. Asano was the director of this project, and we worked really close to each other.
この
Worked very
タイ
closely.
トルが
There
後
was
々
a
ブレイブリー
DS
デフォルト
remake,
につながっていったタイトルですね。はい。
and
これでもすごく
that
可愛いキャラ
title
クター
was
なんですけれども
developed in other ways as
原
well.
点を目指そうといっ
The
た形で
characters are really kawaii,
楽しい
they're
フ
really
ァンタジ
cute.
ーのロールプレイングを目指して作った
And even though it's a simple game, it's a very sensitive game as well. It's
そ
really
して
nice one.
2010年ですね、ファイナルファンタジ
So
ー
let's fast forward to
というタイ
2010.
トルを制作しました。
I was
これは
the
ですね
producer of Final Fantasy
ファイナルファンタジー
Dimensions as well.
イヤーのと同じようにエピソディックで毎月、配信をしていって1年かけて完結するというような
It is a
形の
sequel to the
新しい
previous
シリー
Final
ズとして
Fantasy.
作ったタイトルですね。
And we follow that pattern where every month we launched a new episode. So it took a whole year for people to be able to play the whole game.
それぞれの世界をこう、
And in this Final Fantasy, we have the world of light and the world of darkness.
冒険をするというような多重構造の物
So
語を
some months you would play in the world of light, and some months you would play in the world of darkness. And these two universes merged at the end.
海外でもスマートフォンで、オールインワンのゲームとして遊べますので、気になった方は
And this
ファ
game
イナルファンタジーディメンジョンズ遊んでみてくだ
can
さい。
also be played on a
ジョブチェンジも
smartphone.
できますし、マルチキャラクター、たくさんいるキャラクターをいろんな形で育てられる。
You can make changes, you can use different characters. I think you may enjoy it, in case you haven't played it yet.
はい、そしてこれはプレイステーションポータブルですね、PSP ですけれども、ファイナルファンタジー4のコンプリ
Now,
ート
this is a game for PlayStation Portable. Final Fantasy IV, The Complete Collection.
オリジナルバージョンのファイナルファンタジー4と、続編であるファイナルファンタジー4ジアフターイヤーズが、セットになった、コンプリートコレクションですね。
This is also a part of the After Years collection, and we have this collection that has really been developed in the past years.
一緒に遊べるようになってます。
For this project, you can have a number of experiences that you have really garnered from the previous Final Fantasy games. And then we fast forward to 2013. The smartphone age has begun, so we have iOS and Android projects. So we redeveloped Final Fantasy IV, the After Years in 3D for smartphones.
海外でも遊んでもらえると思います。そして、
And you can also play it abroad now. You can play it outside Japan.
ディメンジョン2
In 2015, we had Final Fantasy Dimensions
ソーシャ
2.
ルゲームという形でフリートゥープレイのゲームとして、制作した、
And this is a social game.
はい、タイムスリップ
You can play it while you interact with other people.
ファイナルファンタジー
And there is also that Chrono Trigger essence, meaning you can time travel. You can go to and come from different ages and join different battles.
海外でもダウンロードできますので、知らなかった方は
It can also be played on smartphones. So, in case you don't know this game, please download it and give it a go.
そして、2019年、ついに2020年が近づいてきました。
We're in 2019 now.
こちらはですね、
We're getting close to 2020.
RPG ゲームですね。
I created a new RPG game called Oninaki. I was the creative producer in this
スクエ
project.
ニックスの子会社で東京 RPG ファクトリーというスタジオがあるんですが、I am set
We have a company that's part of the Square Enix group called Tokyo RPG Stadium.
ちょっと日本的な
And alongside this company, we created a very specific Japanese RPG in that really Japanese fantasy world.
戦うといったアクション RPG ですね。
It is a project that has more of a dark theme. The subject matter is really death and reincarnation. So you have an action RPG that's very typical of Japan and full of Japanese cultural aspects, and it's still available. You can still buy it. So if you're interested, if you're interested, you can still, look that up.
来週になりますかね。すごくタイムリーな。
And now I think this is what you're looking forward to. This is what I've been looking forward to during my whole presentation. Next week, we're going to launch Live Alive on the 22nd of July. There will be a remake of that game that was launched 30 years ago.
トライアングルストラテジーといったゲームで、ピクセルアートの良さと最先端の 3D の
There was a game called Octopus Traveler that used to use HD 2D.
ライブアライブが430年の時で海外の皆さんにも遊んでいただけることとなりました。
And Live Alive hadn't been launched outside Japan yet, but now it's going to be translated into English. So I really want you to be able to play this game. Let's watch a trailer.
True strength flows from the heart. Then let's finish this, Matsu!
It's been a long, long time since I had a chance to do something good and decent.
A young prodigy, as strong in body as young in spirit, a worthy successor to my heart.
Cast flowers to the wind. I'll fight my way to the top, and the world will know my name. That thing's no god of mine, and I'm not melding with these freaks or anyone else. You will repay my loyalty in death!
はい。というわけで、ご覧いただきました。こちらはですね、任天堂大
I
学
hope you've enjoyed this trailer.
情報を公開した時の、PV です。で、今、すでにね、いろんな PV
You
を
can also play it on Nintendo,
チェックしてみてください。
and we have a number of videos already available on the internet, so check them out. I'll talk a little bit about Live Alive, or Live
ライ
Alive.
ブラブというのはですね、チャプターセレクトのゲームなんですけれ
So
ども、
what is
7
Live
つの
Alive?
シナリオが
There
あ
are
ります
several
いろんな世界観
chapters,
があ
and
り
there
ま
are
す。
seven
それらをクリアする
universes,
と
or seven scenarios,
シークレットの
several
シナリオが
universes
現
from
れて
several
最
different
終的なこう
ages.
ストー
So
リーを集
as
結してい
you
くというような
move
ちょっと変わったス
into
タ
or
イルの
through the
RPG なんで
ages,
すが、
a
僕が
last
初ディレク
stage
ションをした時
will
に
be
そうですね
enabled,
いろんな
and
実
then
国の
when
フ
you
ァン
get
タジ
to the
ーを
end
や
of
りた
it,
いなと
you
いう
will
こと
be
で
able to play it.
アメリカのファ
The
ンタジーはウエ
last
スタン
one
だったり
will be
ヨーロッパのファンタ
unlocked,
ジーだ
and
と
you'll be
中世
able
ファン
to
タジー
play
にな
it.
るんですけれども、そういう意味ではこう
And I like the idea of having references to many universes from many countries. So for the United States, I chose the Wild West reference, and in Japan, the Ninja universe. So I try to tap into different references from different countries and different ages to structure these characters. And you can really play these levels in whatever order you choose. We have prehistory, so this is a time where the word wasn't invented, there was no language. So you have communication through signs, so it is a silent game. And the main character has got a very sharp nose. He has got a really good sense of smell. So he develops some tools and weapons to use, and he starts advancing in time. So you have an experience where you're not really using words. This is the highlight, in my opinion, because that is also a challenge. And Megumi Ogata, she is very well known in Japan, and she was the one to produce some of the sounds here to really convey this wordless communication. And the sounds and voices she's put into the game are really powerful, so I hope you like them. The next chapter is Imperial China, the successor. And we have an old kung fu master who chooses 3 disciples to learn his abilities. So who is it that he's going to choose to take his stead, to replace him? So that will really depend on how you play the game, really. So this is a very popular story. I hope that you like this remake. And you can also learn a little bit about Kung Fu in doing that. The next one is the Twilight of Edo, Japan, the Infiltrator. The main character is a ninja. Nowadays, there are several projects that have ninjas, but here I am showing how one ninja will break into a castle to be able to carry out his mission. It's one ninja against 100 security guards, so to speak, 100 guards. You can go through this level without killing anyone, only sneaking your way through, or you can defeat each one of these guards and progress by doing that. And Bakumatsu is the period of Shogunate Tokugawa, the end of the Edo period. You can have a little experience there in the demo version, so if you're interested, check that out. Then we have the Wild West, the Wanderer. You have a wandering gunman who comes to a town and he's going to protect that town from that enemy. And he's going to cooperate with the city dwellers to defend the town. And it's important that you create a group that can help you out so that you can also put up traps to try and defeat the enemy. I really like this period of the Wild West, and because this is a period I like so much, and because I'm a big fan of these movies, you know, these Wild West movies, it's one of my favorite chapters too. And then we have the present day, the strongest, the contemporary age. So the strongest is the subject here, is the theme. It's similar to some fight games we have, but there are several types of fights or battles. So you have different fighters from different types of the world, and this fighter will learn the abilities and skills from other fighters to become stronger. I really like this type of game. I like this type of of battle, right? These fighting games, and I hope you like them too. And then we have the near future. I created this chapter myself as well. And this chapter is almost a tribute to manga and anime from Japan. I could call this anime fantasy chapter. Those who have played this game really liked it. And we have some characters who have supernatural powers to defeat their enemies. They have supernatural abilities to fight. In this chapter, the person who sang the theme song from Dragon Ball, Hironobu Kageyama, he sings the opening theme to Dragon Ball. We wanted him to sing in this chapter. I hope you like it, because you'll recognize his voice from the opening song, the theme song from Dragon Ball. And then we have a distant future. This is not a battle, it is a story that will be developed as time goes by. So there is a universe that is limited to a spaceship, and there are very few people there. Then there will be an issue, a bit of a feud between the robots and the humans, and this has to be sorted out. I wanted to give this experience of what people would feel like in a spaceship. This subject wasn't really such a popular subject in 1994, but because I really liked it, I wanted to insert this chapter. I hope you like it. And lastly, the Middle Age. When you get to the end of the 7 chapters, you can unlock this stage, this level. So here you have a few characters that need to defeat this monster. And there are several secrets in this chapter, so I hope you can really find out what these secrets are. You'll really say, oh my, I can't believe it. So I hope you really have this experience, and then you can play the game so that you really find out what's happening. This is what I had prepped for you today. I have worked in many RPG games throughout my life. It's been 30 years, to be exact, 38 years. And I would never have imagined that after 30 years, I'd be able to relaunch the first game that I directed. It wasn't a big hit at the time. It didn't sell outside Brazil, but it's almost like a miracle. The game was reborn from its ashes. So I'm really happy that you'll be able to play Live Alive. And many people like this game in Japan, and I thought about it. With these fans, so the voice actors, the singers, they used to be big fans, or they are fans of this game. So I'm really happy to have put together this team to produce this game. As I said, I was raised with manga, anime, and games around me. And RPG games are really part of the Japanese culture. And manga and anime are also an important part of the Japanese culture. And because of my background, I also went to, or got into, the gaming world. So the fact that I'm here talking to you and that you're going to be playing a game of mine really gives me the feeling that I'm traveling around the world. And Square Enix always wants to give players the best experience possible. And I have also really put my back into giving the best experience possible. In these travels I want to send you on. My adventures in Japanese RPG are going to continue, so I hope that we can continue to walk this path together. And we can continue on this journey together. I hope that I can be in Brazil soon and I can join you next year at the big festival in person. I'm very happy to have spoken to you. Unfortunately, there's no way back here. There's no two-way communication, just a one-way communication. But I hope you have enjoyed the talk and that you enjoy playing Live Alive. So I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Hi.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game, uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça a sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei!
Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Diretora de operações da Abra Games e do Projeto Brasil Games. Gente, o Big Festival é o evento mais importante para a indústria de games da América Latina. É aqui que acontecem os negócios, é aqui que os talentos se reúnem, é aqui que as publishers internacionais vêm buscar jogos, vêm conhecer as produtoras, vêm saber o que está acontecendo. É como se fosse um radar na América Latina, irradiando para o mundo inteiro a produção brasileira e a produção latino-americana.
Esse ano é um ano muito especial que marca aí a retomada. Após 2 anos sem ter o evento de forma presencial, as expectativas de geração de negócios, rodadas de negócios internacionais e potencializar o setor aqui nesse importante evento como é o Big, a gente vê aí com grandes oportunidades para o setor. E a Apex Brasil, além de estar apoiando por meio da Abra Games, nós também somos patrocinadores desse importante evento, onde a gente pôde aí capitanear e potencializar ainda mais o setor no mercado nacional e internacional.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boa noite!
Good evening.
Tudo bem?
How y'all doing? Welcome to auditorium number 1 from São Paulo Expo. My name is Brendo Olivieri, and I'm extremely happy to present the last panel after so many great things that happen in this auditorium. And to wrap it up on a golden note, our panel is going to be part of the Big Creators lineup. Before we begin, an invitation during this presentation, you can send questions over the following address: ask.bigfestival.gg. In this panel, the only key partner of YouTube Gaming Brazil will talk about his track record so far and the next steps of this partnership. So, without further ado, I will call on stage, and I have the wonderful pleasure of inviting Bruno Góes, better known as Nobru.
Olá.
How you doing?
Manuele Pires.
Manuele Pires. And Match.
Sejam todos muito
You are all most welcome. You have the floor. Thank you. So, folks, once again, on behalf of everyone from Big, we want to thank you for the invitation, being here. Thanks everyone who's come, everyone who's watching us. So without further ado for us to talk, I want to ask you both to introduce yourselves, to talk about yourselves first. Ladies, of course. Thank you, folks. It's a pleasure. My name is Manuele. Manuele, it's like my mom, you know, calling me out. I lead the gaming area for YouTube in Brazil. And folks ask me, Manu, what do you do in YouTube gaming? You play? No, but I watch a lot of people play. And I help a lot of people like Nobru, Bruno, to expand their channel and produce the best content, best gameplay videos for you guys who watch those channels on YouTube. So basically my work is to have as many videos as possible available and streams and everything on YouTube. Great, I think everybody knows Nobru. It's a wonderful pleasure being here at Big Festival and sharing a bit of the experience of this entire project we've been putting together, and hey ho, let's rock and roll. So I'm Matt Pereira, one of the partners of Stracy Games, and I'm here as a mediator for this conversation. The stars are right next to me. They have the stage. And I want to start with a question that is for both of you. How do you see the moment of gaming, the industry in Brazil? I'll let Nobru start it out. Not just currently, but from in the recent past, and the gamers and streams and YouTube as a powerhouse. And this powerhouse has to be studied and understood by people. And we said that we've transformed this scenario into something solid, and so that not just people, but brands can trust and relate. You know, people were really suspicious. I'm going to invest in a game, you know, just not sure if the game is going to be around for a longer time, and it could just flop tomorrow. And we can show that this is a solid scene, and it can bring a lot of returns for those companies. Like I said, currently, this is the scenario we have. It's has a lot to grow, a lot to be shown, and it has to be studied by people because it's a fabulous and powerful scenario. I just want to subscribe to everything that he said. You know, talking a bit about more of the platform. Okay, you're gonna. No. That's what I'm paid for. You know, just to. No, I said I didn't want to say anything. You know, every time I'm gonna be teasing her. Yeah, that was a good picture. We were in the office. Yours is a new picture. I just see you in the press with your YouTube logo. Yeah, that's being published everywhere. Yeah, you're looking good. So basically what I see is what Nobru says, especially at this moment of, you know, comparing the pre-pandemic scenario of 2019 going into 2020. This is a different scene, completely different scene. The consumption of gaming has more than doubled. When you look at number of views on YouTube, we've doubled our figures. What we built in 8 years, in the last 2 years, we did in record time. So we look at brands, endemic brands, you know, large banks, you know, advertising with content creators to bring the brand to a humongous audience who's consuming significantly. So finally, we see a more traditional industry trying to be part of the gaming universe, which was something that they couldn't understand. Even the parents want to be here, they want to participate, and that's really big. You know, games, advertising on TV, and national primetime networks, and so it's changed drastically, but especially due to these last couple of years. Nice. Thank you for sharing the view. And something I think is worth talking about. And on one hand, we have the greatest influencer on one hand, and Manu that comes with a largest platform. So this a word that works here is inspiration, how you inspire people. So a question over to Nobru. If you can tell us what you expect as a return with the YouTube streams, and if you can tell the story of your channel, your track record briefly so far. Yeah, before I talk, I want to say that when this whole presentation, Manu's gonna kill, so and the other is like Manu, you know, so. So it's going to kill Matt. So what I expect, my return as YouTube, as the single partner here in Brazil, exclusive partner in Brazil. So I want to deliver a humongous amount of things to my audience. It's my home. I've always been there, you know, streaming or recording videos. But this thing about being exclusive didn't happen before, you know, being partners. Today, I'll be able to cater to my fans in every possible way, posting videos, streaming, working with shots. And it's a partnership, I believe, that it's already working beautifully, and I'll be able to use all of these tools to show my love for the fans, you know, back. And we know now Nobru on YouTube, and why YouTube? For YouTube, why Nobru? Many people ask me, you know, when we announced a partnership on my WhatsApp was just, you know, fireworks. WhatsApp and the trending topics, you know, just behind Neymar, you know, the man was almost being fired from PSG. Of course, he was going to be trending topic. Yeah, but he would update on Twitter. No, I'm going to be the first, you know, posting all social networks. I loved it. Anyway, back to your question. Why did YouTube go after Nobru for us to establish a partnership? There is a huge challenge today, which is, you know, talking on the platform side, content creators to understand that it's not because a Minecraft, Free Fire, Roblox creator, he can't burst a bubble and provide content for other games, not even gaming, but entertainment and challenges. And so it's a humongous piece of work for us. And more than that, showing them that they don't have to be stuck on one format like streaming or long videos. They can create a content strategy and talk to different audiences at the same time. Because Matt's not necessarily going to have time to sit down and watch Free Fire for 1.5 hours. Maybe you know, 5 minutes of the best moments, you know, highlights, different, or 30 seconds or 1 minute, just in a nutshell, you know. So we see in Nobru this movement of, I'm a Free Fire creator, I stream, but I'm investing in different arenas, like short formats, also a second channel that is focused on entertainment, Nobru Vlogs, just a spoiler there. So Nobru was this figure that everyone knew. There was a fan base, everybody who's watching online as well. Humongous fan base. Free Fire is a huge game on YouTube, but he was moving in a different, no, I'm not going to say no other creator, but very few creators could keep up. And so as a platform, it was a big responsibility to come and say, let's talk to Nobru, let's establish this partnership and bring him closer. So, you talked about inspiration, to inspire this entire new generation, both in terms of a fan base audience and creators who are just beginning now, and even older dudes saying, you don't have to be stuck with just one game, because there's a life cycle. Some games come and go, so let's innovate. Let's do everything new. Let's try different formats so that we can deliver a quality video over to the audience. So that was basically it. Fabulous. And I believe that this opens the terrain for a question that I had the privilege of following up Nobru's day-to-day. I know how hard he works, and about different formats in platforms, streams, long videos, short videos, and shots for Nobru. What's being adapted, the adaptation for different types of contents, whether gaming, vlogs, short publications, long videos, and everything? It's easy peasy, right? Yeah, 1 hour, you record? Yeah, oh, good. Bro, it's like as time goes by, you learn lots of stuff, and so I had this closed mindset that I never imagined being the best of the world in one thing, and I'm the best of the world playing Free Fire, so my place was in Free Fire, and I couldn't leave the game, or else my numbers would drop, and so sometimes you have to see beyond that. So when you say, oh, Nobru burst a bubble, yeah, I did, because I don't rely only on Free Fire. I can work with other games. As Manu mentioned, I have a secondary channel that has around 4 or 5 months, over 500,000 subscribers. All the videos get 1 million views at least, and so what does that channel have to do with Free Fire? Basically nothing. I don't play, there's Nobru. Yeah, that's the only connection. But it's me on the street, entertainment, helping people, living the daily life of Brazilians, But like I said, it's, looking beyond those things, and it's something that YouTube helps me significantly. Man, that game is trending, Minecraft, Roblox, so let's work, let's invest, and when I play with Manu, I say that there's a whole team to work and help me, because if I'm the only one tanking it, it would be complicated. It said, oh, Nobru, we're going to record Roblox. Okay, let's record Roblox. No way, Jose. No. Yeah, kiddie game. Free Fire's not too beautiful either. I'm not going to record. Oh, the game is good, so I recorded, and, over millions of views in my channel, and you don't rely only on one type of content. And what do we learn? That if you work where you want to carry legions of fans, you want to work with the audience, you have to get the audience to understand that they are there because they like you, not because they like necessarily what you play, what you're producing in terms of content. And that's what it is. Too long. I love it because, he did what I see, we talk to creators and they don't understand it. He said, no, this is. Yeah, you have to ask for the recording, and you get the snippets. Yeah, please get the short snippet. Yeah, I'll send direct messages to people. Yeah, but there is no way that you're gonna talk too much, man. We're here to hear you. Yeah, all right. And actually, we're here to hear you. And let me ask you, what do you have there for us that we can expect for the future, next steps and plans for the career? You know, content creator, life, channel, gaming, everything. Bro, it's like my life ends up being a box of chocolate surprises, you know. Sometimes, let's do this and do that, let's try this and that. I usually try to bring things as unique opportunities. I'm not always ready to embrace all of those, but I go head first, And, I could talk about a number of projects. We could speak the whole evening about it, lots of stuff, and we end up hoping for and working. I usually have goals in my life, so as I reach certain goals, I establish new ones, and so there's no reason for me to sit back and relax and, I'm making money, I'm streaming and stuff. No, but when you work with what you love, it's different, and I love what I do, and I'm not going to stop too soon, man. It's just like I want to take this forward in my life. But talking about projects, as Matt mentioned, besides being a streamer, I have a team called Fluxo, where we have lots of projects. We have our Free Fire line, our team, and so had 2 or 3 years in my career. I won basically everything there was to win, created my own team that's been won tournaments, and so we expanded into other games. So after Free Fire, I expanded to GTA, so we have a GTA City. GTA is funny, we haven't said it here, but the RP is what is consumed by the audience. Why did it go so high, RP? It was the pandemic. People were stuck at home, and so I want to play ball, I want to go out, disco, or RP could take this empty space in people's lives, because you go into the GTA city, you have to roleplay. So it's when we inaugurated the complex, we took MC Posey to sing in the city. MC Posey, so I'm singing, I'm flying, his voice, and yeah, that's why I'm a streamer, not a singer. But yeah, just for now, man. But if folks can't go to MC Posey's show, which was the top one trapper, trending, we brought MC Posey to people in the city. So GTA RP that took over, and everybody loves it, and they're still playing, and not just GTA RP. There's Nine Nash. I usually say that the dude was the best Call of Duty player, but what he does is crazy. He's playing Fortnite tournaments now, and being awarded like $20,000, $20,000. He's good in everything he does, and lots of many other games. And Fluxo has been, a year or so around, and we want to expand to other games. Counter-Strike, League of Legends, Valorant, and that's why we bet, and we created Flow. There are many teams in the scene. There's Team Liquid, Pain, Aldi, but we felt that it was a team that had to be the face of people. So Free Fire, catered to everyone, both on the low income, mid income, high income. So that's why a phenomenon. And so we decided creating a team not just to look at so and so, but to look at everyone and provide opportunities. And this is what we ended up doing. Our Free Fire team was an opportunity for boys who had never played professionally. Influencers team, we got influencers, who didn't even have an Instagram and have millions of followers thanks to our work, well done work. So it's not just a humongous organization that we created, something to provide opportunities for people and show that this is possible. Just complimenting, we say that Free Fire was the way in, was the door for many people, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Free Fire is really an opening game for many people due to accessibility. You can play through your mobile phone, so that's why the hype, Nobru playing early in the pandemic, accessibility. When you talked about GTA, the hype for me, it's great to hear this when we, from the YouTube side, the most consumed games that people watch the most, GTA is top 5. It wasn't like that before. And because of the RP, you know, you can do everything there. You can bring a stage artist or something. Same thing is happening to Fortnite. You get an artist. Oh, Fortnite. No, come on, man. I haven't been pronouncing properly there. Yeah, we say. Yeah, we're gonna have a meeting. It's not a meeting. It's a call. It's an invite. You know, words in English. You know, it's a job. You know, so deadline. You don't have the words in Portuguese. So it's a beautiful thing. I apologize for that. Yeah, it's on cruise control. So what you mentioned, Manu, is great because I think it provides room for us to segue into the next question. On Nobru side, the major creator coming from Free Fire gaming, expanding as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, and building other things. But in the old days, you didn't have GTA in the top 5. It's there due to the RP. But what we can manage as YouTube sees this future change both in gaming and the migration of people, you know, seeking other stuff. Dude, there are a few pathways for us to answer that question. It's an interesting thing to see cycles of audience and potential audience. It's an interesting graph. On Thursday, we showed a talk here that it's like when you get games that we call the AAA, Last of Us, God of War, you see what happens today. A creator comes around and they put on their channel, God of War Part 1, 1 million views. God of War Part 2, 500K views, and it decreases because the audience loses interest because the creator can't do much more there. Maybe they're going to make a mistake, they're going to try to do, but it's the same flow to go through the game phases. So, and then you follow the script. So you have a smaller potential audience and also a cycle of interest that's shorter. There's a second pillar, is to have a greater potential audience. Esports, Free Fire, Fortnite, and so forth. League of Legends. It's just like a soccer match, you know. So anything can happen in those 45 minutes. So you have greater creativity, and people can watch that, not knowing what's going to happen at the end. And it's very interesting. So people come periodically and going to watch. There's the creator side, of course, the streamer. Is he good? Is he not good? Or she? You know, you're going to be a fan of that person. There's a third pillar that we call sandbox games. Everything can happen. You can create your own story. Minecraft, Roblox, GTA, and so forth. And so you see those games coming around it. Sometimes they die, but most of those who die are the ones who don't have that opportunity to do anything. Minecraft creators today are writing scripts on the game, you know, so it's like, oh, I have to go through this and that door, and I'm going to edit my channels. Like that, they spend 15 hours to run a 5-10 minute video. So it's become ever more professional, and that's the future, talking about the future. And that's the way today. Creators have to turn on a game and start playing it. It's not just that. Will I have an audience for my game? How will I analyze my audience? I have a 10-minute video. I missed my audience. They dropped after 30 seconds. So what do I have to do differently? So they're becoming more professional, the analytics on YouTube Studio and so forth. And there's a second caveat to your question, how the market is looking at those creators who are becoming ever more professional. So, bro, I'm a music artist, so I know that my audience has a fabulous potential in the gamer audience, Anitta and Nobru now. So how can I enjoy a major bank? How can I capitalize on new clients from a product? And so that's the future, I think. The industry trying to come into this market because creators are becoming more professional, showing that game is not a child's play. It's way more than that. So everybody meets halfway.
Animal isso, porque antes
That's really cool.
agora eu passei por Twitch, trabalhei muito com CS.
Well, I worked with Twitch, CS, Free Fire,
uma coisa que eu falo já há alguns
and
anos.
one thing that I have said for a few years now is that I see gaming as the future of entertainment, because you can consume it, you can play it, there's a sense of community, you're with friends, when you're not playing you can be watching that game,
E o ciclo de vida mesmo.
there's a timeline, and there's the life cycle of the game and of different types of content. And that poses a different, or rather difficult, challenge. So, what about the future in content creation for the gaming universe? When you look at the platform from the largest influencer, what can you expect when it comes to content creation in this universe? Because in the past, you didn't have much of an option. It was gameplay or live or what's going on. Now you have URPs. So it's difficult to foresee the future, but to your minds, how do you see the opportunities and the ways that gaming content can be created in the future?
Demais, né? Fala aí pouquinho.
Não, a pergunta dele, meu amigo, podia...
Well, that's a question that would call for an hour-long answer. I was not a pioneer to start producing content and streaming live videos. Before I got here, that already existed.
As referências era algo que não havia tanto, porque o que acontece?
But what happens is, nowadays, we look at our universe, the universe of game creators, and it's massive. So you can consume and learn so much wherever you go, and whatever way you want to produce that type of content. So I was not one of the trailblazers, but with our work, what people want to learn, what they want to practice, becomes easier.
É algo que a gente acaba trabalhando como uma referência, não só como referência, também como, sei lá,
then to be a reference as well, and many people will see us as idols or heroes.
Shorts, tudo que a gente acaba produzindo.
And the short videos that we produce, the live videos that we stream, people really, get attached to that. They're very fond of these things. I can't tell that I've always dreamt of being a streamer or a YouTuber when I was a kid. I had that standard type of dream. Because when you're starting to walk and toddle, your dad will give you a football so that you can play, and he says, this is going to be a footballer. And when I was 16, 17, well, I mean, when you're at this age, your grandmother and your mother already start telling you that you should be getting a paid job and supporting them, helping out at home, paying the bills. I mean, I was never a bad student at school, but I hadn't studied any craftsmanship. Yeah, so I didn't know any specific, I didn't have a trade yet, so I was getting those anxiety fits, and then I met my partner, who is also a member of the Fluxo team, Cyril, and I learned how to deal with my anxiety there, and that's why I tell people sometimes see us as heroes. It's because people, are going through a tough spot, a rough patch with their families. They're, struggling with anxiety, depression, and when we're just playing a game, we sometimes may have no idea how much good we can do to these people. And the number of references that people have today to start producing content is very large in our market. And we have already given them a trodden path in a way, right? Because we had to tread it the first time, and although I wasn't the trailblazer, I was one of the first ones to work with brands and really overcome the prejudice that brands had to get involved in the gaming scenario, in the gaming scene. And I have said this before, but there was really that feeling, this little game, people use a diminutive in Portuguese and call it a little game instead of just calling it a game. So this little games, are they going to be sustainable? Is this a sustainable business business model, is that not going to be over by morning?
Vem dando muito retorno, não somente pra gente,
Well,
mas
we
pra
have been
crianças
getting
que
a lot of
nós
return
temos
ourselves and the large companies that we have been working with.
Eu acho muito importante também, quando você tiver uma reunião com algum diretor de
And
marketing,
whenever you have a meeting with a chief marketing officer or marketing professional, you remind them that your videos have 10,000 Maracanã stadiums worth of watchers, right, worth of spectators.
Que é aquela coisa de você receber não sei quantos stories para você postar, receber não sei quantos.
You have stories that you need to post. You have posts that you need to post in your feed.
Não trabalhar somente por trabalhar.
But you can't work for the sake of working. You have to create relationships with the companies, with the people, even if the brand is not bigger than whoever. Then that brand is the one that is with you. So you really need to,
então o que acontece?
You know, wear that brand as your own, in a way.
Stories, de feed, de lado. O que vocês querem fazer na empresa de vocês? O que vocês querem impulsionar?
Sometimes we have to talk in, hey, let's not talk about stories or feed posts. What do you want to achieve with this? What do you want to do to get better known on the internet? Do you want to sell these products more? Because you understand your fans. You're in contact with them every day. So you know how to convey content to them. You know,
Nossa, respondeu bonito, né? O que eu vou falar agora? Tenho que falar.
Tá treinado.
Well, that was such a great answer. You know, I don't know how to answer now.
Acabei de sair do jogo do Corinthians, tava igual doido lá.
E ganhou.
I just left the Corinthians match.
Treinado na vida.
So yeah, but you know your stuff here. Well, it's difficult to answer this question now, but I'm going to try to. I'll try to be at least 10% as good as he just was.
Cara, o futuro da criação de conteúdo.
The future of content
Como eu já tinha falado, eu vejo muito essa vertente que até o Nobru estava trazendo aqui.
I really see this point that Bruno was talking about. Gaming won't walk alone. It can stand in its own, but it will also build bridges to other industries. Think about the fashion industry. The Free Fire skins were in the São Paulo Fashion Week. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit lost when it comes to time. Yeah, I was going to be on the catwalk, right? But then something that happened was something that was very usual in my life, is that I get late to stuff.
Que hora que eu cheguei? Não, 7:05.
I arrived here at 7:05, but because of 5 minutes, people wanted to put it off to 9 p.m., right? But the same happened to São Paulo Fashion Week. I bought a fancy outfit, and when I got there, everyone had already walked the catwalk, so I didn't want to do it anymore. Well, you were probably desperate, weren't you?
Fica, né? Porque a gente
We're
conhece.
really desperate because we know him. So just get used to it. That's why whenever we are going to meet, I tell him the wrong time. I tell him that's 1.5 hours earlier than it actually is. I'll tell him it's 3:30 if he needs to be there at 5. Well, gaming is one way to build bridges with many other industries. So fashion, the fashion industry is bridged to the gaming industry. When you look at, for example, the Free Fire skins being produced in the Fashion Week. So you can have things from real life going into the game and things from the game coming into real life. So it's really an experience for those who play, and we can unify these universes. There are many football players like Neymar and others. They were doing live streaming videos, playing FIFA, playing other games, and these are different universes that merge through gaming, and this will become more and more professional, and that will open a lot of doors for many people to join these markets. And every channel is a business. When you look at Nobru's channel, how many people work for you because of your
Emprega. Quantos empregos o...
How many jobs does your channel generate.
Tem uma equipe gigante aí.
It's a massive team, eh?
Juntar Nobru com Nobru Vlogs.
If you think of Nobru and Nobru Vlogs, it's about 30 people. There are about 30 people working with me for my channel to be on. And you have basically 2 channels, right? But think about YouTube gaming. We have over 3 million channels. Can you imagine how many jobs are created, how much money there is in this industry because of these content creators? So this is, it's no joke. You see, it's a serious business. It generates a lot of jobs. And it's probably going to continue to grow. And gaming is one of the largest pillars of the creative industry, alongside entertainment,
isso é muito forte.
music, and so on and so
Acredito de
forth.
verdade, assim, que muitas vezes as pessoas olham exatamente isso, ou influenciador, ou
People often look at the influencer and their content and they fail to grasp what is behind that, how much money there is behind it, and what the industry is behind it. I think from the get-go, Nobru was an entrepreneur because his channel is a business. That is crystal clear to me, and that helps inspire people so they understand that they can be in that industry in many different ways. They can be a content creator and be on the platform, or they can be backstage, really. And I think this is going to be our last question. It's more of a request, actually. But to your minds, what is it that inspires you to be who you are, and how do you believe you can inspire other people and new generations?
Finalizar com chave de ouro.
That's a brilliant question.
O que inspira, eu acho que é a forma da gente mostrar que realmente tudo é possível.
What inspires us is really to believe that anything is possible.
Comecei a investir nesse cenário de games de
I started investing in the sporting games industry when I was about 17. And I didn't really know what I was going to do. I came from a low-income family originally. And an interesting thing to say is that I didn't even have a mobile phone at the time. When I was about 10 years old, we were robbed, my mother and I, and I used to say, oh, I'm going to grow up, make my own money, and buy my stuff. But then, when my next birthday came up, I wanted to get a new mobile phone, but nobody gave me any.
Quando eu comecei a ganhar dinheiro, uma das
When I started making money, one of the first things that my dad told me was not to invest my money or save it, was to buy him a phone, because he had let me use his phone when I didn't have one. So I had that sort of standard type of dream. You know, I dreamt of being a footballer. But oftentimes you may like playing football, but when you look at a footballer, you may not see the challenges behind it. You know, you see that footballer giving their families a home, or really buying a mansion sometimes, or a car, or whatever. But there are different ways you can go, and we can be very successful in our lives and inspire millions of people, or at least thousands of them. And that's what happened. If you go to my community, where I come from, in the part of town I come from, in the south of São Paulo, you can ask people what they want to become, but people often say, no, when I grow up, I want to be like Nobru, I want to play Free Fire, because they see that this way, I was also able to buy my mother a house and buy my dad a car. That was really important, because I really showed people that you don't need much to make it, you know?
Muito forte. E aí, até para também, do ponto de vista, óbvio, sua vida, a gente está aqui para te ouvir como pessoa.
We're here to hear what you have to say.
O próprio YouTube consegue inspirar essas pessoas.
YouTube can also inspire these people, right? And also be a space for them to
Nossa
do
Senhora.
stuff.
É para fechar.
É para fechar,
É
né?
para levar a lição de casa do
É a
Big.
lição de casa, né? Como YouTube,
This is really for us to wrap
a
up,
gente
huh?
pensa muito assim, o nosso trabalho,
Well,
o centro do
YouTube,
YouTube são os criadores.
sees
Então
that
não existiria
the
YouTube
very
se não
core
tivesse os canais,
of
se não
YouTube
existiria o canal,
is
se não
the
tivesse o criador
content
por trás
creators.
dele,
If you
dando
didn't
todo o
have
tempo,
the
suor,
creators
dedicação,
who are, you know,
para fazer aquilo acontecer, para aquele
working
canal
hard
crescer, o maior
with
número de pessoas
blood,
possíveis e
tears and
termos
sweat
vários
to make their
Nobrus ao redor
content,
do mundo esperando,
then YouTube wouldn't
cara,
exist.
todos os dias,
So we have the
pessoas
best
comuns como a
place in the world
O nosso
to
trabalho como
receive
plataforma
these
é
people.
muito colocar esse criador em evidência.
Our work as a
muito
platform
mostrar para
is
essas
to
pessoas comuns
allow
que vocês
these
também conseguem chegar lá.
creators to
Vocês
stand
têm
out,
um caminho.
is to show
Só que esse caminho a gente vai te ensinar.
regular
E
people
talvez a gente
that
vai
they
se
can
juntar
make
com o
it
Nobru
too,
e com outros
and
criadores para
that we
ajudar
can
vocês
teach
a
them
chegar
how
lá
to get
também.
there. But we're going to
Então, a gente
work
faz muito
with
programa de
Nobru
educação.
and with other content creators
Grupos de
to
minoria,
teach them how
mulheres,
to get there. So we have
pessoas
training
negras,
programs,
etc., que eles
we
não
work
têm
with
condição de,
minorities, so people of
começar. O
color
Nobru tava falando, cara, não
and
tinha um
women.
celular. Eu tinha que
And,
pegar o celular do
you
meu
know,
pai para
as
conseguir gravar,
as
para poder
Nobru just said,
entender.
he didn't have a mobile for a while, and his dad lent him his mobile. And then he would start streaming a video and speak to 5 people. And then suddenly he had 100,000 people watching his videos. But it took time for him to get there. There's investment, time, money, and well, we also, as YouTube, need to figure out who these people are who want to become YouTubers. Events like this one, like Big, we can teach a class to these people who want to start, or we can record videos so that they can watch it and they can take their own steps. We can bring these content creators so that they can speak to the fans and to these people, and then they can say, hey, this is what I did, and it worked for me. Maybe it's not the best, and it's not going to work for you this way, but it's going to help you, you know, at least 5% in the right direction. So we want to work hand in hand with these large content creators so that we can keep the wheel turning. They inspired me. It already worked. Maybe I'll become an influencer. No way, Jose. Well, I'm not going to be your manager. Let's just make that clear. No, just kidding. What Manu just said is very important. We need to understand people's needs. And our audience is what will keep the wheel turning. So I will stream videos with the content people want to see because we need to cater to their interests. And the platform is a two-way road. You give YouTube something, YouTube will give you something. And that is also good for everyone who is watching us. And as I said, I didn't have any support when I first started. I didn't even have a mobile phone. This is why we also started the Fluxo Institute. We founded it. It is an institute that aims to help children and teenagers be ready for the job market, not only thinking about technology, not just if they want to become content creators, but if they want to be a business manager, for example, if they want to study anything other, they can also have that chance. So we get the experiences from our lives, put them into practice, and try and help to give solutions to the coming generations.
Thank you so much. Those were beautiful words. 45 minutes on the clock. Yes, Nobru, thank you so very much. And so we are wrapping up our part here. Manu, thank you so much. I hope you have enjoyed this moment here on the stage, as everyone who's watching us here or at home have enjoyed. Once again, thank you so very much, everyone thank you, the big producers. Wonderful. And folks, have a great evening and a wonderful week. And it is with this wonderful presentation, this incredible class, that we conclude the 2022 Big Festival edition. I think there's no doubt why we say that this is the greatest independent gaming event in Latin America. So you will see lots of these topics over social networks this week, but you will have seen first here with us. I'm Brendo Olivieri. It was a pleasure and a privilege being here with you in this in-person format. It is great synergy with the stage, guests, audience, and this is us. Thank you so much for your kind attendance, your audience. Thank you. We thank our sponsors and everyone who's made this happen. So all the best to you all and our guests. Thank you for concluding incredibly Big Festival 2022. See you next year.